Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation Part 6805 Chapter 66, Planned Downfall. At the infirmary tent. What? Tsubaki exclaims as in shock as she leans up in bed. The others went off to help the pros against the villains. Then I need to go too? She tries getting up, but feels a large amount of pain on the side of her waist. Arg. Easy little samurai, you're not in the condition to go anywhere. Yubina says otherwise. But, Tsubaki tries protesting. Like she said, your injuries are by far the worst out of everyone else. Edshot adds, if you try to push yourself reckless, it could be critical. He adds, even if you did go with them, I can tell by the look in your eyes that you want revenge against the villain that gave you that wound, which is not the hero way. He adds in notice, that's why you'll be staying here till the others get back. Tsubaki gazes down in frustration, tightening her fists on the sheet. Damn it. Mad that she was injured like this and can't join everyone else. Opening 6, Golden Time, by Fuji Fabric opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife. Katsuki, on a building with a grimace. Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand. Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed. Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist. And Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out, before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada. The two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki, with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest. Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword. Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu. Pony, on all fours with her horns ready. Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out. And Momo, forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro heroes, Konohamaru, Genist, Mariko, and Majino, in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvis, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Majino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvis slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue. Only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals, the rest of Class 1A, with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B. The UA teachers, staff, Orochimaru, along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo. The League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits. Urashiki, who smirks, Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance. The Cage Heroes, with Naruto leading, and the top pros, with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 66. Planned Downfall. This time, Deepa declares to the interns, neither of you will escape. He grins and spreads out his arms in launching a rapid fire of carbon projectiles that force 2 interns and Haze fighters to split up and dodge in all directions. Hence, the battle immediately resumes and commences. Zorvis swings his extended barbed wire blade at a few of their foes that forces them to dodge under or jump above. In Shinki's case, he easily blocks the blade with his iron sand and retaliates, iron sand, scattered shower. He fires off bullets of his quirk and Zorvis proceeds to swing his long blade in blocking them off. Using this chance to strike. Yuga rushes to get the drop on him via golem hand. But Zorvis flashes his eyes at him and smirks evilly as a barbed wire pops out the side of his body and cuts Yuga on the side of his cheek. If the latter hadn't moved his head to the side on time, it'd have been worse. When he stops in his tracks, the villain whips him back with the spikiness on his blade. Gaha! Yuga flies back, but lands fine. At the same time, Mitsuki dodges multiple carbon projectiles before leaping in the air, and as he weaves a couple signs, his shoulder and leg receives cuts from the bullets, but he doesn't falter and exclaims, "Wind breakthrough." And launches off, only for Deepa to guard himself via carbon. Bakugo fires off a blast from both palms that the villain dodges and leaps on a root. When that happens, Izuku zigzags via full cowling and proceeds to go for an right hook smash, but it proves useless as Deepa coats his right hand in carbon and catches his fist with ease, stunning the one-for-all user before Deepa proceeds to deliver 2 or 3 punches to Midoriya's face before landing an axe kick. Gawk! Izuku bleeds through the nose as he falls down, and before he hits the ground, Tsuyu catches him via frog tongue in the nick of time. Propelling upward, Katsuki fires another blast that Deepa dodges by jumping off the root. After he lands, Boruto rushes in next, only for Deepa to turn and eye him wickedly in a flash before striking him. Ah! Boruto's struck back with a few carbon bullets and kneels in a grunt. With her 2 Tomo Sharingan activated, Sarada leaps in the air to attack and skillfully blocks a few carbon projectiles via battle knife before going to strike the villain. But the latter grins and catches the small blade with his carbonized right palm and breaks it into pieces, stunning Sarada before he turns his carbon fingers into razor-sharp talons and strikes her, but if it wasn't for Sharingan, she would have been impaled by them. Arg! She yells in pain and topples on the ground. Haha! Deepa controls his clawed talons to whip around the field as Mitsuki and Katsuki propel. Dash around to dodge them, but there's too many carbon talons to dodge and the 2 end up getting struck. Gah! They both grunt in pain as they're sent flying into a debris root. Guys! Boruto exclaims as he gets up, Gah! But ends up getting smacked in the back by a carbon talon as well, crashing through debris. Zorvis proceeds to swing his extended blade around wildly as he's on the offense and forces his set of foes to scatter and dodge, also forcing Nu and Sumair to separate as his barbed wire blade almost struck them and forcing Shinki to block via sand wall. After sliding to a halt, Sumair immediately shoots out bullets of water, but it does nothing as Zorvis sidesteps every shot before controlling the barbed wire from his body to whip her away. Gah! Kake grunts in pain after feeling the spikes and topples back. Seeing his owner get struck enrages Nu and he charges right at the villain with a loud roar, only for the villain to appear at his side and slash the jungle cat's mid-section. Grah! Nu roars in pain as blood spurts out and gets violently kicked away by Zorvis. Nu! Sumair grunts, but exclaims as she stumbles up. Zorvis smirks as he ends up dodging tentacles from Haruga and then proceeds to slash them off one by one in easy fascio before blitzing the Hayes brother with a slash across his shoulder. Arrgh! Haruga yells in pain and lands back. You're dead now. Before Zorvis could deliver an impaled strike, his spiked blade is intercepted by Yoruga's small katana as he saves his brother in time. In an interlock Gurge, Yoruga struggles to hold off the villain, who chuckles at this before he sees Yuga rushing his way with a golem strike. Zorvis proceeds to stop the interlock and smack Yoruga in the face to send him off and blocks the golem fist from Yuga with his barbed wire blade. Yuga uses everything he has to push the villain back, which begins to work a little, however, not good enough. Zorvis taunts and a wire pops from his body that stabs Yuga's waist. Garge! Yuga yells in pain, falling back, but gets elbowed in the square face that breaks his nose and sends him crashing into a tree root. Yuga! Yoruga! Haruga exclaims. Thunderhorn barrage, Pony fires off, and gets help from Momo's cannon shots via her quirk, but only for Zorvis to avoid and maneuver around both attacks and swings his wire blade in their direction, which Shinki is quick to protect the girls via iron sandwall. After Shinki comes to their side, Momo looks on the other end to see Uzumaki, Midoriya, and the others also struggling against Deepa. She mutters, "These guys. They're too strong," she adds, which Pony agrees, nervously. Still, giving up is not an option, Shinki said, not backing down as he glares at the barbed-wired swordsman. "That's good, keep struggling." Zorvis smirks. "Excellent, very nice." Deepa grins at the sight of his struggling set of foes. "It's coming together. We're getting nowhere like this." Izuku mutters inwardly, as he's next to Tsuyu, who croaks a little nervously at this situation. "I thought I saw through him with my Sharingan, but he didn't use his full power." Sarada stumbles up. "What do we do?" "Fear and pain make you tremble uncontrollably and lose all hope." Deepa grins evilly. "It's the best kind of spice." He prepares about bullet barrage. "Shut." Katsuki raises his right gauntlet hand, up. He releases a powerful blast that engulfs Deepa, is babbling on about the shit that don't make sense. "The best you can do." And who would give up against a clown like you? He adds, surprising everyone. When the smoke clears, Deep is unfazed but grimaces with shadow over his eyes as Katsuki grins confidently, with cackling mini-explosives in palms. As one who's aiming to become number one and surpass All Might in his prime, I'll defeat you completely to further my goal. Ya got that, Carborn bastard, he exclaims. Deep's red eyes glare at the hothead and he comments, so you're not struck with enough fear or hopelessness? So be it. He smirks darkly, I'll kill you first. Hey, Katsuki gets into battle position, go ahead and try. Bakugo's not the only one that's taking you down. Sarada chimes in and declares, I'm also striving to become one of the greatest cage heroes. She adds, and I won't let things end here. She's right. Izuku agrees, standing tall as well, we're not giving up, not matter what. Yeah, Boruto too, this fight will be ours. I don't call this a struggle. Haruga counters to Zorvas, as long as you're still breathing, I'll never stop fighting. Hell yeah, you bastard. Yuga agrees. Like they said, we have no intention of rolling over and dropping dead, so do your worse, Shinki challenges. HMPH. Zorvas grimaces. TCH. Deepa too, both villains seeing that they won't quit. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continues having the upper hand over Victor as the old man is sent back after having one of his 4 arms chopped off but regenerates it. So stubborn. The Snake Man comments as he stands on a root with no damage at all. This is when they hear a rubble coming from above, which gets all of their attentions. Oh, the bud is opening, Victor notices as he looks upward as well, delighted. As the divine tree's fruit starts to form, that's not good, Konohamaru exclaims. Victor hopes on a root and comments out, if I eat the fruit of the divine tree, I'll obtain eternal life. He adds, and I'll get back the missing parts of my body. You sacrificed your innocent employees just for that? Genist asks, disgusted. They were sacrifices. Victor shows no remorse, foolish humans are mere stepping stones. He grins evilly, they should be grateful for becoming my nourishment. Damn old geezer. Mirko glares. How dare you, Chojuro too. Start getting angry all you want. Victor taunts before gazing upward, the fruit of the divine tree is ripe so who cares about burnt trash? He adds, I'm going to take the fruit, he jumps off. Hold it, Konohamaru exclaims before they go after him. Victor climbs up the trees of the divine tree and by the time he reaches the top, now, divine tree, he begins to command, give me the fruit, he orders, but this immediately backfires as the tree begins to ensnare him in roots. What? He begins to get pulled in as nourishment. The pros and Orochimaru arrive on the floor level and see this as Victor exclaims as he grunts and struggle. The flower of the divine tree is, why? It may resemble the fruit of the divine tree, but this was just a mere imitation. Orochimaru reveals, its fruit isn't something mere humans can handle in the first place. An imitation? Victor exclaims, horrified as the roots pull him into the flower completely. A-R-R-R-G-G-G-H-H-H-H. He screams in terror after being engulfed. That takes care of him. Mariko comments. How pitiful. Orochimaru voices, unimpressed. Meanwhile, the fight between the interns and villains continue. Deepa carbon punches Mitsuki's snake lightning away while Zorvas swings a shockwave to repel Shinki's sand. Katsuki comes from above with a blast that Deepa jumps away. After that, Sarada comes in with a Charka-enhanced punch, only for the villain to block and throw her away. Before he could shoot off carbon projectiles, SMAASSH, Izuku flicks from his finger and blows away the projectiles, but Deepa punches the shockwave headed his way. Wind Scythe. Mitsuki attacks with a cyclone of wind. Deepa carbon punches the attack just like did with the smash and speeds over to impale Mitsuki with his carbon talons, but the snake teen subs into a snake clone to escape the attack. The villain recedes his talons with a wicked grin and gazes to his right to see Asui's incoming frog tongue trying to restrain him, but the villain dodges, sidesteps and grabs her tongue. Ribbit. Tsuyu croaks in shock before being forcibly yanked over to the villain, who releases the tongue before coating his right hand in carbon and palms her in the face. Ah! She exclaims and crashes through a debris as blood drips from her nose. Asui! Mitsuki exclaims and turns his glare back to attack Deepa and extends his snake arms to catch him, but the carbon villain jumps aside as the hands connect with ground. As Mitsuki tries to recede his snake arms, Deepa uses this chance to lunge and grab him by the face and slams him to the ground. Gaha! Mitsuki exclaims in pain at the impact and is lifted into the air before Deepa coats his right leg in carbon and axe kicks him in the stomach, making him plummet into a root as he bleeds from his head. Sarada comes from above with a downward kick that Deepa dodges, but the Uchiha girl isn't done yet and proceeds to throw multiple punches at the villain, who grins amusingly as he dodges every blow. She goes for a chakra-enhanced punch, which Deepa counters with his carbonized right fist. The clash creates a small shockwave and Sarada holds her own, with her Sharingan still active. This is when a small crack chips in Deepa's carbon armor, but the villain still grins wickedly before putting a stop to the interlock, and punches her hard in the face. "Gah!" she exclaims as she crashes through a couple debris. Detroit. Izuku lunges off a root and downward, SMAAASSHH. "Hey!" Deepa turns his grin to him next and punches his carbon fist into the smash attack, causing another shockwave. Izuku grits his teeth and tries to push the villain back, but only succeeds in putting more cracks in Deepa's carbon right arm. And as soon as the freckled teen noticed, the villain coats his left arm in carbon and axe punched him under the chin. "Goo!" Izuku exclaims in pain and flies wildly into a tree root. Shinki raises a sand wall to block Zorvis's barbed wire sword, but the blade instead slices through his iron sand defense. "What?" The sand teen widens. "Did I mention my blade can cut through anything?" Zorvis exclaims with a wide smirk and gives Shinki an axe kick to the face. "Gah!" He topples violently on the ground. "Shinki," Pony exclaims in shock, but does have time to worry as she barely floats out of the way of the extended blade. Haha. Zorvis recedes his blade and gazes upward to find the three Hayes brothers attack him together with their katanas. Useless. He does a powerful swing that against their blades. "Gah!" Yuga, Haruga, and Yoruga exclaim and fly in various directions. Sumair and Nu do a combined dark energy blast that forces Zorvis to run around on the tree roots, unfazed. After that, lunges in their direction, forcing the two to split up as he lands on the ground. After standing up, Zorvis uses his speed to go for Nu first, slashing it across the torso, and forcing it to disappear in smoke. Before Sumair could worry, she also gets blitzed and elbowed in the stomach. Gaha, she topples back. Not good. Momo sweats, his speed and physical strength were no match for him. She frights, but Zorvis appears to her next. In this situation, the only thing in your mind is fear. Zorvis grins, gazing down at her. Get away from Yayarozu. Pony fires multiple horns, but a wire comes from Zorvis's side and blocks every shot without him having to look at her. He then controls his wire to wrap around Tsunatori in midair. Ah! Pony exclaims in pain as she feels the spikes from the barbed wire starting to pierce into her skin. She's then dragged forward and collides into Momo. Gah! She exclaims as well, and both girls land violently on the ground, in bruises. This is over. Zorvis recedes his blade as he looks at his foes, who begin to stand up without giving in. Seeing the explosion Quirk user propel towards him, Deepa throws a carbon disc, only for Katsuki to propel to his right to avoid it and then propels to his right to avoid more carbon bullets. He propels at fast speed with popping explosives. Hauser. Katsuki begins. Impact, he exclaims. Deepa knows this is a full-on attack and covers his whole body in carbon before Katsuki hits him full-on with the attack, setting a load of explosions in the area and destroying a few roots. That did it. Katsuki pants on time and lands. When the smoke clears, however, he widens, stunned. Deepa is still standing from the attack, but this time, with cracks all over his armored body. Lifting down his arms from his face, the villain admits in a grin, but a different one. You've done it now, he sneers. You survived that, damn bastard, Katsuki exclaims in anger and propels himself to blast at the villain. Of course I did, but Deepa stops him in his tracks by blitzing him with a grab to Katsuki's neck. This is as far as you go. Before the hothead could try and blast himself free, Deepa lands a carbonized kick to his gut. Urghh. Bakugo spits out pain and sent flying into a root. Deepa looks around for any more who attack his way and looks to his far right to see Boruto forming a Rasengan. I won't miss this chance they gave me. He then rushes at the villain, Rasengan. His blue sphere connects to Deepa, who uses both carbon hands to block. Ha! It won't work, Deepa exclaims arrogantly, but due to the previous attacks that cracked his armor, the blue sphere is starting to dig deep through his armor. The villain starts to see this as a bad sign, and grins as he resorts to another as the attack causes an explosion at point blank. Backing off, alright. Boruto pants one time, while the others start to get up. Did that get him? Izuku utters in wonder. When the smoke clears, they gasp to find Deepa's arm in what looks to be diamond. The villain snickers as he gazes at his right diamond Nizd. Congratulations. Your attack was enough to make me switch from carbon to diamond. He adds, it's been a long time since I used this part of my quirk. Seriously. Sarada grits her teeth. He still has more. Suyu utters, upon standing. Gru. Katsuki sneers in frustration. This time, I'll make you all taste hopelessness. Deepa declares, with his diamond fist tightened. Meanwhile, Orochimaru summoned 4 snake clones to surround the fake divine tree before weaving some hand signs, 4 black snakes formation. A barrier forms around the tree and begins to burn and rot away via dark purple flames. He tells the pros, just leave this to me and go. Right. Konohamaru goes off, along with Chojuro. So, I guess we take you as an ally at this point? Genist asks. It doesn't matter to me whether you do or not. Orochimaru replies, still doing his attack on the tree. Just know that those kids might need your help. Kids? Mirko narrows a brow until she widens in realization of surprise. Don't tell me those brats actually came. She exclaims dramatically, which Orochimaru. If that's the case then we really need to go. Genist runs off, which the rabbit hero follows him immediately. At the same time to say goodbye. Zorvis readies his blade. This hunt is about to come to a close. Deepa raises his diamond fist to attack. However, this is when everyone feels an earthquake around the place. Everyone looks around. What's happening? Haruga exclaims. Could it be the divine tree? Momo widens. This is when debris start to fall and Mitsuki comments, we don't know, but this place will collapse if we don't leave now. That's true. Izuku trails. TCH. Boruto scoffs as they then glare at the villains. This is our K to leave, judging from this. Zorvis tells Deepa from a few feet away. Ah damn. The carbon villain sighs, I was just about to kill these brats. He notices their glares and comments to the young adversaries, you narrowly escaped with your lives, yet again. We'll settle this some other time. Zorvis comments as well, putting up his wired blade, so until then, UA and Haze. This is when the villains retreat through a hole in the wall, successfully escaping. Get back here, Katsuki exclaims. Not good. Tsuyu looks around at the collapsing debris. Kacchan, wait. Izuku halts. This place is about to collapse, we have to go. Shut up, Deku, I'm not going anyway until, Bakugo, enough, Sarada halts. You idiot, we're leaving and that's that, Boruto adds completely. Hurry everyone, this way, Chojuro exclaims as he and Genist are at the entrance. Yes sir, Momo replies as the others head towards the exit. Bakugo, we're going, Sumair alerts while running. Grr. Katsuki sneers, fine, he hesitantly agrees and goes for the exit as well. After getting out the collapsed building of Victory's company. That was close. Haruga trails, it was for sure, Pony agrees. We still failed in taking down those villain, damn it, Yuga sneers, and we couldn't avenge Asaka either. Yoruga gazes at him, but agrees. Forget about that. Genist walks up to the whole group, with the other pros standing beside her. What exactly are you guys doing here when we specifically told you not to come? Hey, unlike the kids, we don't work for you. Yuga argues, referring to himself and his two Hayes brothers, so we were gonna come, regardless of how you feel. The pros give the Hayes brother a slight glare from his tone of voice. Edgeshot told us to come and give you a hand. Izuku chimes, remembering what Edgeshot said to them. Right. Standing around at that tent and doing nothing isn't how we roll, Boruto replies. You can clarify this with him. Shinki adds, we were only following orders. Normally the pros would argue against this, but since Edgeshot told them to come, they'll let it slide. Sigh, well, the important thing is everyone got out safely. Mirko admits, I'd say job well done in helping us stop Victor's plan. She smiles to the interns. I agree. This counts as a victory to all of us. Good job. Chojuro adds, with Genist onto gazing, but nods, with the girls sighing, smile in relief. Orochimaru gazes from afar and turns to walk away. Konohamaru notices while leaning against a tree and as the latter walks by, you leaving? He asks. I've already notified Firefox about what happened here, Orochimaru reveals, looking back to him, as it did with the Otsutsuki and Stain, it won't be long before this incident gets out from the reporters. You're right about that. Komago agrees, I have a question though, how did you hear of this? Orochimaru reveals, from your interns, flashback. En route to Valley City to back up Boruto, Izuku, and the others, the sent interns, two Hayes siblings dash through the silent forest. Along the way, a cloaked Orochimaru marches out the woods, causing the group to stop. Ribbit, Tsuyu narrows a brow. Who are you? Sarada asks. Out of the way, ya bastard, Katsuki demands. We don't have time to waste here, Yuga exclaims. Mitsuki knows who this is and says, hold on. Shinki narrows, so does the rest. It's you, parent. Mitsuki identifies. Parent. Tsuyu's surprised. Orochimaru lets down his hood in revealing his face, to which they recognize. Wait a minute, aren't you? Sarada trails. One of the legendary Sannin heroes, Shinki finishes, Orochimaru. Unbelievable. Haruga trails. So what's one of the Sannin heroes doing in our way? Katsuki demands to know. We have a destination to get to, you know. Yuga adds in telling the Snake Man. It's Valley City, correct? Orochimaru guesses, to their surprise. How did you know? Mitsuki asks. Same destination. His guardian replies, the one who's there stole an important valuable of mine. He turns his back, shall we get going? The others are unsure about this, considering they heard that Orochimaru also used to be a criminal in the past. But with situation they're in against the villains, it's better to have all the help they need. With that said, Mitsuki replies with a nod, yes. Before they head on to Valley City to Victor's company. Present. I see, so that's it. Konohamaru understands after hearing. Orochimaru looks back at the group and comments to Komago, "I'll leave the rest in your hands, including the child." He proceeds to walk off, smiling silently. Seeing the snake man off and about, Konohamaru stands up to rejoin the others. "Seriously, you guys, you're in terrible shape." Sarada jokes, "So I think you should forget your pride." Shut up. Katsuki's exclaims dramatically. "Oh, speak for yourself." Shinki closes his eyes with arms crossed over chest. "Yeah, Sarada." Boruto adds as Midoriya and the rest of the group laughs a bit. The other pros watch their funny moment as Konohamaru approaches them. "Alright everyone, we're heading back." "Yes sir," the intern said, except Katsuki, Shinki, and the Haze Bros. As they walk out of Valley City and into the forest, Boruto wonders inwardly, "I wonder what Phantom Eye is doing right about now." The wind blows by as he gazes forward. Meanwhile, at the destroyed remains of Victor's company. With the divine tree burned and destroyed, some panting noises were heard, revealing to have come from Victor himself. Somehow, he barely manages to survive being devoured by the fake divine tree and got out of the roots that were ensnaring him. "I survived by the skin of my teeth." The old man grunts, also frustrated as he's on the ground. "Orochimaru and those damned heroes." He sneers in anger, "They've ruined everything that I built. My company, my plan, everything." He punches his fist down. As he angers, he hears footsteps marching his way. "What do you know? Color me surprised." Zorvis comments as he and Deepa approach. "You're still up and running, old-timer? We thought you died like every other nobody in this building," Deepa comments. "Of course I survived that." Victor glares up at them, "But more importantly, we need to get out of here and come up with different plan. Because there's no doubt this incident will be broadcasted like they did with Hero Killer Stain. And the Otsutsukis," he says, almost anxiously. "Why are you so stressed out? If they catch us one camera, it'll mean we'll be getting an ounce of fame," Zorvis said, sarcastically. "Grr, quit messing around. We're not staying here because if we do," Victor almost finished. "That means, we'll find out about this, right? That's why you're so scared right now," Deepa smirks. "How can you both be so calm? Neither of you realize what's at stake here. If he finds out that this whole mess is our doing." Victor sweats in fright, "Then we're dead." "Hey, we'll see about that." The carbon villain isn't bothered. Deepa, "See about what? It's not just that. This whole ordeal even ruins my chance of getting that product from the Yakuza group we've been in contact with," Victor exclaims. "Quit your damn screaming already." Zorvis says, "Already over it. You just said we need a different plan, right? So stop your bellyaching and get to thinking of one, old geezer." "Damn you, Zorvis." Victor sneers. "That's enough talking. You want to move? Then let's go already." Deepa walks on ahead near the entrance, followed by Zorvis, who shakes his head at Victor, sarcastically. "Grr." The old geezer glares and inwardly thinks, "Things will not end here for me." He follows them, with his cane, "I'll guarantee that." With that said, they leave the destroyed remains of Victor's company and eventually, out of Valley City. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down. Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered. Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine. And Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows off her hair. Next shows Sarada and Tsuyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun as a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist. Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash. Pony firing 2 horns from her head. Momo forming a staff and shield. Tsuyu jumping and latching out her tongue. And Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, They vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. The Battle of Valley ends and our heroes succeed in stopping Victor's plans. What's next as this arc almost draws to a close? Also a side note, Zorvis's design is similar to Bichan from Star Wars Visions. Also, this time around, Deepa survives the battle against Boruto and company as in episode 175 of the anime. He was killed off, but in this he'll last for a good while as he's one of my favorite Kara members. With that said, peace out. 805 Chapter 67. Kara's Footprints. Meanwhile, at the same time when the pros and interns were in Valley City. Here it is. Sasuke reveals as he, Gaara, and Gran Torino were in city to look for certain clues. This is the location that I extracted from Shoujoji's memories back at Hosu. He adds as it rains non-stop around them, and his description matched this perfectly, for the hideout of the organization known as Kara, the Husk. I'm a bit familiar about this place. Torino rubs his beard. It was originally a sewage treatment facility, but several years ago, there was a release of toxic gas of unknown cause, which led to these parts being prohibited from entering. Toxic gas? All the more reason for us to be cautious then. Gaara comments, let's find out if this Kara really exists. He said before they proceed to move into this abandoned part of Rain City. Opening 6, Golden Time, by Fuji Fabric opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife. Katsuki, on a building with a grimace. Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand. Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed. Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist. And Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out, before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada. The two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki, with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest. Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword. Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu. Pony, on all fours with her horns ready. Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out. And Momo, forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro heroes, Konohamaru, Genist, Mariko, and Majino, in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvis, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Majino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvis slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals, the rest of Class 1A with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teachers, staff, Orochimaru, along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits, Arashiki, who smirks, Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 67. Kara's footprints as the rain sizzles down on them. The 3 walk and sightsee around abandoned places, such as a wrecked down coffee shop and a several old equipment that nobody uses nowadays. I'd heard rumors, but it seems like rebuilding hasn't progressed at all in Rain City. Torino comments as they then reach the facility that appears to be Kara's hideout. Sasuke takes down the "Do Not Enter" sign and they proceed to march in and gaze around. By the time they look down below, the sewer's drained of water, but they see a path behind one of them. Nodding to one another, they take the stairs and proceed to the entrance and go further down. By the time they reach a door with signs of, "Do not enter," it suddenly explodes in front of them, filling the area in dust. Out of the corner of a pillar comes a fair-skinned young man with average height, gray eyes, brown hair with a side ponytail, a black choker around his neck, a pink shirt, robe, and gray pants with black sash. Did I get them? He wonders as the smoke clears to find that the pros aren't there. Who are you? Sasuke asks as he, Gaara, and Torino are behind the individual. The stranger takes out his battle knife immediately. Ha! He dashes to attack them, but Torino disarms him of his knife with a kick to his arm, making the young man stagger to the ground. Even though that was a lavish welcome, you're no match for us at your level, son, Torino tells him. Shut up, you murderers. The guy explains angrily, I'll never give up on avenging my friends that you killed. This confuses them and Gaara comments, we just got to this place, so I think we have a misunderstanding here. Don't lie, the guy argues, judging by your appearances, you're with them. Them? Torino narrows a brow. We're pro-heroes and we're investigating an organization that may have been here. Sasuke explains, it's possible the people who killed your friends and the organization we're pursuing are the same. He asks, could you tell us your story? The young man gazes at them, but complies and takes the heroes to his place, where he serves them with small bottles. Sorry I don't have much to offer you, he said as they're at a table with a small lamp. Thank you, no worries, Torino replies in assurance. What is your name, if you don't mind me asking? Gaara asks. Garashi Tuno. He introduces. Who trained you with that quirk? Torino asks. Oh, that? Gramps taught me a little. Garashi replied, gazing down a little before looking at picture of him. Gramps took in orphans like me, who had lost their families in the society war and raised us here. Here, Torino narrows a brow. He had no choice. Garashi replies, the society war left this city in shambles. Even now, rebuilding hasn't started. He adds in gazing down, for those of us who had nowhere to go, even a place like this was precious. Then those guys. He tightens a fist. Did the organization that killed your friends call themselves Kara? Gaara asks. Kara? Garashi raises a brow, can't remember. But I feel as though I've heard that name before. He then remembers, oh yeah. He takes something out of a drawer and shows them a sheet with a large sign which the pros recognize. I copied this off of a picture they posted in their hideout. Garashi adds, I don't know when they started staying here, but one day, we just happened to stumble onto that place. He remembers that he and two of his friends saw several figures in cloaks, walking into a room that's full of test tubes. It seemed like they were doing some sort of experiment there, but they spotted us immediately. He flashbacks to him and his friends running upon being spotted and runs away from poisonous gas chasing them, and one after another, my friends fell to the poisonous gas. He continues explaining, and also, the building started coming down, making me the only one who survived. He adds after recalling that terrible experience, it's been a while since that happened, but deep underground, there are places where poisonous gas still lingers. He then asks angrily, who the hell are they? If you're supposed to be pro-heroes, then why didn't you help us sooner? Isn't it a hero's job to help people? Sorry, it must have harsh, Torino simply said. Take us to where their hideout is. Sasuke advises, it's likely that the place has been abandoned, but it's worth checking out. He adds, seriously, that is so that they don't keep doing whatever they want. All right. Garashi nods, but in return, you had to help me. What do you want to do? Gaara asks. I want to recover my friend's remains that are still there, he replies. The pros nod to the other and replies, that's fine. Sasuke approves. With that said, they head to the abandoned hideout where Kara might be located. They walk through the tunnels of the place and Gaara comments upon gazing around, this is considerably a rundown. No one's been in here for a long time. Garashi reveals with the lamp in hand, it's caved in here and there and a lot has changed. I see. Gaara nods. Onward, they move by a large crash in the wall, which Garashi warns, don't go into any random side paths carelessly. This is when he takes out a bat and releases the rat that was inside, allowing it to run into the path they passed. They hear a screech from the rat and find out that it's dead, meaning, the poisonous gas hasn't completely dissipated. He adds, so it accumulates, depending on how the air is flowing, the areas with high level change. They then see a fork in the tunnel, with Garashi saying, it seems we should go to the right today. It seems you know about all the tunnels here, Torino assumes. Only the passable ones, Garashi said as they leave walking, little by little. I explored as the gas thinned and it was safe to go in. But all by myself. Weren't you scared? Sasuke asks. Didn't even think about it. He replies, the only thing that sustained me is anger. He adds in getting back to the subject. They continue moving onward and see a large boulder blocking their way. Their hideout is ahead. The bodies of my friends, that I couldn't recover are there too, Garashi said. Looks like this way is blocked, Is there a detour? Torino asks, which the latter shakes his head. No, the hideout is in the deepest part of the underground. He adds, this is the only one path that leads to it. He then bows his head to the pros. Please, I need your help in moving this boulder. Don't worry, kid. We will. Torino assures, before turning to Gaara and Sasuke, so how shall we do this? I'll do it myself. The phantom hero moves up. Then we'll leave it to you, Gaara said. With a lighting coated in his one arm, Chidori. Sasuke dashes and strikes to large boulder in destroying it completely. Amazing. Garashi is in awe at his quirk. Thank you, Phantome. Gaara said. This is when Garashi runs immediately, they're up there. Garashi, wait, Torino explains, but to no avail as he doesn't stop. The latter pants as he runs. Wait, you guys, Garashi swears in finding his dead friends and enters down a pathway. By the time the pros reach this pathway, they gaze to the other before entering. See, that's it's pitch black down there. Garashi, where are you? Torino exclaims, but upon clear sight, they see a gas tank up ahead and suddenly get trapped and restrained by multiple wires. The pros widen. What the? Torino questions this, stunned. This is also when the poison gas spreads from the tank. Is that poisonous gas? Sasuke widens. Damn, seems like it. Gaara too, as they're still restrained by the wires and are unable to cover their mouths. There's nothing you can do now. This is when Garashi reveals himself, wearing a protection mask from the gas. That's. Torino then coughs out blood before he could finish. Garashi. What are you? Gaara trails. Haha. Ha 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 ha. He laughs hysterically. This poison really works great. He adds with an evil grin behind his mask. They also died with those same looks on their faces. They? Sasuke narrows after a blood cough. My friends. Garashi reveals. The one who released the poisonous gas in here and killed them was me. Goo. Why? Gaara asks, sweating from the effects of the poisonous gas. Why? Because no one would save us. He reveals in anger, while you heroes lived a leisurely life. I was in the depths of hell. He walks the other way to the entrance, but turns back and adding, no one saved us and nothing in the world changed. But Kara is different, he adds, they're my hope. Ku. Sasuke scoffs, but then coughs out more blood, same with Gaara and Torino before they apparently drop down to the ground, dead. Once that happens, Garashi makes his way out the underground passage in a triumph and takes off his mask for some fresh air. Pro heroes don't amount to much, do they? He brags loudly. Even with that amazing quirk, you were still a fool. He adds, wait, hold on. He thinks in a smirk and a finger to his chin, if their comrades are still nearby. He gazes at his mask and decides not to finish. TCH, it's a pain, but I'll release the poisonous gas here one more time so no one can come on. By the time he turns around, the three pros are revealed to be alive and stand a few feet away from the villain. This shocks, startles Garashi as Gaara comments with arms crossed over chest. That would be a problem. He adds, did you really think we wouldn't notice? Underestimating heroes like us is a big mistake, kid, Torino adds. No way. Garashi widens in shock. How are you all? I saw you die. The moment I looked at you with my Sharingan, you fell victim to my illusions. Sasuke reveals, recalling when he activated his visual eye quirk to look Garashi in the eye after he shattered that large boulder with Chidori. So I was hallucinating. Garashi steps back in shock, realizing that he set the poisonous gas off on fakes that he saw in his mind. But when did you catch on? You were very cautious up to a point and carefully avoided dangerous areas. Gaara caught on, but in the end, you ran in without taking any precautions. As if you were purposely trying to lure us in. Naturally, as you reared the bodies of your friends, you would become very emotional. Torino added, that would be understandable. Ku. Garashi steps back even more. I could see in your eyes that there was a strange calm in addition to your anger. Sasuke revealed. I'm sorry, but our mission is to confirm the existence of Kara. Torino confirms again. We can't afford to be killed off so easily. Garashi begins to panic and sweat in fright as Torino smirks in getting to the questions. So, if I may ask, what's your connection with that organization? Refusing to answer, Garashi tries to run away, but Sasuke easily trips him with a knife throw that cuts the villain's leg, Ga, and makes him trip to the ground. Wincing in pain, not here. Of all places. He grunts, but this is when, Gaha, he coughs up blood. Which surprises the pros. With blood stained on his shirt, Garashi begins to shiver in paralyzation. Why? He widens in utter. Sasuke picks up the gas mask and reveals, looks like you were being used. He adds, it means this mask doesn't protect you from the poisonous gas. What? Garashi utters, shocked before violently coughing out more blood. Torino walks over to check on you and asking, are you okay? Let us help. However, he's forced to step back in dodging Garashi's knife and the latter utters in anger while bleeding from his mouth, I wasn't used. He raises his knife, I was thrown into the depths of hell, with no help.
He staggers up. Compared to you, Kara's more merciful, even though they want me to die. He steps back once more in guarding himself with his weapon. I'm not leaving anything for you. Then raises the knife toward his own throat. That's Kara's wish.
In a bold and shocking turn, Garashi thrust the knife into his own throat, killing himself as he drops and bleeds out on the ground. This stuns the pros at this suicide commitment, and Torino checks on Garashi's corpse, commenting to go so far, and throw his own life away. Gazing at the villain's corpse, Gaara questions, what is Kara? This is when they hear rubbling sounds from above. What? Torino looks upward. This is probably another trap set by Kara. Sasuke theorizes as the place starts to fall around them. Anyone spying around here was to be led underground by him, where they'd be killed. If that's the case, we need to leave, Torino said. Leave that to me. Gaara releases sand from the gourd on his waistline for them to float on. Now that they're airborne, we're taking off, Gaara said, but Sasuke halts him. Wait, he spots something ahead after a walk falls down. That's, Torino sights it. They're almost hit with a giant debris. Luckily, Gaara floats them to the side to dodge it. We can't, it's too late, he said before proceeding to control his sand to float them out of the collapsing building. Afterward, the hideout crushes into the ground completely as it rains, with nothing remaining and no information for the pros to get about Kara. Now standing on a sidewalk a far distance from the collapse hideout, in the end, the only thing we learned is that Kara does exist, Torino confirms. No, Sasuke replies, finding out that they have sympathizers is important. That is true. The old hero agrees. Garashi said Kara was his hope. Gaara recalls, his despair was probably so great that he had no choice. Sasuke gazes, but to place his hopes on them turned out to be his undoing. He adds as they look back at the crash site of the hideout as it rains heavy. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumire losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumire gazing at her phone while crouched down. Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered. Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine. And Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Tsuyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumire, and Pony appreciated that fun as a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist. Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash. Pony firing 2 horns from her head. Momo forming a staff and shield. Tsuyu jumping and latching out her tongue. And Sumire launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. Thus, this sets up the organization of Kara the Husk. So many dangers this are bound to happen later in the story. To be continued until next time. 805 Chapter 68, Provisions. On the news. Yesterday, there was an outbreak in Valley City at the residence of Victor's company, with a lot of employee members found dead. It appears that the heroes of the scene was trying to put a stop to catastrophe that was taking place there, the Divine Tree, as it was described by Best Jeanist and Komago. The news reports show Konohamaru and Jeanist speaking with the news lady. Find out more as this investigation continues. The broadcast turns off. Meanwhile, Victor speaks with someone on the phone and the stranger berates him. That sounds like a problem. He adds, the deal was for you to give me half of the Hashirama cell and I would give you the quirk cancellation bullets. But according to the news and by what you just said, it was used to regrow the divine tree and that leaves you without a company, am I wrong? HNK. Victor grits his teeth and sweats a little. There's more than one Hashirama cell. I assure you, just give me the bullets and I'll find it. Now you're trying to bargain with me? Do you really take me for a fool? His contactor is offended by this. Even if there is another Hashirama cell somewhere, I'll never trust you with getting it as I'll do it myself. He adds, or else, you'll just use it to grow another divine tree, which was stupid of you to do in the first place. It's not like that, Victor tries to explain but is cut off. No, our little alliance is done. The stranger decides in final, it's clear that you can't handle the Hashirama cell in any efficient way, and instead use it for the most idiotic reason. Hence, you're of no further use to me. Hold on, wait, adios, Victor. The contactor hangs up, leaving Victor trembling in frustration. Meanwhile, after hanging up on Victor, with the Hashirama cell gone, we won't have anything added to the product, said a small black cloak guy with short legs and arm-like protrusions with a white plague mask. What do we do now, boss? Said another one in a plague mask, with black gold trim, a long white raincoat with hood, and circular glasses over his eyes. We were gonna create a new drug with samples of the Hashirama cell in a similar way to the drug that restricts quirks. The boss, overhaul states out, but with that not an option anymore, thanks to that old geezer, Victor, we'll just focus on the drug that we're producing in its current stages, he said, as they walk in the halls of his hideout. We'll keep the operations going on that girl, to expand it, he adds in final. Meanwhile, in a dimension surrounded by floating cubes, in other words, Victor, in his cloak and sitting in his chair, Jigen speaks to the latter, who's in his cloak as well. You're trying to tell me that everything was caused by a few people from your company. I have proof that they pulled one over us, Jigen. Victor replies, even though his whole statement is a lie, but rest assured, I eliminated the culprits before they could escape. And our secret has not been revealed to those heroes. Still, I find it strange that you weren't aware of what was going on right under your nose. Jigen replies, doubting his claims. I nearly died from that. Victor coughs due to his injuries. I lost my company too. He asks next, anyway, what's the condition of the vessel? Everything is going favorably. Jigen said, the divine tree, huh? Something only fools would come up with. Victor only gazes in listening. If you want to fulfill your wish, stop dreaming absurd dreams. Jigen leaves him with a warning as he grimaces under his hood. I shall take your warning to heart. Victor understands before they end the call as the cube dimension ceases and goes back to Victor being in his room, in a wheelchair after the recent events at Valley City. Damn it all. The old man shakes his fist on the chair handle in frustration. That was my only chance to obtain that drug from the Shi Hasaikai. He grits his teeth. It would have been useful to use against Jigen to render him powerless. TCH. He adds in grunting, everything is going favorably, he says, ha. He scoffs at Jigen's statement, how annoying. I didn't take into account of any interference. He grimaces under his cloak, now that my plan has gone awry, there's just one path left for me. He reveals in aiming for, I'll just have to take his vessel. Opening 6, Golden Time, by Fuji Fabric opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife. Katsuki, on a building with a grimace. Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand. Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed. Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist. And Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out, before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sight grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki, with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest. Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword. Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu. Pony, on all fours with her horns ready. Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out. And Momo, forming a staff from her left hand via creation quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro heroes, Konohamaru, Genist, Mariko, and Majino, in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvas, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Majino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals, the rest of Class 1A, with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teachers, staff, Orochimaru, along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits, Urashiki, who smirks, Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes, with Naruto leading, and the top pros, with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 68. Provisions UA, Teacher's Lounge. So, Kara, exists, huh? Naruto said as he, All Might, Aizawa, and Shikamaru are on a group call with Sasuke, Torino, and Gaara. Yeah, but unfortunately, we didn't get any more details, Torino replied, but that much is certain. Was Garashi to know a member of Kara? All Might asks, in his skinny form. He was probably just being used, Gaara said. But judging from the cruel way he was used, who knows how much he really knew, Sasuke adds. Either way, that's trembling. Shikamaru chimes in, they could be a bigger organization than we thought. This also means there are some people cooperating with Kara, even villains, Shota adds. That's true as well. Gaara nods. Did you learn anything else? Naruto asks. During the collapse, we found something that looked like a research facility, but it was destroyed within seconds, Torino informs. That thing was. Sasuke recalls back to some test tubes at the place, probably equipment being used for biological experiments. Biological experiments? Shota narrows a brow. Yeah. I've seen similar things at Orochimaru's place, Sasuke reveals. That really doesn't sound pleasant, All Might sweat drops. Anyway, we've confirmed Kara's existence, Gaara said in back on topic. And I guess the only thing we can do is to continue gathering intel, Torino adds. Sounds like it. Naruto agrees, we'll collaborate with the other pros to stay on top of this. Understood. Sasuke nods, same with Torino and Gaara before they hang up. First the League of Villains and now Kara, huh? All Might trails, on top of that, we're still tracking down Urashiki, the Otsutsuki that got away. It's looking chaotic alright. Who knows what might happen going forward, Naruto agrees. I'm more worried about the fact that UA might also suffer another attack, like at the USJ and Sports Festival, Shota said, finger under chin. Which tells us that we'll need to increase security even more around the school. Principal Nezu chimes in upon walking in. Alright, since we don't know when the enemies will strike, we'll get to that right away, Shikamaru agrees. Yes. Waiting around for an attack would be a huge issue, Shota said. Also, we have to do something about the issues in Rain City. All Might brings up, not just ours, but until every city is at peace, the Real's war isn't over. The Kara's hideout is somewhere out there. We'll coordinate with all pro heroes to find it. Naruto adds in final. Meanwhile, after the incident at Valley City and the failed retrieval of the Hashirama cells, the pros and interns return back to their agency locations. Even though things went south and they fought some dangerous enemies during that period, this strengthens the interns to get stronger and learn from their mentors in the best way possible. Desert Sand Agency. Welcome back, Gaara, Shinki. Kankuro greets them as they walk in. It was a hassle keeping the duties here under control while you were out. Right, thanks Kankuro. Gaara nods in reply, and notices the Iron Sand user's expression, everything alright, Shinki. Quote. The 1B student replies, I didn't expect that mission to turn out the way it did. He adds, we failed in retrieving the Hashirama cell, and also, he remembers the fight with Deepa Zorvas, those villains, they were stronger than we thought. My apologies for not being there to save you all when I did. Gaara said. I beg your pardon, father. Shinki gazes, eventually I go against powerful villains at some point, and I don't expect it to be easy, or be dependent on you. He adds, plus, you had an important task with Phantom Eye. Look at you being all wise. That's first. Kankuro teases, and earns a glare from Shinki. I'm just kidding. He sarcastically waves his hands in defense, don't glare at me like that, he chuckles. Even so, I'll continue to mentor you through this internship to better prepare for villains of that caliber, and to rescue those in need. Gaara promises, after all, as heroes, we have our duties. Yes sir. Shinki nods and inwardly states, I'll keep learning what I can from father to get stronger. He tightens a fist under his sand cloak. Mirko's agency. All right girls, we may have failed to retrieve the Hashirama cell, but that won't stop us from doing regular patrols. Mirko said, positively, so let's not mope around and get to it already.
Right. Momo nods, so does Sumire and Pony. Quote. Tsubaki on the other hand, is ashamed of how she performed during the Silent City, to the point it cost her to be disabled for the rest of the mission. Kurigane. Pony puts a hand on her shoulder, don't worry about what happened on that mission. You gave it everything you could.
She's right. Even though we stood no chance against those villains. We'll just have to get stronger too, Sumire said, confidently. Yeah. Momo nods, but inwardly is ashamed that she could do nothing when her friends were fighting hard. Okay, you little rabbits, let's get to work, Mirko alerts, at the door. Beating yourself up about the results won't do you any good, Snowfry, same with you, Krieta. She notes to them both. Why yes ma'am. Momo nods, a little firmly, tightening her fists. I despised how things went on that mission. We didn't get the cell and we couldn't beat those villains. She recalls Deepa and especially Zorvis, who gave her that wound to the side of her stomach, but, she gazes seriously, I'll get stronger through training with Miss Mirko and the next time we see those villains. It'll be different. She then replies to the rabbit hero, right. As they head out for patrol, Sumire asks Pony, by the way Tsunatori, I wonder what those guys from Haze City went off to. Hearing this Pony recalls to what Yoruga told her. Flashback. After the Valley City incident and outside Yubina's tent, hey, Yoruga. She calls out to him, Haruga, and Yuga as they were about to leave, getting their attentions, so, why did you guys want the Hashirama cells? The brothers gaze at her. Why should we tell you? Before Yuga could finish, Haruga puts a hand in front of him as Yoruga answers her question. Back at home, there's some starving kids in the orphanage, who are a lot like us. He explains, so surprising Pony, we thought we could do something if we got our hands on that cell. We had no idea. Pony mutters. Well, you're wrong. As we've said before, the cell isn't a handy object. Mirko said, chiming in, along with Sarada, Izuku, Boruto, and Konohamaru. We know that, especially after what we went through just now. Yuga adds, frustrated, we even lost Asaka just to get that stupid cell. He grits his teeth. Let me ask you heroes something. Haruga steps up, have you ever felt the sensation of food hitting your empty and husk-like stomach? Have you ever been close to starving even once? The group is surprised by that question, but don't answer. The orphanage in Haze City took us in as orphans and we received warm meals, but it was only even once in a long time. Haruga explains, we tried to come up with solutions to end the amount of suffering, but haven't found any yet. He adds this again, so tell me, isn't it a hero's job to help those in need? Where were you guys when our city was on the verge of starvation? He asks, getting their attentions more. Don't worry, this question isn't directed at you guys. Yoruga clarifies to the four interns. More so, at those two. Yuga points to Mirko and Konohamaru, which they only gaze at the Haze triplets. This goes to show that your system of heroes isn't perfect and a joke if you can't save one city that's on the verge of hunger. Quote. The heroes gaze seriously as the interns are surprised at this speech and Konohamaru speaks first. I'll admit that system isn't perfect and there are flaws in who we can and can't save, but there are rules that even pro-heroes have to follow. Don't worry though, in this day and age, as heroes are trying our best to help and reach out to the cities in dire need. Mirko said, hands in hips, so all you can do for now is trust us and hold on till help arrives, got that? Making promises are cheap. Haruga said, if you heroes really want to make an attempt at helping us or any other city that's in the same state as us, at least try proving it with some action. That's the whole point we're trying to make. This leads to a few seconds stare down between the two heroes and Haze triplets as the interns look on until Yoruga breaks the silence. Well, I guess we'll be off, he said, before him and his bros turn to walk away. Before they do, wait. Pony steps up, surprising them, She trails before finally saying, thank you for helping us out. Hearing this is unexpected the Haze brothers as they can only gaze. Also, we're sorry to hear that you and the kids at Haze City are going through that, Izuku says, in sympathy. We may be heroes in training, but we're also striving to save those in trouble, Boruto adds. Right on. And since you guys helped us out against those villains, maybe you guys should strive to be heroes as well, Sarada states. Which surprises the Haze brothers, because doing so would mean that Haze City would have heroes of their own. We never thought about that. Yuga rubs his head, looking away awkwardly. Hey, it wouldn't be bad either. Haruga cracks smiles. We'll keep that in mind for consideration. Yoruga adds, also and likewise. He then pats Pony on her hornhead, surprising her. It was good working with you. And you speak good English too. He added with a smile, having known that she's an American. Pony's eyes widen and then smiles as Yoruga recedes his hand. We're off. Haruga said to the heroes, till next time, I guess. The Haze brothers were off. Present. After thinking back, Pony replies to Sumire, who knows? But next time we see them, I'm sure they'll have a change of perspective in heroes. She smiles confidently as they resume patrol with the others. Genist Agency. Has all the kids from Silent City been secured? Genist asks a few heroes in his agency. Yes sir, one of them replied, support by 2 more. Good. Genist nods, our jobs are to make sure that everyone can feel safe and find a place they belong, so let's make it count. He adds, you're dismissed, he orders. After everyone leaves, Bakugo, we're on patrol for today. Genist adds, this will be another lesson for you as a hero. Katsuki only gazes and surprisingly ain't complaining, but only recalls back to the fight with Deepa, that guy. Next time, he's dead meat. He swears inwardly with a fist tightened. Phantom Eye Agency. Boruto finishes a call until Sarada walks in the main room. Oh, hey Sarada, just got off the phone with Mitsuki. Seems like he's doing well. Yeah, heard the same from Asui. And Midoriya? She asks. Same, and he's about to train with old man Torino, he replies. Already, huh? Sarada chuckles a little, before going silent for a few seconds and mentions, that mission to get the Hashirama cell. Turned out more dangerous than we originally thought. You're not wrong about that. Boruto agrees, it went from a retrieval mission to fight to the death against villains. And we thought the USJ, the Otsutsuki, and the hero killer situations were worse, Sarada trails. We knew be heroes wasn't gonna be a walk in the park. He says otherwise, this means we'll just have to get stronger, he smiles confidently. Yeah, I agree. Sarada nods and smiles too. Then let's get to it. They hear Sasuke near the doorway, training will get harder from here, so be ready. Yes sir. They reply before getting to Torino's place. Izuku trains with Torino in a spare while in full cowling mode. He tries to land a strike, only for Torino to dodge and blitz him in the air with a kick to his back. After recovering, your reaction time is getting better, Torino smirks. Thanks, even since coming back from that mission, I've been wanting to try some new moves out. Izuku said, receding his full cowling. Torino's silent for a couple seconds and mentions this, had no idea that the villains were that dangerous during that retrieval. My bad for not being there kid. And no, you're alright. Izuku stammers in assurance, the investigation you had with Phantome was serious too, so I understand. He smiles, and besides, I had Boruto and the others helping me out and that's how we got out of that situation. He tightens a fist, through teamwork. Oh, Torino's impressed to hear and cracks a smile. Can't say I'm surprised you said that. He adds, let's resume this training session because from here on, you'll be getting stronger. Yes sir. Izuku powers up his full cowling, yes. From here on, I'll need to strengthen one for all and get stronger, he inwardly declares before resuming. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumire losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumire gazing at her phone while crouched down. Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered. Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine. And Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Tsuyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the 4 to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumire, and Pony appreciated that fun as a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist. Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash. Pony firing 2 horns from her head. Momo forming a staff and shield. Tsuyu jumping and latching out her tongue. And Sumire launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. Meanwhile, in the floating cube dimension, 9 people in black cloaks are present as Jigen announces, seems the facility we left behind in Rain City was destroyed by an outer along with himself. He speaks while sitting in the lead chair with a leg crossed over the other. That facility had long been abandoned, so why was it still there? As well as the incident in Valley City. He eyes the older geezer, well? Victor remains quiet and grits his teeth in frustration. No matter. Jigen excuses it and continues, just because a few heroes saw something doesn't mean they've figured out our purpose. He adds, everything is progressing as planned. He grimaces as the rest of the group are all ears, nothing has changed. And just like that, next chapter is the last of Season 2, along with a post-credit trailer for Season 3, which will be action-packed. The 9th OC Kara member will be revealed as well. Good to be back after the start of the semester. Until next time. 805 Chapter 69. Victor's Scheme. Meanwhile, at a hideout somewhere in the forest, Victor gazes upward at a large vehicle and comments, an airship with the latest stealth capabilities that can slip past every method of detection, he describes. Wow, you really thought ahead on this one, old-timer? Deepa approaches, along with Zorvis. Typical, with how things are going, I'm not surprised, the latter comments. Exactly, I prepared this in case there was an emergency. He then sweats in pain and shakes a bit, holding his left hand, as expected. Whenever I use the regeneration quirk, additional parts of my body start to deteriorate. He adds before the three walk into what looks to be a portal. After walking through the other side of the portal, I don't have much time left, Victor voices. Guess you better hurry and do something about that, Deepa chuckles sarcastically. Shut up, I know, Victor exclaims in annoyance before Kane walking into the hallway. The geezer's desperate now, it's either him or getting that vessel, Zorvis said. Indeed. Deepa agrees before gazing at him, and by the way, you know you can get rid of that ink, right? Zorvis narrows a brow until he realizes what the carbon quirk user meant. Oh right, I completely forgot since we've been at Valley City for a while now. He proceeds to use a cloth to remove the lined ink on his chin, revealing his Roman number of X. Fair enough. Deepa replies. Let's see what the others are up to, though I can take a couple guesses on what two of them are doing, Zorvis suggests. I'll pass. I'm gonna take a nap till we're called for the next meeting, Deepa replies. Suit yourself. Zorvis shrugs as they walk in opposite directions. In the hallway, Victor stumbles forward and shakes his head. No matter how many times I teleport through time-space, I just can't get used to it. He adds and gazes at his hand, but I have no other choice. Kane walks onward, in a fast manner. Opening 6, Golden Time, by Fuji Fabric opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife. Katsuki, on a building with a grimace. Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand. Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed. Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist. And Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out, before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada. The two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki, with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest. Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword. Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu. Pony, on all fours with her horns ready. Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out. And Momo, forming a staff from her left hand via creation quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, in Pro Heroes, Konohamaru, Genist, Mariko, and Majino, in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvis, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Majino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvis slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue. Only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A, with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teachers, staff, Orochimaru, along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, And 4 new recruits. Urashiki, who smirks, Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance. The Cage Heroes, with Naruto leading, and the top pros, with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 69. Victor's Scheme Hideout Laboratory. While sitting in a connected chair in front of a large water tube, Victor waits impatiently and gazes. What's the condition of my body, Amato? He asks a middle-aged man with white hair, a white beard, a trimmed mustache, thick glasses with orange lenses, light green eyes, and he wears a black collared shirt and matching pants. While monitoring the data on the body through his orange's lenses, your regenerative abilities have significantly declined. Amato reveals, at this rate, it won't just be your right eye and right leg. Other parts of your body won't be able to regenerate either. He asks this, so, what do you want to do? He pulls out a small lighter. If you want, I can make you some replacement body parts. He lights his cigarette and smokes. Being your guinea pig once was enough, you damned mad scientist. Victor exclaims, just how many people have you sliced up so far? Good grief, that's not very nice. Amato replies unbothered and blowing a puff of smoke, this is all for the plans of Kara. HMPH. I'm not so sure about that. The old man scoffs until he starts feeling pain in his head. Well, the reason you're in poor health is because that curse mark is eroding away. Amato reveals, even if you switch out body parts, it's impossible to treat the root of the problem. Grr. Victor sweats and grunts with a hand over his right patched eye. The curse mark you used to extend your life has gone out of control, making it akin to an incurable illness. The scientist reveals as he walks over, how ironic. Your only hope lies in Jigen's plan coming to fruition, otherwise, you have no future. He adds with a hand on hip before offering accidents, now let me take a look. Silence. Victor exclaims angrily and refuses his help, just shut up, Amato. He stumbles from his chair while still in pain, don't you also have goals you can't achieve unless the plan comes to fruition? Well, that's true. Amato admits with a hand under his beard, we inners are connected in that way. He adds, anyway, what's with the change of heart? You hate me, so it's unusual for you to come here. I get anxious when I contemplate death, Victor voices. For you to say such things, you've certainly become more weak-willed, the scientist adds. Of course I have. Victor sits back in the chair, as a member of Kara, I've invested a large sum of money into the plan. But what's the reality of the situation? This plan is taking far longer than initially planned. He asks, when is the vessel going to enter phase 3? How many more years are they planning to make us wait? He gets too anxious. I don't really know how to answer that. Amato shrugs and turns the other way. Smashing his fist down on the chair. Well, that's a big problem for me. Victor exclaims in anger and sweats desperately, at this rate, my body's going to give out first, so what was the point of my devotion to Kara? I'm sorry to say, but there's nothing I can do about that, Amato said, calmly with hands behind his back. But, when Victor stands up again, he feels pain in his chest and drops to the ground, writhing and coughing in pain. Hey, Victor. The scientist rushes to his aid and checks the problem on tab. There are multiple irregularities in his numbers. He reads the scans, damn it, what a pain, he voices as Victor continues writhing in anxiety. He puts him on bed and hooks him to a cord before typing on the computer. For a moment, I wasn't sure what would happen, but this old man has the luck of a devil. Amato comments on the unconscious Victor. This is when he receives a call from his ear communicator. What is it, Delta? Don't give me that, you geezer, she exclaims in hot temper. Get over here right now if you don't want me to kill you. She hangs up. Damn it, what was that about? Amato sighs and rubs his head before walking off and out the lab. After the scientist left, Victor opens his eyes immediately, and grunts in pain, coughing out, putting myself into a coma by taking some medicine in advance. One slip and I could have been a goner. He voices to himself, revealing to have knocked himself out, but it was worth the risk getting in here, it seems. He then takes the fluid cord off him and gets out of bed, searching around. After that, he takes out a mechanical bug and turns it on, controlling it to fly through one of the air vents. The infirmary should be connected to that prohibited area. He theorizes as the mechanical fly makes it to the room with fog surrounding the area and a medium-sized coffin in the midst of it, the focal point of Jigen's plan. The object that Kara requires to achieve their long-cherished goals. He controls it to start taking pictures from front to back, yes, the area where the vessel is safely stored. The bug then grows a flash drive and begins extracting information from the coffin. Victor monitors the screen through his mechanical watch and voices, it will take a while to copy this data. He sweats, I need to finish this before Amato comes back. He then feels pain in his chest again, but fights against it and maintains focus. Carrying the vessel out will be difficult, but I have a way. He states confidently, damn you, Jigen. I won't let you things go your way anymore. he declares as he continues extracting information via mechanical bug. Meanwhile, hearing a loud crash, good grief, quit agitated, are we now? Amato walks in another area and sees a pillar crashing to the ground, filling the room with dust, but doesn't faze him in the slightest. He gazes upward to see a young woman with long, curly, blonde hair, light purple eyes with yellow eyeshadow, with vertical lines running through her pupils and irides.
She has a green tattoo of the Roman numeral I in the center of her forehead and wears yellow lipstick and matching nail polish on her fingernails, toenails, and wears a turquoise outfit with an exposed heart-shaped cutout on her back, triangle-shaped cutout bishop sleeves, a triangle-shaped cutout on her chest, white wrist cuffs, pink triangle earrings, with black and red striped tights, and long white high-heeled shinobi sandals. I knew it, my right leg's reaction time is slow.
She steps with a hand on her hip and grimaces, unpleased. HMPH, she scoffs. Hey, what do you want, Delta? Amato asks. I had you collaborate this thing, and it's the worst. She exclaims in pointing downward at him. I hope you weren't cutting any corners. Judging by all the destruction you've caused here, I think it's pretty good. He states otherwise after looking around. I'll decide if it's pretty good or not, she remarks. I'm gonna have you recalibrated right now. Sorry, but Victor is using the infirmary right now, Amato replies. That geezer Victor is there. How unusual, Delta said. During his examination, he had an unexplained seizure, but I managed to stabilize him, he explains. That's too bad. I wish that decrepit geezer had kicked the bucket along at Valley City, along with everyone else in his pathetic company. Delta smirks before jumping off the pillar. Good grief. Amato sighs after she lands in front of him. As usual, you've got a nasty tongue, kid. It's not just him, I really hate Code, Boro, that creep Deepa, and Zorvis too. Same with Oga, she's too eccentric. Delta makes it clear before grabbing him by the collar of his shirt and pulls him close, but the one who pisses me off the most is you. With all your annoying lectures, she exclaims, letting him go and marches out the area and cooling off her temper. After she leaves, Amato shakes his head and sighs. I guess everyone hates me. He then receives another call through his ear communicator. What is it? Now you want to see me too, Jigen? Meanwhile, Victor finishes extracting the data from the coffin and retrieves his mechanical fly from the fogged room. All right. Seems I was able to copy the data on the vessel. He voices in relief as he looks at the data scans and vitals from the vessel's body. With this, I have something to use to negotiate with Jigen. No, I can even create something to threaten him. He smirks and types on the screen. In the worst case scenario, I can just conduct my own research based on this to restore my body, that is. As he looks through, he gasps in seeing this data. This is phase 3? He's stunned at not believing it. Meanwhile, Amato walks through the hideout hallways and voices in annoyance. Damn it, I'm getting called all over the place today. When he makes it to the current room, what's the matter? He asks a fairly tall man of light complexion, a shaved head, apart from a long mohawk of black hair tied in a long ponytail style reaching his lower back, pronounced I ridges void of brows, a broad nose, large black eyes, a diamond-shaped mark on his chin, a Roman numeral, tattooed below his left eye. Also wears a black nail polish on his fingernails, toenails, 5 red earrings on the top of each ear, and an additional one at the bottom of each ear. There's something I want to verify. Jigen speaks, sitting near the table. Amato narrows a brow. The vessel has reached phase 3, correct? He asks with an emotionless expression, which the scientist is surprised that he knows. Amato, are you positive about that? Yeah, that's right. He confirms. Why didn't you report this to me right away? The leader asks while looking, sitting in the opposite direction. I wanted to gather definitive data, so I wouldn't give you any false hopes. Amato clears up. I see. Jigen understands. I haven't seen any developments yet, so I can't say for sure, but if we continue at this pace. Let's conduct test on the surface, the leader suggests. Are you serious? Amato asks, confused. I thought we had agreed that we wouldn't conduct any test until the next phase. Have ever joked about anything? I've already secured a location for the test, Jigen states. But moving the vessel is risky. The scientist objects, it won't be easy to transport it without any pro-heroes noticing. Standing up from his chair, we'll just have to look into a way, Jigen said. Amato sighs while rubbing the back of his head. So you're saying that there are some risks that we just have to take, right? That's right. The completion of the plan is everyone's long-cherished wish. Jigen walks up to him. It's time to move the hands on the clock forward. In order to make a great plan of reality. He puts a hand on his shoulder. That should be fine, right? I understand, Jigen. Amato nods, since this request is coming from none other than you. Thank you, he says in calm gratitude. Sorry to interrupt. They turn to see the old man Kane walking in from the hall. Victor. The scientist didn't expect him. I didn't intend to eavesdrop, but I overheard you as I was walking down the hallway. He clears up, calmly. Are you feeling well enough to be up? Amato asks. Yes, thanks to you. That aside, could you allow me to provide the transport method? Victor offers. You can use my airship. An airship? Amato's surprised to hear. After sitting down near the table, it's specifically designed to avoid being detected. Then you won't have to worry about being discovered by heroes. Victor explains. Oh, Jigen's somewhat intrigued. You already had something ready to transport the vessel? Amato questions, suspiciously. That's right. Victor reveals, I had to develop in preparation for a need just like this one. He adds, what other reason would I have? This is unusually collaborative, coming from you. The scientist said, having doubts at this. I don't have much time left and I'm sure you know that better than anyone else, Victor states to him. Amato and Victor gaze at the other. The former gazing suspiciously and the latter keeping his cool and not revealing his own planning, but sweats a little down his forehead. Very well, Victor. Jigen sits down and speaks, I'm putting you in charge of transporting the vessel. He allows, which Victor nods and understands. The leader asks the scientist, you don't mind, do you, Amato? Do whatever you want. He doesn't mind, however, I have some conditions. He begins listing them. First, I don't want you to be aboard the airship. And secondly, we'll be the ones who will oversee the loading of the vessel and setting the flight path. You're being quite cautious, aren't you? Victor sighs. It's because of what we're dealing with, Amato argues, do you have a problem with that? No, not at all. The old man assures, but I will get preparation started right away. He gets up and walks out the room. Meanwhile, in the league's bar, Shigaraki reads through the newspaper about the incident at Valley City and grumbles, once again, we didn't make the newspaper. Then again, we had no intentions of making ourselves known at that time. He places the papers down. It was a wise decision to leave Valley City before getting caught up in the destruction of that facility. The master comments via computer. Victor's plan of reviving the divine tree with the Hashirama cell was foolhardy. He would have been someone that we needed to deal with quick if that had happened. The heroes stopped him so we didn't have to lift a finger, Tamura said. Typical. The master isn't surprised. As for Silent City, there was no one powerful enough to join our ranks? No sir. They were basic villains that would have ended up caught like the ones we had for the USJ attack, Kurogiri said. There were two candidates that would have put the league in a better position, but, Tamura trails. Were, you say? The master's curious to that meaning? That's right, they were colleagues of Victor in aiding him with that divine tree. The hand-mask villain replies, referring to Zorvis and Deepa, so recruiting them wasn't an option at that point. They would have been enemies too. I see. The master understands. Not to worry, the Shins are out looking for more members in different parts, so sooner than later, our ranks will increase, Kurogiri assures. And when that happens, every individual will know the terror of the League of Villains. Tamura grimaces, glares from his mask. So they shall. His master agrees, at the same time. From their agency locations, Boruto, standing on a tree, and Izuku, outside Torino's door. Both look at the clear sky as the wind breezes through their hairs. After recalling Momoshiki's prophecy in his mind, Boruto looks at the mark on his hand and closes it. Recalling All Might's words about smiling as a hero when things get tough, he raises his closed fist forward. Both boys are determined to get stronger as heroes, training to counteract the looming danger that lies ahead. Several minutes later, a few of Kara's puppets have finished loading the airship and teleporting the coffin inside as Amato oversees it with a checkboard in hand. Delta watches from a few feet away, leaned back against the wall with arms crossed. Just then, Zorvis appears, getting their attentions before he asks, so what's going on you two? What are we loading here? Zorvis. Delta gives him a glare, like it's any of your business. On the contrary, it is my business as we're all inners. He remarks, thought you knew better.
Huh, she was about to remark back. Delta, enough. Amato chimes in, we're loading the vessel on the airship to test and see if it's in phase 3. He tells the barbed wire Quirk user.
I see. So that's what this transportation was used for. Zorvis said as he gazes at it, so that means we're close to commencing the plan. Yes. The scientist confirms. This is rather drastic of Jigen, isn't it? Delta states her thoughts. The airship actually has incredible stealth capabilities. Amato reveals, looking at the checkboard, the chance it will be detected during transport is extremely low.
That's actually good news. Zorvis walks over. Huh, that's not what I'm talking about. Delta said as she comes over too, I'm talking about that old geezer Victor. Don't you think this is all just a little too convenient?
That's the very reason why the ship will be flying on autopilot. Amato said, it will be impossible for it to fly off its set course. Smart move. That'll keep Victor from planning anything sketchy, Zorvis said, which the scientist agrees. TCH, I guess. Delta ends up agreeing anyway. You know, it would be such a shame if something bad happens. She smirks, if that comes to pass, I'll happily slice you and Victor up. She tells to the scientist. Good grief. How scary. Amato replies, but ain't bothered. You always say you'll slice one of us up and you have yet to do it even once. Zorvis smirks to her, nothing but all talk. Excuse me, do you want to out that to the test? Delta exclaims angrily. Do that later, we have more important matters at hand. Amato reminds them, making them halt and Delta scoffing away from the smug Zorvis. They see the airship take flight and going into camouflage, stealth mode, along with autopilot. Once that's done, the three inners teleport out of the area via time-space transportation.
Meanwhile, somewhere outside Kara's hideout, Victor monitors the airship and where it's headed. How unfortunate for you, Amato. He grins, it doesn't matter what course you set, or whether I'm on board or not. He reveals via wrist screen, I've had a mechanism set in place right from the beginning that will allow me to change its course from the outside. He adds while seeing it, now the vessel, along with the ship, is in my hands.
As things appear to go smoothly at the flying airship, a sudden hijack happens inside as the coffin's beaker goes from green to red. When that happens, Victor's screen beeps red rapidly. What? The airship comes out of stealth mode and appears visible, with smoke coming from the back.
The alarm starts going off inside the airship and Victor starts receiving emergency warning signals from his wrist screen.
He gasps and starts deleting the warning, but they keep popping up every time he does so. The navigational device has stopped working. He sweats and starts panicking, it's quickly losing altitude. What's going on? He looks closer. No, did someone discover my plan? No, if that were the case, they wouldn't have loaded my ship to begin with. He voices out as more emergency operation warnings appear and a loud beep happens. The stealth function is working against me. What the hell is happening? Meanwhile, in the floating cube dimension, Jigen sits alone in his chair with his eyes closed and left hand to his head. He grimaces and opens his eyes as he senses the crashland of the airship. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down. Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered. Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine. And Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows off her hair. Next shows Sarada and Tsuyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun as a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist. Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash. Pony firing 2 horns from her head. Momo forming a staff and shield. Tsuyu jumping and latching out her tongue. And Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up. As the song closes, the airship crash lands into a wide forest area. The ship still smokes and the birds begin flying away to safety. Inside the large transportation, the carrot puppets have been disabled as the crash and the coffin begins to beep slowly until it finally dies down. The coffin's top begins to open and out of the darkness, a silhouette of a hand appears, the vessel, and he starts to raise from the coffin, now free. Unbeknownst to everyone, both heroes and villains, this individual would be the key to shaking up the next chain of events that are soon and bound to happen. And that settles it. Season 2 comes to a close with Kara on the verge of revealing themselves to everyone known. As the internships continue, the plot thickens in the next Season 3 as the vessel that we all know is finally about to make his debut, so without further ado, let's get to the trailer.
Season 3 preview opens with flash panels of all the Kara members in their cloaks: Jigen, Delta, Koji, Boro, Victor, Code, Deepa, Oga, and Zorvis.
Jigen. The vessel has escaped. We cut to Kara's puppets looming out and about in the forest in search as the airship is smoking. Jigen. It doesn't matter if those heroes discovered who we are. Next shows Delta engaging Hawks in a fight, the latter using his feather blade to block an axe kick from the former, who's hot-blooded. Tokiyami uses Dark Shadow to try and help. Then shows Koji easily disarming Konohamaru, palming him in the chest, and easily reacts to a turbo kick from Tenya. Jigen. Eliminate anyone who stands in the way of Kara's goal. It then changes to a few more shots. Code overpowering Tagaru and palming him in the face before dodging a blade strike from Darui. Endeavor powering up his flame fist at a few Kara puppets. Ujino looking injured, Katasuke staggering back in shock, and Manuel using water to counter Koji's fire. Gran Torino blitzing several puppets. Izuku running to strike a smash attack at Ao, who blocks his strike but is pushed back. Boruto dodging and jumping on multiple drones before attacking with a lightning bolt. It then goes dark as the next scene shows a boy in a test tube with dark bubbles around him as he menacingly raises his hand out. Kawaki. Boruto. Who are you? We get a scene of Kawaki staring down Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Mitsuki in the widespread forest area. Kawaki. TCH. You guys are heroes. What a joke. Switches to Boruto and Kawaki trading blows in hand-to-hand combat, neither giving an inch to the other. Bakugo. I'll show you who's the joke here, you half-blonde bastard. Immediately shows Kawaki combating Bakugo, who tries to blast him, but misses. He takes on Sarada and Shoto as well, landing a kick on the former and choke slams the latter, as well as firing a blast at Izuku, who uses full cowling to dodge. Izuku. We don't want to fight you. Then shows Garo firing multiple blasts at Kawaki, who dodges them and the latter then running through the tunnels of a city while pursued by a few pro-heroes. Kawaki. Is that so? Then what do you want from me? We then see Kawaki slashing some random Yakuza thugs and on the run through an alley, as well as jumping from building to building and escaping. Koji. He has one too? Things have taken a different turn. The mark on Boruto's palm starts to act up as he winces in pain while the others look on worriedly. Gran Torino. Everyone get back, he's dangerous, shows the police getting blitzed, and a few random pros in hot pursuit. As well as Kawaki grunting in annoyance, along with Uzumaki and Midoriya also being in pursuit. Delta. It's no use running, Kawaki, you're the vessel and you can't escape him. Next shows Kawaki slashing the Nomu in front of him on the chest, running, lunging by multiple cars, and a purple portal opening in the air. Tamura. How would you like to join the League of Villains? This is when we see Kawaki in the League's bar, face to face with Shigaraki. Kawaki scoffs at the offer. I'm on no one's side but my own. Last scene shows a seal from Kawaki's left palm, spreading through his body and up to the left side his face as he grimaces seriously. Boku no Hero Academia, Next Generation Season 3, Part 1, Kara Clash, Vessel Arc. Coming soon trailer concludes. Hoped everyone liked the Season 3 preview and what to look forward to. This arc is gonna be fun to expand on with MHA in the mix. Thanks for reading and until next time, 805 Chapter 70, Vessel Retrieval. Several years in the future, the Age of Heroes is over. Around this time, the sounds of a blade and a staff are heard as they clash back and forth, which sparks embers from every collision. Two warriors slide from each other and land on opposite sides of a destroyed battlefield. One is Boruto, who is more mature, taller, and has a cloak, as well as a scar across the right side of his eye. On the other side, and the one who has the high ground is a young man with black hair, blonde to the side, wears a violet infinity scarf and belt, white overalls with his chest exposed, and a black vest trenchcoat. He has a staff in hand as he glares down at his foe. On one knee, with his blade in hand, I didn't think you'd go this far, Kawaki. Boruto expresses in disgust, with his left eye open. I'll send you where I sent Firefox, Boruto. Kawaki replies, appearing to be evil compared to before as the wind blows through them. Was this the only possible outcome? He asks. Yes, that's right. Kawaki glares, it's over now. Not while we're still around. Two more come to the middle of the battlefield and stand by Boruto, being Izuku and Katsuki, who declares it, both are bruised and battered, as well as their costumes, as well as panting a little heavily. You two are still alive, huh? Kawaki comments, unpleased. It'll take a lot more than that to get rid of us, you bastard. Katsuki grins confidently with a glare. His costume being the same, but added with silver sights to his knuckles, along with two braids at the back of his head, one of them being torn, as well as being more taller, muscular and leaner. Izuku, Bakugo, are you guys alright? Boruto asks. Yes. We didn't suffer any damage to our vital spots, but barely. Izuku nods confidently and glaring at their foe. Having also grown taller, mature, he has a scar on the right side of his head and another below his right eye from his cheek to chin, with his costume now being technology-based and mechanical. Kawaki, please stop this already. What you're doing now isn't the right call. I don't care, Midoriya. Kawaki sneers, as I said before, you don't have All Might's quirk anymore, so what can you possibly do? Not backing down, I may no longer have one for all, but that won't stop me from fighting on, Izuku declares, firmly, also revealing he's quirkless at this time. HMPH. Kawaki activates the seal known as Karma. His markings flash in red from the left arm to his head as he closes his palm. The Age of Heroes. is over, he declares in a glare. As long as we're still breathing, that's not the case. Katsuki readies myself, despite being damaged. Boruto stands right up and activates his own karma seal from his right arm to his head. We're still. As well as opening his scarred right eye and activating the Jogan. Heroes. He declares with his sword ready, as Izuku readies his right fist by covering it in mechanism. With this, the battle continues as Kawaki and Boruto clash weapons, with Katsuki and Izuku aiding the latter. They're battling in the horrendous state of Japan, totally destroyed as embers fly through the sky, smoke rising everywhere. The sky in dark clouds, outcast, and most of all, the status of everyone is unknown as it appears that these four are the only ones left in this ruined land. This takes place several years from the current time. Back to the present, after the new opening, Opening 7, Hajimateku Takamateku by Samba Master. Starts off with the introduction of Kawaki, who slowly turns around and menacingly raises out his right hand. As he does that, debris starts to levitate around the air as we zoom out to the destruction of Japan before the series title reveals itself. As the song picks up, we see shots of a few UA students, Boruto, who looks down before gazing up, Izuku, who looks at his scared right hand before gazing forward, Katsuki, who glares with one hand in pocket before untightening his right hand to do a mini explosive, Sarada, who takes off her glasses and activates her Sharingan, Shoto, who looks upward and blows ice fog from his mouth, Mitsuki, who has a snake around his arm, gazes up while sitting on a tree. Next shows some of the pro-heroes, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, and Shota. We then cut to the League of Villains, Tamura with gazes from his hand masked, the Shins both serious with their Sharingans active, and Kurogiri, who opens a portal to his side, along with new recruits, Dabi, Nanashi, Himiko, and Shizuma. With all of them being in the shadow of All for One, who has his back turned and not revealing himself. Next shows Kawaki in the outskirts and deserted area of Japan as a flock of crows fly nearby. We then move on to Boruto, whose karma seal activates in his right palm before he closes it, and Izuku, who activates the bioelectricity of One for All around him, along with the rest of Class 1A in their hero costumes as they all stand in battle positions with firm expressions. Observing the ruined land of Japan from afar is none other than Kara the Husk, who all have dark black cloaks as the wind breezes through them. We then cut to Kawaki being in what appears to be a test tube and blows a few bubbles as the eye of Kara's leader open gazes over him. This is when the Kara reveals their full appearances, starting with Jigen, who lets down his hood, followed by Delta, who puts a finger under her chin, Boro, who glares under his hood, Amato, who adjusts his glasses, Code, who stretches out an arm, Oga, who smiles nonchalantly, Deepa, who grins evilly, Victor, who frowns with cane in hand, Zorvis, who smirks while looking ahead, and Koji, who smirks with arms crossed over chest. It next shows all members assembled in an alley, with Jigen taking the lead on a stair, with a hand on the side of his head. As the song heats up, we cut to the destroyed ruins of Japan, showing the entirety of Class 1A dashing at high speed to engage the members of Kara, splitting up into different fights. Boro fighting off Tenya, Shikadai, and Fumikage before delivering a punch to the Dark Shadow, a kick to Fumikage, another to Shikadai, and an uppercut to Tenya's chin, knocking his helmet and glasses off. Delta taking on the 1A girls, mainly 5. She swiftly smacks Momo via electric whip, sidesteps a purple aura fist from Sumaira and elbows here on the side, then grabs Suyu by her frog tongue. The latter tried to restrain the android but failed, and violently throws her into Ochako, who tried to use her quirk to get a touch in but failed, and then Sarada jumps to try to get a strike in, but ends up repelled by the electric whip and punched in the face, knocking her glasses off. We then switch to Code doing a flip kick to knock the hardened Eijiro to the ground, dodging snake strikes from Mitsuki and palms him in the gut before dodging an ice wave from Shoto, including his fire, before closing the distance and punches him in the chest that sends him flying. He then dodged an explosion from Katsuki, who proceeds to take him on. It next shows Koji engaging in close combat with Boruto, who manages to keep up and avoid his inflamed fists before jumping out the way as Izuku lunges at Koji with a smash, who avoids it at the last minute. When the smoke clears, the two boys look around and are shocked to see their classmates defeated and unconscious around the battlefield. This causes Izuku to widen, grit his teeth and anger activate surging red lines through his body while Boruto yells out in a fit of rage, activating his karma throughout the right side of his body. Next shows them fighting the 4 Kara inners, attacking non-stop. A combined attack is launched by Koji and Delta, and as it was about to land, Kawaki jumps into the fray and absorbs the attack, grimacing and revealing his own karma seal. Surprised by this entry, Katsuki also joins the 3, with them having no intention of giving up even while battered. With the 4 of them united, they combat against the 4 inners. During this, Kawaki uses a red blast from his karma. Bakugo uses his gauntlets to form a blast in the same manner respectively. Izuku throws his right fist forward, creating a massive shockwave that's on the level of his mentor, while Boruto comes in through the smoke in midair and uses a gigantic Rasengan as the final blow. All four attacks create a huge explosion in the ruins of Japan, with the large sphere being enough to reach outside of Earth. Last panels show the smoke clearing and them being the only ones left. They're exhausted from fighting and look up at the sunset as it shines down on them, and a crow flows by the three, including Kawaki, their new ally, before the song ends. Chapter 70. Vessel Retrieval Cube Dimension. As the cubes float around, all Kara members have gathered as they've been called by Jigen, who looks around and seeing that everyone is present and accounted for. Very well then, everyone. Jigen begins, apologies for the sudden summons, but this is an urgent situation. He continues, I believe some of you may have already heard, but, he reveals, we recently lost the vessel. A couple of them gasp in surprise. What are you talking about? We lost it? What do you mean? Asks a young, lanky adult with large green eyes, disheveled curly auburn hair. A claw mark shaped like a black band similar to a studded belt covering part of his scalp and face, crossing from above his right eye to below his left eye, as well as having the Roman numeral tattooed under his right eye. Simply that the airship transporting the vessel has gone missing. Jigen explains more clearly. That's not a good sign. Zorvis trails, damn it. Seriously, complains a tall middle-aged man with a heavily built and well-muscled frame, has short spiky white hair on the very top of his head, a trimmed mustache, a beard stretching along his jawline to his temple, violet eyes, has a disc embedded on both sides of his temples, and has a trio of thick line tattoos running down his face. Two under each eye and the third one between his eyes from the nose to his head, which forms the Roman numeral. We spent so much time and effort on it all and this is the result? Great, just great. This is unexpected and surprising news, Deepa admits. You've got to be kidding. Are you telling me we poured enough money to buy a nation down the drain? Delta's stunned with this. Recently there's been all sorts of disasters, but none of us thought this would be one of them, says a young girl of average height and fair complexion with big, red eyes. She has long, brown hair reaching her lower back, has the Roman numeral of tattooed on her forehead and wears gray robes. Now, don't fret about it. Victor calms down the atmosphere. What's that? Delta asks and gazing down at the old man. We already have a rough idea of the location of where it crash landed after all. He explains, so all we really have to do now is simply figure out the exact coordinates and quickly go to retrieve the vessel, he suggests. With all due respect, Elder, comes from a tall man with shoulder-length white hair that he keeps the top of in a topknot, has a sports-trimmed beard along his jawline and black markings on the corner of his eyes, extending downward and ending to his cheeks which resemble the Roman numeral, as well as wearing a mask which conceals the top half of his face. Isn't it not such naive thinking the reason for blunders like this to begin with? He gazes down at him with his arms crossed over chest. That's enough, you stripling. Victor gets a little ticked off. Watch your tongue unless you're looking to die prematurely. The amount of time lost due to this type of mishap certainly falls within the expected margin of error, Jigen states with his hand leaned to his head and a leg crossed over the other. Hey. Victor smirks in a brag. However, if we consider that it was a preventable fail from human blunder is a different story. Jigen adds as another theory. You mean, we need to make the one who's responsible to pay up, is that right? Delta smirks upon getting it, well of course. Oh, alright then, so whose airship was it again? Code smirks with finger under his chin, sarcastically. Hey, so true. I'm positive we all know that one old geezer in here is fully aware of who it is. Zorvis amuses as well. Silence, Code. You too, Zorvis. Victor turns to them, the airship was perfectly equipped. It just suddenly went off course, that's all. He adds in defending himself, I'm certain that it was because of some outside interference. Are you saying that someone set you up? Is that it? Boro asks, not convinced. That doesn't make you look any less suspicious, old-timer, Deepa snickers. Avoiding responsibility is shameful, Code shakes his head. Truly pathetic. Zorvis sighs. It wouldn't hurt to simply own your actions every once in a while. Oga adds, smiling nonchalantly. Shut up, all four of you. Victor exclaims in anger, you can talk all you want. It doesn't matter what you say, I'm sure that if you investigate the wreckage of the airship, you will find proof of interference. I can prove there's merit to my claims, he adds in defending himself even more, and before you start yapping about my accountability, what about Amato? Why isn't he here? He was also involved in preparing the transfer of the vessel. He's extremely busy at this time. Jigen chimes in, after all, our plan is very much still in progress. I'm afraid that half-hearted explanation simply isn't convincing, Victor argues. Then let me phrase this differently. Jigen gazes at him directly, none of this is your concern any longer. He makes himself seriously clear in a calm manner. Victor widens a little at the sound of that. Oh. Deepa smirks with his mouth covered while Code looks away and whistles in amusement at the geezer being put in his place. That the vessel is currently not under our control is itself a serious circumstance and one that should never have been allowed to occur. Jigen comments out, not pleased with this. It's really nothing to worry about. Victor assures, acting like he's still involved. The vessel will be retrieved soon. Let's just deploy an outer to deal with it. He suggests, I was thinking that I needed real combat data on the new scientific quirk tool anyway. He adds, it's been delayed ever since the recent events. The UA attack, that damned Momoshiki, and the hero killer stain. All that threw everything into a mess. Lord Jigen. Koji interrupts, said sector is within my jurisdiction. He offers, I wish to be the one to handle it. Just what are you trying to do, Koji Kashin? Victor exclaims in question, you're getting too full of yourself these days. We've been working very carefully to hide our presence thus far, but judging by the situation, I feel the time is ripe. Koji states while taking a knee, and that some amount of violence is inevitable. Yes, I'm of the same opinion as Koji. Jigen agrees, what think you, my fellow inners? He asks the rest of the cloaked members. No objections here. Code raises his hand. None from me, Boro said. Nothing here, Zorvis said. Me neither, Oga said. By all means, Deepa said. I agree, Delta said. After standing straightly and eyeing down at Victor, I'll make contact with the outer agent then. Is that acceptable to you, Elder? Wait. Jay, just hold on, Victor sweats in panic. That is all. Jigen continues, we all have to remember that the vessel unquestionably the key to fulfilling the cherished wish of this organization. It doesn't matter if those heroes discovered who we are. He adds, eliminate anyone who stands in the way of Kara's goal, and retrieve the vessel at all cost. With that final statement and order, all Kara members dismiss out of the cube dimension and back to their current locations. In Victor's room, but why? Why did the airship disappear from the radar? He voices to himself, stunned, Goo, stay calm. He takes a breather, at this rate, I'll be the one held responsible for the crash. He sweats at that thought, should I try to find the airship before he does? On the other hand, if I do so then that means I'll be defying Jigen, not good. I can't allow it to continue like this. He sweats in panic, quickly going over to kneel and remove the mat that's been covering the safety underneath it. He opens latch, types in the password and retrieves the bug drone that has the information, haha. Luckily they still haven't found out that I stole the data on the vessel. He laughs confidently, I'll be the one who's going to win in the end. He declares as he puts the drone in his cloak, that damned Koji Kashin thinks I'm naive. I would have blasted his head off if that hadn't been a mere illusion transmission. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Victor's goes pale and turns around to find Koji in the room. How long have you been there? He stands up quickly and backs away. Well, since the meeting had actually even begun, Elder, Koji reveals, letting down his hood, have you gotten so senile that you can't sense an assassin who's not even hiding their bloodthirst? He glares. Victor tries to weave a sign, but Koji quickly throws a battle knife to the Elder's chest. Goo. He stumbles to the ground and coughs out blood, damn you. You're not looking in the best shape or form as of now, old man Victor. He widens in shock to see Zorvis entering the room and standing beside Koji. It was about time we dropped the act when it came to you. Deepa enters as well and standing alongside them, the three staring down at the Elder. Zorvis. And you too, Deepa? Victor is stunned, what is the meaning of this? That whole fiasco at Valley City was just to keep a close eye on your activities and motives. And we successfully did just that. Deepa grins evilly. Jigen knew there was something fishy and off about you, so he had both me and Deepa spy on you. By the time we witness you try and revive the divine tree, as well as making an attempt to steal the vessel for yourself. We reported back to him, and now. Zorvis smirks widely, he's ordered your execution. Victor gasps in fright, and no. That can't be. He stammers, not wanting to believe that this is happening to himself. Koji weaves a couple hand signs as he grimaces down at the Elder, who begs, no, wait, I beg you, please just listen to what I have to say. He raises his hand quickly while holding on to his bleeding chest due to the knife still being there. I didn't cause the crash, it wasn't me. He swears, someone had tampered with the airship. His claims go in deaf ears as Koji finishes his signs, and suddenly, flames start to engulf Victor, from head to toe, AAAAARRGGGHHH. He screams out in agony as his skin starts to burn violently, ga quadruple A erg. As the Elder continues to burn down, the trance of true flames, even your much vaunted regeneration quirk can't keep up. Koji reveals, being the counter to that. AARRGHH. Victor tries to run, but ends up staggering over the small bench and rolls on the ground in agony. As they watch hear his screams die down, did you really think you were gonna get away with this, Victor? Hey, Zorvis chuckles. What's that saying again? Oh yes. Actions have consequences. Deepa gets the last laugh, sayonara, old timer. He waves sarcastically. The fire comes to a close, and the three inners see the burnt-down corpse of Victor, who is now dead. Koji goes over to pick up the bug drone from his corpse and crushes it with his fingertips, eliminating the information contained within it. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Majino arrive in the forest area and see the smoke that's rising from the crashed airship that's distance away. "Look, Komago," the latter points out. "Yeah, it looks like our intel was accurate." The former nods before they dash over to where the large transportation is, and by the time they get there, "This is horse," Konohamaru channels in through the ear intercom. "We've arrived at the crash site." He informs as they observe while standing on a cliff, no sign of survivors in the vicinity. Commencing investigation of the ship's interior. "Roger, please continue to maintain communications." After channeling off, the two jump from the cliff and down to the crashed site, starting their investigation on what has commenced here. Konohamaru goes inside the ship and walks around carefully, seeing that there's no survivors inside before going to search some more. It takes a while to find what he's looking for, until he spots something surprising. "What's this?" He stumbles upon a coffin that is half opened with no one or nothing in it. He checks into the intercom again and informs, identifying the presence of a container-like object. He winces upon a disabled sound in the comm. "Not working, huh? This thing isn't reliable for long-distance communication," he scoffs. "Did you find something, Konohamaru?" Majino asks, being near the entranceway. "Yeah," he nods, "looks like some sort of vessel, and it's empty, as far as I can tell." "What is it?" Majino asks again, curiously. "I don't know. I'm not sure, I'm getting a bad feeling about this." Konohamaru voices, "This container. Why is it open, exactly, what was inside of it?" He sees passcode digits, there are ports. "Is this a data unit?" He states inwardly, "Judging by its format, I should be able to use this flash drive." He takes one out and sticks it into the port, using it to absorb some data from the coffin. "All right. It looks like I can copy it. Hopefully there's data that can provide some clues." As he states his concerns, the two are unaware that someone from the outside is watching and begins to approach where they stand at the ship's wreckage. After burning down Victor's residence, Koji, Zorvis, and Deepa report back to Jigen, with Kashin informing, "We've finished dealing with Victor." "That was quick work." Jigen replies. "Yeah, we wanted to get it over with and finally cut ties with that old dead man." Deepa said, "That undercover work was almost boring. It was originally supposed to be me to uncover Victor's scheme. You just chose to come along for the fun of it." Zorvis reminds. "That I did, guilty as charged." Deepa smirks. "Anyway, I'm going to contact the outer to start searching for the vessel." Koji informs the leader. About that, Jigen speaks before gazing to Zorvis and Deepa. "You two can leave us to talk alone and head back to the hideout." "Yes sir." Zorvis understands before he and Deepa log out via time-space transmission. "We've determined the precise coordinates of the crashed airship." Jigen reveals as it's just him and Koji. It's located in the forest region to the north of Konoha City. He adds, "Eliminate every last person who has seen the airship. We don't want anyone to know about the vessel, yet." He states, "A few heroes from that city should already be on the move. Leave no shred of evidence behind." Koji bows in understanding, and after that final word, Jigen dismisses him, via time-space communication. Once that's done, Koji moves onward himself as rock slides happen behind him, inwardly speaking, "Konoha. I seem to be linked by fate to that city." HNGGH. Majino is suddenly jabbed on the upper side of his chest, bleeding from his mouth in the process. "The one that did. It is one of Kara's puppets that he seems to recognize. You're the guy who was in Victor's lab." He grunts. "So, you're still alive?" He removes the puppet's human mask, but end up getting kicked in the gut. Gawk. He bashes against the wall. "What happened?" Konohamaru exclaims upon coming out the ship, only to find Majino holding his shoulder wound. "Get out of here, Konohamaru," Majino utters before dropping to the ground. "Majino!" He quickly tends to him. "Hang in there." He then sees the puppet approach. "What is this?" He grits his teeth. Just then, more Kara puppets appear and surround the pair. Grr. Konohamaru sweats at this being a bad situation as one of the puppets step on his dropped ear intercom, preventing them from making any contact and before the puppets close in to attack. Meeting up in a building somewhere in Konoha City. "All right, everyone's here." Naruto speaks as he and Shikamaru look around to the pro-heroes. Intern. Who are in their hero costumes. Present. Sasuke, Boruto, Sarada, Izuku, Torino, Tenya, Manuel, Mitsuki, Katsuki, Genist, Shoto, and Endeavor, who stands near the entrance with his arms crossed. "So, what did we all meet up for, Firefox?" Sarada asks, seeing a good amount of heroes just like before. "Is it another mission like the one with the Hashirama cell?" Izuku asks. "Something like that. I've asked Phantomai and Gran Torino to look into Kara while some of you were in Silent City," Naruto reveals. "The Kara?" Boruto widens. "The said organization that knows something with his palm mark?" Did you two learn anything? Naruto asks Sasuke and Torino, who step up to explain. More or less. Torino said, after the Hosu incident, we went to Rain City where one of Kara's hideouts was found, but we couldn't find anything. What we do know is that Kara is truly an organization that's hidden within a hidden organization. Sasuke explains, or rather, there's no telling how deep they go. One thing's for sure though, just like the League of Villains and Otsutsuki's, they could be a dangerous threat to this society we live in. Torino voices and adds. I'm surprised that you two of all people couldn't find any leads, Genist said in surprise. Their hideout might not be above ground. Sasuke theories, there's no explanation on why there's barely any trace of them. Taking into account the incident with the divine tree, they're able to do things without anyone noticing, Shikamaru states, so, I suspect that's most likely the case. He sighs and rubs the back of his head. What a troublesome organization, Manuel voices. Indeed. Tenya agrees. Is that the organization that knows the mark on Boruto's hand? Izuku asks, as his best friend looks at the said mark in his right palm. A mark? Katsuki wonders inwardly. Shoto only listens, but knows about it. This is news to us. Mitsuki trails. We should probably assume this shadowy presence has invaded our surveillance network that's everywhere in Japan and is operating in secret right this very minute, Torino assumes. This tells us all that we can't let our guard down, Sasuke adds. We need the power to protect everyone from these mysterious and powerful villains. Naruto states out, referring to the League, Otsutsuki's, and Kara. No need to tell me twice. Katsuki pops mini explosions in his left palm. I'm ready to rumble with these scumbags anytime. Good grief, has he been listening? Genist sighs inwardly. If we combine the power of our quirks, I'm sure we beat them, Izuku states confidently. That won't be the only thing we'll need, Naruto states out. What do you mean? Boruto narrows a brow. Sometimes, instead of a hero's quirk, absorbing them will result in less collateral damage. A man walks into the room, has a short crop of brown hair, brown eyes, wears a pair of glasses and wears a complete white scientist suit. He represents a wristband tool after making that claim. Who's he, may I ask? Tenya asks. This is Katasuke, the head scientist of the scientific quirk weapons team. Naruto introduces, surprising and amazing the interns, except Katsuki. He's got fine skills and another power that supports the pro-heroes. He adds, which is why for this mission, you'll transport this prosthetic arm to the high-tech research lab in the city of Ryutan. He explains as Katasuke shows a case of the prosthetic arm, and take Katasuke and deliver this scientific quirk tool. Once that's done, you'll head over to the site of a crash airship to Komago and Magino, he adds. Then let's get a move on instead of standing around, Endeavor said, walking out the door. The pro's sigh at his impatience while Shoto's unsurprised. Well, that's the situation everyone. I look forward to working with you. Katasuke closes the high-tech case. Meanwhile, in Amato's lab, Oga finishes doing an arrangement check on Jigen and comments, okay. The configurations are perfect. She informs, there shouldn't be any issues for a while. She adds with a checkboard. While sitting back in chair, Jigen gazes in thought. Noticing, is something the matter, Sir Jigen? She asks. Oga. Would you mind leaving this for a minute? Jigen asks her politely. Oh, right. She complies and leaves the lab. Coming over to where the seated Jigen is, what's wrong? The scientist asks. There is an issue, Amato. He states out, confusing the latter as the leader adds, we still haven't found them. The traitor who crashed the airship, that is. What are you talking about? Amato asks sarcastically, wasn't that Victor? You already dealt with him. It's true that his plan really was to steal the vessel. Jigen knows, but there's someone else who tried to use that to their advantage. Huh? Sigh. Amato rubs his head in a breather, please, just explain it to me so I can understand. The reason why I was adamant about an unnecessary transfer was to draw out the traitor. Jigen reveals, as a result, they sprang into action just as I expected them to. He adds, of course, it was someone other than Victor, he theorizes. Hold on a second, how do you know it wasn't Victor? Amato asks, confused. I sensed it. Right before the airship crashed. The leader replies in reveal, I sensed it through karma that the vessel had moved. Did you just say it moved? Amato asks, dramatically with a narrowed brow. That is a feat that Victor couldn't have achieved. Jigen said, leaning a hand to the side of his head, in other words. I think it's reasonable to say that someone amongst the inners tried to use Victor to deceive us and steal the vessel. He theorizes and knows. The scientist only listens. Amato, ever since I found the vessel, I have been wary. Jigen shares the thoughts. The vessel is our long-cherished wish. I've worried that someone would appear and make a mistake with something so important. So, you're saying your fears have come true, huh? Amato figures before asking, do you have no idea of who it could be? HMPH. Jigen smiles a little. Come on, are you telling me you don't know anything? The scientist asks, sarcastically. I told you my thoughts. Jigen stands up, I'm sure you understand what this means. Taking a cigar out and lighting it, okay, fine. He understands, I'll go and find the traitor for you. He blows and smokes. Jigen smiles a little in reply before saying, you're the only one I can ask to do this. After blowing smoke, so, I have to investigate that super annoying lot, huh? This is going to be difficult. Amato sighs, but leave it to me. HMPH. Jigen gazes before leaving him dead, at the station. Damn, is it crowded in here. Boruto comments as they enter the Konoha train. Guess it can't be helped, since there's unreserved seats. Tenya looks around. That aside, even though it's a mission, let's treat this like a vacation. AD relax, Katasuke is souped up. I don't think at least one of us could get into that mood. Izuku chuckles awkwardly, pointing to Katsuki, who's dramatically pissed. Why the hell are we ASSUGNED to this? The hothead exclaims dramatically. The other pros get to have all the fun while we're stuck looking after a scientist. He adds annoyingly, referring to Sasuke, Endeavor, Genist, and Torino. The passengers are startled by his loud dramatic uproar. Kei-Kachan, calm down. Izuku tries, but. Stop yelling in my ear, would you? Boruto covers it in annoyance. It's improper to raise your voice on a train full of passengers, Tenya air chops dramatically. Huh. Katsuki glares at them dramatically. So sorry. Manuel bows to the others on train and moves the group onward. Let's just go and find some seats that are unreserved. Don't see any that's open right now, Mitsuki sees. There's some over there. Shoto points. Oh, alright. Izuku's glad to hear. Let me handle this one, young Midoriya. Katasuke sees that someone's there and moves over. Excuse me, but do you mind if we sit with you? Upon asks, he recognizes who it is and greet. Why, if it isn't Lord Ao. Sitting there and leaning his fist to cheek and looking through the window is a middle-aged man, with wrinkles lining on face. He wears a dark suit jacket over a pinstripe turtleneck shirt and matching pinstripe pants. His left arm and leg has experimental cybernetic prosthetics. His right side having a craniofacial prosthetic covering his right eye, cheek, and ear. Noticing the scientist, Dr. Katasuke. Ao looks delighted to see him. They go on to take their seats, with Manuel, Tenya, Shoto, and Katsuki sitting at the seats close by. Is this an acquaintance of yours, Doctor? Sarada asks. Yes, he's one of my patients. Katasuke reveals. This happened to be in the last war. Ao states, showing his left cybernetic hand as proof, but thanks to the doctor, I've been able to live normally again. It's incredible, and it was also due to your passionate drive for your own rehabilitation, the doctor adds. When the train bumps, yikes, Izuku quickly cased with the prosthetic arm in it. Phew, that was close. Dr. Katasuke, you said the prosthetic arm in there is a scientific quirk tool, right? What exactly does it do? Sarada asks. It's best if I reveal and show it to you all when we get to the lab, he replies, grinning positively. Oh, I see. Sarada gets it. That aside, I've heard some mentions of scientific quirk tools, but never actually seen what they can do, Tenya said. UA High has a support course that specializes in technology, right? Well, scientific quirk tools is also another form of technology, but one can design chakra quirks into scientific gadgets. Katasuke explains, it's another way to help heroes out in battle. Are you serious? Boruto asks a bit dramatically. Is that really possible? Tenya too, adjusting his glasses. That's huge. I'm surprised Hatsume didn't one of those during the sports festival, Izuku said, amazed. It most likely would have been against the rules if she made a quirk tool, Mitsuki said. Oh right. He rubs his head awkwardly. TCH. Katsuki, on the other hand, scoffs at it. What's so great about this quirk tool or whatever you call them? My own quirk is enough. I don't need some little quirk gadget to kill some stupid villains. Kill? Manuel narrows a brow at him using that term in a beat or defeat. I won't lie, in a way. It is sort of like a cheat code, unlike items from the support course. Boruto admits, not all that thrilled either. That's not true at all, young ones. Katasuke speaks up, mainly to Uzumaki and Bakugo, explaining, with quirk tech as the starting point, our current main point of research is developing ways for the consumer to be able to utilize this technology. He adds, for example, artificial hands and feet. Artificial hands and feet? Izuku voices in surprise and notices Ao's prosthetic left hand and feet. Pardon me. Katasuke takes out a screwdriver. Your wrist appears to be a little loose. He offers to fix it. Ao does just that and lets the scientist look at his prosthetic left hand and tighten it up a bit. I'm in your debt. Much appreciated. Ao says, grateful. I ended up moving it a bit too recklessly. I still haven't gotten rid of my habits from when I was serving in active duty. Well, that's what makes one a hero. Katasuke smiles. Hold on, you used to be a hero, old man? Boruto asks, curiously. You know, not to judge your indiscriminate communication skills, but at least show a bit more sensitivity, Sarada whispers. When I was around the same age as you all from UA, I was already on the battlefield. Ao answers anyway, comparing to the 7 UA interns. What type of hero were you? Izuku asks as well. Hold on, Midoriya, you too? Sarada whispers dramatically. A pro hero who specialized in water. A majority of my hero work was in Mist City. Ao reveals, while Katasuke still tightens his mechanical arm. Mist City? I went there once with my brother when he had hero duty. Tenya said, it's a great place, he smiles. Hey, just for hero duty, Ao smiles a little before asking Iida, is your brother Ingenium by any chance? Wait, yes, but how do you know Tensai? Tenya asks, surprised. We fought alongside each other during the last society war. Ao reveals, he had the talent and heart of a hero back then. He then asks, how is Ingenium doing these days? Last time I saw him was at a memorial a few months back. Tenya frowns at the thought, but reveals, the hero killer got to him, and damaged his legs. He's retired as a hero. He finishes, still a bit down about it, with his classmates feeling a bit bad, except Katsuki, who just listens. I see. Sorry to hear that. Ao condolences. It's okay though, because one day I'll have the name of Ingenium in his place and become a great hero. Tenya smiles in declaring, with his 5 classmates smiling as well. That's the spirit, can't go wrong with that. Ao smiles. Question. How did you end up in that condition? Mitsuki asks, referring to his mechanical arm and leg. My post was blown up during the war, and ended up in terrible straits. The half-mechanical man replies, looking through the window, aside from me, everyone there died. The interns continue listening, invested in his past. It's a miracle that I'm even still alive, I said, it's all thanks to Dr. Katasuke and scientific Quirk tools. He then asks, and a questions for the 2 who commented on Quirk tools. He refers to Uzumaki and Bakugo, do you dislike them? For obvious reasons. Why would I need a cheap scientific tool to help me in my battles? TCH. Katsuki scoffs in reply. Well, I haven't used one yet, so I guess I can't judge. Boruto replies as well. I'm sure it's like using a support item. Shouldn't be that bad, Izuku says, a little awkwardly. Ao gazes for a few seconds before suddenly grabbing the screwdriver from Katasuke and holds it to Izuku's throat. He and the rest of the group are stunned, frozen in their tracks at this sudden act, even Bakugo. See? Ao gazes with a shadow to the frozen Midoriya. You'd be dead. He retracts the screwdriver, if you'd been my enemy, that is. Gulps asterisk. Izuku sweats a little in regaining his composure, so does the rest. As with anything, it all depends on how you use it. Ao adds, this thing isn't inherently good or bad. He refers to the screwdriver, he smiles, that's just my opinion. Phew, please don't scare us like that, Mr. Ao, Sarada sighs out. That startled me half to death. Boruto too. That time my heart skipped twice a beat. Tenya air chops dramatically. You look startled too. Shoto eyes to Katsuki. What? Shut up, I wasn't startled at something like that. The hothead exclaims, dramatically. Geez. Manuel sweats a little. I was about to attack you. Mitsuki straight up says. Sorry. Ao laughs and apologizes. Because of you. I feel like I lost some years off my life. Lord Ao, Katasuke slumps dramatically. Doctor, pull yourself together, Izuku exclaims dramatically. Water. Bring him some water, Tenya air shops. Got it covered, Manuel adds. The train will be arriving at the platform shortly, they hear through the intercom, we have arrived at Ryutan. Once they arrive at the Ryutan train station, we've arrived. Katasuke said and looks to Ao. Well, please excuse us. I'll see you at your next checkup. Okay, I'll visit again. Ao assures. As they begin walking off the bus with their things, thanks for that lecture, old man Ao. Boruto appreciates. Hope to see you again sometime. Izuku smiles too. Sure, please send my regards to Firefox and All Might. Ao smiles, oh, and congratulations on winning the sports festival, he adds. Thanks, we'll see y'all later. Uzumaki nods and waves as he and Midoriya leave with the rest off the train. After they're off, Ao grimaces and leans his cybernetic hand to his cheek and gazing through the window again. The son of Firefox, Boruto Uzumaki, as well as that other one, Izuku Midoriya. Sitting behind Ao is none other than Koji Kashin, who's in his carrot cloak. They're both agreeable young men I see. What a surprise. Ao speaks, I never expected an inner to make a personal appearance. He asks, what happened to Lord Victor? I always assumed he would be the one to come and see me if the need arose. He's dead. Koji reveals. Ao shows no reaction to that news. I'm impressed. Koji admits, your expression didn't change one bit. My relationship with him was that of an inner and outer, Ao replies, nothing more. Why did you go to Ryutan at first? Koji asks. I wanted to see Dr. Katasuke, he replies. What did you want to see him for? The inner asks. Naturally. Ao reveals, I was planning on killing him if he remembered anything. Hey, I see. Koji cracks a smirk, you put him under a trance with the illusion quirk and brilliantly extracted scientific quirk tool intel from him. Ao only listens while gazing through the window. I have a very high opinion of you. Koji continues, there aren't many outers that I trust. Well, thank you. Ao replies. Let's get down to business. Koji begins, a bothersome thing has happened, that I think you can remedy. He reveals, the vessel has been lost. I see. That is a big deal. Ao understands. I'd like you to retrieve the vessel. The inner gives him a task. The heroes already started sniffing around. It will likely get dramatic. Is that all right with you? He asks. That's fine. Koji replies, kill anyone who gets involved with the vessel. The places his foot on a box. There's a crate on the floor by my feet. He adds, it has all the necessary intel and weapons. So feel free to use them. He stands up from his seat, that said. You may not require them at all. He proceeds to leave. Ao turns around and sees that Koji is gone and gazes down at his prosthetic hand. Good grief, he voices. On the way to the lab. I'm surprised even after a startling act like that, you're shrugging it off like it was nothing, Midoriya. Tenya notices. Yeah, even you're somehow motivated about this, Boruto, Sarada too. Even though we just met him, you're still able to chat like it's familiar to you, Shot adds. Well, that's because he's a good person, after all. Izuku smiles, even if he's retired, he's still a hero at heart. True that. Boruto agrees, I hope to see him again because I have lots of things to ask him. Little do they know, on the train, and while grimacing seriously as his right side is shadowed, it's been 16 years since my last taste of real combat. Ao reveals, with his cybernetic hand ready for action. Ending 7. Data Tashi no Hero, by Lisa opens up in the morning skies above Coruscant as it changes to shots of the training grounds, highways, and speeders flying through the air. We then see Padawan Izuku leave his coordinates and happily running off to training, but ends up tripping, falling on his face. Upon looking up, he sees fellow Padawan Boruto extending a hand to him with a grin, with Padawans Ochako, Tenya, and Sumair being there too. Izuku smiles brightly as his blonde friend helps him up by hand. Next shoots to Shoto in his coordinates, in a sitting position and his closes as he meditates near his opened window. After being done, he opens the door to see the MCs and his fellow Padawans, which makes him crack a smile. As they walk in the hallways, they greet Sarada, who waves, and Mitsuki, who smiles casually, both Padawans as well. The group walk by the training grounds to see Katsuki cutting down a couple trees with his lightsaber in fury. When they call out in telling that it's time for training session with Jedi Master Aizawa, the hothead exclaims at them dramatically in not needing it. This is when the sky goes dark, overcast and all Padawans look upward to see Kara droids levitating above them, forcing the teens to get in battle positions, igniting their green lightsabers with serious grimaces. We cut to the young Padawans taking on multiple Kara droids, Uzumaki slicing one down by its head and Midoriya slicing one in the middle. As it appears though they're surrounded, they receive backup from the rest of their fellow Padawans Eijiro, Shikadai, Tsuyu, Iwabe, and everyone else in the class with their green lightsabers ignited. The MCs grin, smile with a nod before they continue the fight with increased numbers. As the fight continues in the destroyed field, everyone starts to tire down, and another unit of Kara droids approach. The renegade Sith apprentice, Kawaki, ignites his red lightsaber and uses force lightning to electrocute half of them, surprising the Team Jedis at his arrival. He grimaces at the Padawans, but decides to fight in lending a hand. With this extra amount of strength from a new ally, the group stands united and perseveres in dealing with the rest of the Kara droids. Kawaki force crushes 2, Bakugo slashes 1 with a battle cry, Sarada and Mitsuki doing a combined slash, and Shoto force pushing one into the other. With the droids dealt with, they face the last one, an enormous Kara mega droid towering over them. Despite how bruised, battered, and tired they are, the united front aren't ones to give up and the MCs charge before doing a Jedi high jump in meeting the foe head-on. Everyone roots for the duo to finish this fight, including Bakugo who grins, and Kawaki who grimaces with wide eyes. Uzumaki's lightsaber changes to dark blue while Midoriya's changes to light blue, and with the final blow, they slash the enormous mega droid in half, defeating it and ending the battle. It goes white as it was the pages read in a 1A textbook before the song closes. The vessel arc begins, with the retrieval mission commencing. What will happen next as heroes encounter the mysterious Kara organization? Find out next time, and hope you guys enjoyed the new op-ed, which is based on Star Wars, .805 Chapter 71, Scientific Quirk Tools. Ryutan Lab. Well then, we've arrived. Katasuke points out as they're at the lab destination. The high-tech research lab. Sarada trails in awe. It's much more compact than I thought it'd be, Tenya too. Most of the facility is underground, It's much larger when you get inside, Katasuke said before they walk in. Once inside, they're greeted by a facility member. Welcome back, doctor. He adds, and welcome to our guests. He then leads them to the main room to meet up with a young woman of average height, slender built with long dark-colored hair and eyes framed by glasses. She wears a black dress with a white lab coat over it and a choker around her neck, as well as fang-shaped earrings. Good afternoon, doctor. So you've already arrived, she greets delightedly. Hey there, Akira. Katsuki greets as the group sits down, while Katsuki simply stands near the door instead. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's a new sample of the product. The doctor represents the case. Your greatest work, OMG, she's too delighted as she takes it. My legs are getting weak just thinking about it. She's acting like Hatsume. Izuku sweat drops. This is Akira Onizuka, our director. Katasuke introduces to the group. Director? That's amazing, Manuel admins. You're really respected here, Mr. Katasuke. It's kinda surprising, Sarada comments. Your suggestions were spot on. Changing out the material we used to make the artificial nerves was FHE way to go. Katasuke praises the director. Right? Akira's delighted, proud of herself. TCH. Katsuki scoffs away at this nonsense going on. But I'm a little concerned about the delay in reaction time. The doctor adds otherwise, it seems there's still some issues with the actuator sensing. I see. Akira gets it. Boruto gets a little bored of this and stands up. Well then, now that we've finished this part of the mission, can we leave to check out the crashed airship? No shit. Let's get the hell out of this place already, Katsuki exclaims, indirectly agreeing with the whiskered teen this once. Actually, Akira smirks, your mission has just begun. Huh? Uzumaki and Bakugo narrow a brow, as well as everyone else. Opening 7, Hajimateku Takamateku, by Samba Master. Starts off with the introduction of Kawaki, who slowly turns around and menacingly raises out his right hand. As he does that, debris starts to levitate around the air as we zoom out to the destruction of Japan before the series title reveals itself.
As the song picks up, we see shots of a few UA students, Boruto who looks down before gazing up, Izuku who looks at his scared right hand before gazing forward, Katsuki who glares with one hand in pocket before untightening his right hand to do a mini explosive, Sarada who takes off her glasses and activates her Sharingan, Shoto who looks upward and blows ice fog from his mouth, Mitsuki who has a snake around his arm gazes up while sitting on a tree.
Next shows some of the pro-heroes, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, and Shota. We then cut to the League of Villains, Tamura. With gazes from his hand mask, the Shins, both serious with their Sharingans active, and Kurogiri, who opens a portal to his side, along with new recruits. Dabi, Nanashi, Himiko, and Shizuma. With all of them being in the shadow of All for One, who has his back turned and not revealing himself. Next shows Kawaki in the outskirts and deserted area of Japan as a flock of crows fly nearby. We then move on to Boruto, whose Karma Seal activates in his right palm before he closes it, and Izuku, who activates the bioelectricity of One for All around him, along with the rest of Class 1A in their hero costumes as they all stand in battle positions with firm expressions. Observing the ruined land of Japan from afar is none other than Kara the Husk, who all have dark black cloaks as the wind breezes through them. We then cut to Kawaki being in what appears to be a test tube and blows a few bubbles as the eye of Kara's leader open gazes over him.
This is when the Kara reveals their full appearances, starting with Jigen who lets down his hood followed by Delta who puts a finger under her chin, Boro who glares under his hood, Amato who adjusts his glasses, Code who stretches out an arm, Oga who smiles nonchalantly, Deepa who grins evilly, Victor who frowns with cane in hand, Zorvis who smirks while looking ahead, and Koji who smirks with arms crossed over chest. It next shows all members assembled in an alley, with Jigen taking the lead on a stair, with a hand on the side of his head. As the song heats up, we cut to the destroyed ruins of Japan, showing the entirety of Class 1A dashing at high speed to engage the members of Kara, splitting up into different fights. Boro fighting off Tenya, Shikadai, and Fumikage before delivering a punch to the Dark Shadow, a kick to Fumikage, another to Shikadai, and an uppercut to Tenya's chin, knocking his helmet and glasses off. Delta taking on the 1A girls, mainly 5. She swiftly smacks Momo via electric whip, sidesteps a purple aura fist from Sumair and elbows here on the side, then grabs Suyu by her frog tongue. The latter tried to restrain the android but failed, and violently throws her into Ochako, who tried to use her quirk to get a touch in but failed, and then Sarada jumps to try to get a strike in, but ends up repelled by the electric whip and punched in the face, knocking her glasses off. We then switch to Code doing a flip kick to knock the hardened Eijiro to the ground, dodging snake strikes from Mitsuki and palms him in the gut before dodging an ice wave from Shoto, including his fire, before closing the distance and punches him in the chest that sends him flying. He then dodged an explosion from Katsuki, who proceeds to take him on.
It next shows Koji engaging in close combat with Boruto, who manages to keep up and avoid his inflamed fists before jumping out the way as Izuku lunges at Koji with a smash, who avoids it at the last minute. When the smoke clears, the two boys look around and are shocked to see their classmates defeated and unconscious around the battlefield. This causes Izuku to widen, grit his teeth in anger with surging red lines through his body while Boruto yells out in a fit of rage, activating his karma throughout the right side of his body. Next shows them fighting the 4 Kara inners, attacking non-stop. A combined attack is launched by Koji and Delta, and as it was about to land, Kawaki jumps into the fray and absorbs the attack, grimacing and revealing his own karma seal. Surprised by this entry, Katsuki also joins the 3, with them having no intention of giving up even while battered. With the 4 of them united, they combat against the 4 inners. During this, Kawaki uses a red blast from his karma. Bakugo uses his gauntlets to form a blast in the same manner respectively. Izuku throws his right fist forward, creating a massive shockwave that's on the level of his mentor while Boruto comes in through the smoke in midair and uses a gigantic Rasengan as the final blow. All 4 attacks create a huge explosion in the ruins of Japan, with the large sphere being enough to reach outside of Earth. Last panels show the smoke clearing and them being the only ones left. They're exhausted from fighting and look up at the sunset as it shines down on them and a crow flows by the 3, including Kawaki, their new ally, before the song closes. Chapter 71. Scientific Quirk tools finding themselves in a large wide testing room. Son of a bitch. Katsuki exclaims dramatically inwardly. So this wasn't just a protect and escort mission. Boruto sighs at this. Looks like that ain't the case, Mitsuki said. What we really might be doing is helping out with some Quirk tech, Izuku figures. Hopefully it isn't as worse as what Hatsume did during the festival. Tenya's embarrassed just thinking about it. Haha, that was like a 10-minute commercial. Boruto laughs a bit. Well, since we came all this way, let's help without, Sarada said. Besides, we were requested to do this anyway, Shoto adds. It does kinda make things interesting, Mitsuki comments. On the speaker, Akira chimes in, well then, Uchiha, Iida, and Mitsuki. I'll leave it to you to decide when to use that thing I gave you earlier. She adds, it will be a 3-on-4. So take it away. Hold on, Katsuki exclaims out loud, why do I have to team up with Deku, Whiskers, and Icy Hot? Kachan, come on. Izuku mutters. So loud, Shoto inwardly wants to cover his ears. To make things interesting thing of course. Akira notes, besides, this is only a test for our newest product. Damn it, what product? Katsuki demands to know. Okay whatever, let's get on with this. Boruto comments, not caring for the hothead's complaints. Hey, I was asking a question, Katsuki's dramatic fury. You're fine with this, yeah? Shoto comments to Uchiha, Iida, and Mitsuki. Absolutely. Tenya nods, serious mode. Alright, but we're gonna come at the 3 of you seriously, Boruto said. We're fine. Bring on everything you got. Sarada accepts the challenge, while Mitsuki casual smiles. TCH, fine then, Uchiha. Katsuki cackles his palms, but having no intention to work with his team. This is when the sparring match begins, with Bakugo immediately going for a blast at Sarada, who activates her Sharingan and dodges the explosive. Boruto goes to attack Tenya, who activates his turbos in dodging a right hook and strikes back with a kick, which Uzumaki ducks, avoids. Mitsuki goes for Izuku with an axe kick and the latter avoids it after activating full Kowloon, but that isn't enough as the Snake Teen extends his snake arms to wrap around Midoriya's left leg and drags him back to the ground. After Sarada lands a low sweep to off balance, Shoto uses this chance to try and freeze her, but she dodges back at the last second. Hey, I don't need your help Icy Hot, Katsuki exclaims dramatically, but is ignored as Shoto goes on the offensive. Don't ignore me, the hothead gets ticked, but goes to attack Sarada too. While Izuku continuously dodges Mitsuki long arms, Boruto lands a kick to Tenya's armored chest and staggers him back. I've got you now, Iida. He goes for an axe punch. However, no, we've got you, Iida remarks back as he, Uchiha, and Mitsuki smirk as Sarada drops a tool on the ground and all 3 of them cover their ears. The tool sets off a flash screen and a loud screeching noise, which stuns the other 4. WHAA, Uzumaki exclaims out. Nike. Shoto feels his insides ringing. My ears. Izuku covers them. What the hell was that? So does Katsuki. That insane light and sound. My sense are totally shot. Boruto comments out as they're on a knee and stun. By the time they recover and after the smoke clears, Mitsuki's arms restrain Midoriya and Uzumaki while Sarada comes up behind Bakugo and Todoroki, holding them both at knife point to their throats. Sorry boys. But this is our win. Sarada smirks, and much to Bakugo's charge in. Alright, stop right there, Akira speaks out, ending the spare. Wag, did you think of the smoke flash bomb's power? The smoke flash bomb? Izuku winces from the ring in his ears. My senses we're completely shut down by that, Shoto admits, rubbing his ear. It's a scientific quirk tool that deadens the senses using intense sound and light. Alita explains, pretty neat, huh? It seems like it would be useful in actual combat. Sarada comments, but if you don't warn your allies first, they'll get caught in the blast. This match doesn't count and I'm not your damn guinea pig, Katsuki exclaims out, madly. Okay. Then let's go to the next one. Akira sets up, ignoring Bakugo, who storms off in annoyance and not wanting to participate in any more of these tests. Off he goes. Clearly he's done doing this. Manuel's sweat drops inwardly. Second test. Just like how a gecko clings to and climbs up a wall, these gloves and boots apply the Van der Waals force. Akira describes as Mitsuki has mitts and boots on while climbing the wall. Fascinating, right? That's something Hatsume would make for sure, Izuku comments, finding it cool after trying himself. Well, for chakra quirk users, walking on walls isn't really a problem, Boruto said, not all that impressed. Except in this case, you can walk on walls without using up your chakra. Sha chimes in, and you'll hardly get tired. Plus, non-chakra quirk users can walk on walls with those, Tenya adds. Mitsuki jumps down and adds, these are pretty interesting. During a battle, you would be able to focus a lot more. Maybe you should give it a shot, Boruto, Izuku said, as he, Mitsuki, Shoto, and Tenya already did it. Boruto thinks about it, but eventually decides to and walks up the wall with the boots, mitts on. Hey. I see now. He gets how it works. Looks like you're getting into it now, Sarada said as she walks beside him via chakra walk. Kinda. He admits. Third test. Hooah, this is awesome. Izuku exclaims in awe as he's floating with a kite. It's like I'm flying. A kite that can keep one in the air for long periods of time, Shoto comments. That's useful in terms of infiltrating a base from above, Boruto comments. That's a good way of putting it, Sarada agrees. Huh? Midoriya utters as the kite then suddenly goes out of control. DWAAAAGH, he yells. Izuku. Boruto exclaims. What the, Tenya too. Do you know what's happening? Manuel questions Akira from the box. Oh dear, it seems like it's still difficult to control. She stands up with a finger under her cheek. Maybe I should add some wings for stability. As the kite crash lands, are you alright? Mitsuki asks the freckled teen, who seems to be doing fine. Somewhat. Izuku groans a little. Oh, my. Sarada sweat drops. I'm glad I didn't volunteer for that, Boruto sighs. In the hallway. Izuku sits while rubbing his injured cheek. Ouch. Sorry about that, turns out our special kite was incomplete. Akira smiles cheekily before sitting down and taking out some sort of spray. Hold still a moment, she sprays. What is this? Bubbles. Izuku touches the spray on his cheek. It's one of Dr. Katasuke's latest inventions. She reveals, it heals wounds by boosting your innate healing powers. This foam does that. Amazing. Izuku trails. I know right, it also forms a film that seals opens wounds as well, Akira adds. The foam fads into Izuku's cheek, completely healing the injury on his right cheek. My wound's completely gone, he voices in awe. At this time, a dog comes barking happily and runs to the freckled teen, who's surprised as he notices. Hey, come on, Chimaru, Akira calls out at him coming over. Whoa, Izuku sees he's energetic and holds him up. Who's this? You're really friendly, huh? He smiles before noticing a right prosthetic leg on the dog. Oh, I see. Your leg. He trails and the dog barks energetically and licks his left cheek. Ah, hey, he chuckles. Come here, Chimaru. Akira calls as she stands up, which the dog complies and jumps into her arms. This little guy is an Inuzuka clan hero hound. She explains, he lost his leg during a mission. Oh, sorry to hear that. Izuku mutters. For a fighting dog, a hero hound, that's a career ending. Akira continues, I was just glad that he survived, but he seems so sad. She smiles, cuddling him. One day, Dr. Katasuke visited me after learning what happened and gave him this leg as support. She adds, it was after that I became his assistant. The dog jumps down and runs back to the control room. Now he's more energetic than before he was injured. Wow. Izuku continues listening as he stands up and they see Katasuke pick up Chimaru, who happily licks his cheek. To give the powerless and those who have lost something precious, a ray of hope that will return smiles to their faces. Akira states, I believe that's what Dr. Katasuke considers to be science, and his way of being a hero. Right. He really is amazing. Izuku smiles, nods in approval. After the talk, they then go to the main room where everyone's at. Young Uzumaki. Katasuke walks up with something behind his back. What do you think of this? He throws him a tool. After catching it, what is it? Boruto asks. You hold it like this. Katasuke gives an example with copy of one. Hold down the white button with your thumb and pull the trigger with your pointer.
Like this. Boruto presses the button and in a surprising motion, it turns into a blue energized saber, surprising the interns.
Whoa. Izuku widens. It's a sword that converts your own chakra into a blade. Katasuke explains, in short, it's a chakra blade. Amazing. Boruto voices and he tests it by swinging downward. Chakra is being used to form a blade? Sarada said. That's something new on the level. Tenya trails. Boruto suddenly starts to feel exhausted and kneels to the ground in deactivating the saber. What happened? Shoto asks. I feel it. Draining my strength, Yano. The whiskered teen mutters dramatically. Oh, sorry. Katasuke forgets to mention, at the moment, its chakra expenditure is so high that it's not all that practical. You should have told me that sooner, Boruto replies with an awkward look. Let me give it a shot. I'm sure it'll work with non-chakra quirk users. Izuku volunteers. Taking the blade Katasuke has and clicks the button on it, however, He clicks it 2 more times, nothing's coming out. So sorry, haha. Katasuke chuckles awkwardly. These sabers were only designed for heroes who have chakra quirks. Oh, I see. Izuku understands. Still would have been a great use for those who don't have chakra, Mitsuki says. Drain one's chakra and not meant for regular quirk users. They really are useless. Boruto amuses, with the saber still in hand. I'll work on it. Katasuke rubs his head. Akira notices Katsuki standing near the entrance, scoffing with his arms crossed. She decides to speak out to him. Hey you, over there. She gets his attention. Huh? Katsuki narrows a brow. You may not care too much for scientific quirk tools, but just like you, the doctor is also trying to become a hero in his own way. Akita explains with arms crossed over her chest. Please try to understand that. After all, it's not too different from support gear. Tay, and why should I? Katsuki replies and interrupts, grimacing. Support gear is what a hero uses to upgrade their costumes. It's nothing like these fancy gadgets you're on about, which are just low copies of a real quirk. The best of the best wouldn't need some cheap crap like that. He continues, these little inventions are best suited for those who are quirkless. He then gazes at Izuku, who meets his gaze at him. The hothead knows that if the freckled teen didn't have his current quirk, then he most likely would have relied on scientific quirk tech to be a hero. Looking back to Akira, I won't accept these so-called quirk tools, and I never will. He then marches out the room after making that clear. Kachan, Izuku calls, but to no avail. What the heck is his deal? Sarada questions, a hand on hip. You shouldn't be surprised, being a jerk is what he's good at. Boruto comments, unsurprised. We are so sorry about him. Tenya bows dramatically to the scientists. It's fine. Katasuke assures, it's just his opinion, nothing much we can do about that, he knows. I guess so. Akira somewhat agrees, with a frown, though he does have a bad attitude, she admits. You got that right. The whiskered teen agrees. This when Manuel walks in and informs, there's a phone call from Firefox. He wants to talk to us all. From Dad? Boruto narrows a brow. Kara's hideout. Delta marches into the dining room as the fireplace is on and questions, why did you call me in so suddenly? She exclaims, gazing to see Code sitting down with his feet on the table. Are you alone? Yeah, I am. Code replies. Where's Amato? She asks, walking over with hand on hip. Right now, we need to do whatever it takes to retrieve the vessel as soon as possible. Code chuckles and replies, and you're going to do what? He smirks, amused. I'm the perfect one for the job. Putting her foot down hard, if you're feeling confident, I'd be willing to take you on, Code. Delta glares and challenges. I'll pass. He waves his hand nonchalantly. She scoffs with the wave of her hair and states, honestly, what is that geezer doing? She crosses her arms over chest. I can hear you loud and clear, Delta. Amato walks in, along with Oga, getting their attentions. Good, the whole reason I said it was so you could hear me, Delta remarks. Noticing the numbers, seems like we're not all here yet? Oga asks. It looks exactly like it. Code replies, Koji Kashin's on a mission, Zorvis and Deepa should be on the way here, and I'm sure Victor is already. I do have to admit that he was a good source of funding. Amato interrupts, but he was greedy and led an unscrupulous life. Code immediately sits up while Delta widens in surprise. Wait, what do you mean by that? Is he, even Oga too? That's right. Amato then reveals, Victor is dead. This leaves the three inners speechless, not expecting to lose one of their own so fast. No need to be surprised. Zorvis walks in. The old geezer was plotting against us the whole time, he reveals. Wait, are you serious? Delta exclaims, madly. Yeah. Deepa comes in too, that's why we went undercover at Valley City to expose his intentions. The revival of the divine tree, as well as trying to take the vessel for himself. He adds, further to their surprise. TCH, that old bastard, Code scoffs with a gaze. Ryutan Lab. Everyone, Naruto speaks via call, It's about Komago, who should be near Konoha City's border. We've lost contact with him for a while now. He adds, surprising them, right now, we don't know the status or well-being of him and his partner, Majino. That's not good. Manual trails. I take it the escort and testing was successful. So this is the second part of your mission as I explained before. Naruto states, is everyone ready? Of course we are, ya no, Boruto confirms determined. Yes, we'll do it. Izuku too. Good, now your second mission starts by searching for Komago and Majino, Naruto states. Roger. Manuel nods. If the threat seems large then wait for backup to arrive. Naruto adds, assess the situation and deal with it calmly. We know, just leave it us, Boruto assures before the call ends. From the teacher's lounge after having got back a few minutes ago. I know you're worried. Shikamaru notices his expression, but since you gave them the order, just trust him. He adds, they know the procedure. Yeah. Naruto agrees, Boruto and his classmates are truly skilled, even though they're interns. He adds, that's not what I'm worried about though, it's just. The Kara, huh? All Might chimes in, I think we should consider them a possibility. If it was a malfunctioning transmitter or signal interference, they would have found an alternate way to get in touch with us by now. He adds, the fact that two highly adapted pros haven't done that means. It's a pretty dangerous situation, Naruto finishes. Reading a sheet, an airship of unknown origin and purpose, slipped past Konoha City's air defense network and suddenly appeared. Shikamaru adds with the page flip, if it hadn't crashed for whatever reason, we never would have noticed it. Every city says that they don't recognize that airship, Naruto said. Such a large-scale shipyard is beyond this city's capacity. All Might adds, so what we know for sure right now is that we're dealing with a group that can procure a state-of-the-art airship without anyone else finding out. In truth, that's the enemy we're dealing with currently, Shikamaru finishes. Naruto gazes in silent thought before saying, anyway, right now, we need to wait for confirmation of Konohamaru and Majino's safety, he says, which they agree to. Kara's laboratory. Honestly, you've made my body so annoying. Delta complains to the scientist as she, Code, Deepa, and Zorvis sit in testing chairs around the large water tube. Why do I need emergency maintain? Don't complain. It's just to be safe. Amato replies, we keep having problems lately. Relax, Delta. I just had my examination and it wasn't that bad, Oga said, in a teasing way. Nobody asked you, Oga, Delta exclaims in annoyance. Temper, Delta honey. Deepa teases as well, in a singing way. Don't call me that, you damn creep, she exclaims madly. That aside, Victor was plotting behind our backs and temporarily allied with one of the top Yakuza groups, the Shi Hasaikai. Damn. Why Koji Kashin get to eliminate Victor? Code questions, and why did you two get undercover and expose him? He questions to the barbed wire and carbon quirk users. It should have been me. He points to himself in a smirk. It's about who was chosen best for the mission and that was us. Deepa shrugs, that's simply how it went, Code. Originally, it was supposed to just be me to expose Victor as you just tagged along for the fun of it. Zorvis reminds. Oh come on, are you still on about that? Deepa shakes his head, in the end, it doesn't matter as everything worked out smoothly. I guess. Zorvis replies, somewhat. If that was the case, I should have done what Deepa did, Code said. It's tough trying to score points with Mr. Jigen, Oga said. Whatever, I'm not interested in who did it, but I didn't expect we'd lose in Inner with the completion of the vessel coming so soon. Delta admits, how's the retrieval going? Koji hasn't reported in, has he? Knowing him, we don't have to worry, Amato said. Should you be so confident? We finally entered Phase 3. Delta glares at him. Phase 3. Code narrows a brow. Oh, surprised you didn't hear that from Jigen, Zorvis said. Out of the Inners, you're always so close to him. Maybe he doesn't trust you, Delta smirks. Jigen's just busy as always. Code replies, but now I understand. Do you guys remember Victor's final words? He asks, he said that he was sabotaged. Those were nothing but excuses just to save his own skin, Deepa shrugs. What do you want to say? The scientist asks. If the vessel is already in Phase 3, there might be someone who wants it for himself, Code theorizes. Oh, who do you suppose it could be? Oga asks. There's a possibility it's Boro, since he's so greedy, Code states. If you think about it, that's actually not too far-fetched, Zorvis agrees. Since that fraud didn't show up, does that mean he died like Victor? Delta theories and smirks. After that was stated, Boro shows up in the lab via time-space transmission. Boro gazes at them all with his cloak hood on. You were saying? Oga gazes. Oh, you're still alive. Delta says as in not being too pleased. Boro laughs, questioning, is there anyone out there who can kill me? He grins. I thought I told you to come straight here. Amato adjusts his glasses and berates. If you want something, then you come to me. Boro remarks back, so anyway, what's happening with the vessel? If Koji's dragging his feet, I'll go retrieve it. Orders are to stay put until Koji returns, you know, Oga reminds. And during that time, I want to perform maintenance on all of you. Amato adds, with checkboard in hand. Whoa, sorry, someone else is calling me. Boro states sarcastically, not wanting to do it. It's tough being a man chosen by God. He brags, pointing to him, unlike that Victor, who was forsaken. He mocks the dead geezer before laughing loudly and leaving via time-space transmission.
Well, that was fast. Deep betrayals. Don't you think it's strange he knows that Victor is dead? Delta asks Amato.
It just means we don't know where his spies could be hiding, Code states. He a crafty one, that Boro. Zorvis adds, indeed, Oga agrees. Amato gazes at his checkboard as the examinations continue. Outside Ryutan lab. Here you go. These are the manuals for the scientific quirk tools I gave you. Akira gives to Izuku, just in case, here are the emergency contacts. She gives that one to Boruto, do you need any more? No thanks. If we carry any more, then we'll be weighed down, Boruto replies. Gotta agree on that one. Izuku definitely nods to that. Hey, my bad. Guess it's just in my nature as a scientist. Akira chuckles. I can't help but worry more than necessary. She picks up Chimaru. But I entrust you with my dear Dr. Katasuke and Chimaru in your care, so please bear with me. Speaking of, what's Dr. Katasuke doing anyway? Izuku asks. We're gonna end up leaving without him, after all, Tenya adds.
Hey, everyone. Katasuke comes out, sorry to keep you waiting. He reveals to be wearing a huge-size battle suit. What the? Boruto exclaims. This power suit was originally meant for caregiving, but I modified it for combat. The scientist states, I never imagined that I would get to test it out this soon. So cool. Izuku beams before starting to mumble what the suit could be equipped with. Everyone can hear his mumbling. Stop that, Izuku. Boruto sweat drops and sighs. We can hear you, you know. Shoto adds. Oh, sorry. Izuku snaps out of his mumbles, dramatically. Aside from that, the suit though. Tenya trails. It's still a prototype that we haven't properly tested yet. Akira said, please take good care of the doctor and Chimaru for me, okay? You can count on us. Manuel nods. The way I see it, that quack in the mud would just get in the way. Katsuki states out, bluntly, and finally we're leaving this place. Kachan. Izuku tries calling out. Ignore him. Boruto simply states, shaking his head at the hothead's usual attitude. All right, we're all set. Sarada's the last to come out, after equipping her bag with quirk tech. Okay, rake care now. Akira waves. Will do. Manuel nods before they're on their way, along with Katasuke and Chimaru. Kara's lab. Amato finishes scamming through the results of the examination on the 5 inners as Jigen watches and informs him, I scanned them during maintenance, but at the moment, there wasn't anything suspicious. He adds, all that's left is Boro and Koji. I see. Jigen understands. I'll make sure to find the true traitor. Amato promises as he types on the computer, for the sake of our plan. Quote. The leader closes his eyes while in thought. At that time, Code lurks from the dark corner, in his inner cloak. He gives off a silent gaze at the two in the lab. Now outside Konoha City's borders. As they move there the forest, do you suppose it's around here? Katasuke voices as he looks at the GPS in hand. By the time they reach the cliff, that's Mitsuki trails. The airship. Sarada identifies. This seems to be the site. Shoto said.
It looks bad too. Boruto exclaims. I hype there's no one on it, Izuku too. They gaze around to see Kara puppets all over the field. There are fallen objects scattered around the area, Tenya said. They don't seem like debris from the crash, Mitsuki adds. It appears there was some sort of battle, Katasuke theorizes. Let's go down and take a closer look, Boruto suggests, to which they do. By the time they finish investigation, they're the puppets of a puppet quirk user, Mitsuki said. I wonder if Big Bro Komago took them down, Boruto wonders. I don't know, but I don't see any sign of him, Izuku said, looking around. Since there are puppets, there must have been a puppet user here too, Sarada theorizes. You might be right. They could be pursing them, Shoto agrees. Katasuke checks inside the airship and beams. Oh my, this is truly impressive. He touches some of the ship buttons. Oh, what's this? I see. Doctor, you can't forget our actual mission. Manuel comes in and alerts. Sorry about that, Katasuke finishes. I got a bit excited. He chuckles awkwardly before noticing an open coffin and walks up to it. What's up? Manuel asks, walking up to see the coffin as well and is surprised. This container. Yes. Could it be? The doctor trails. Bakugo, how about getting over here and lending us a hand? Sarada asks. Not a chance, Uchiha. Katsuki crosses his arms and scoffs. You all can deal with that crap on your own. Come on, don't be like that. We need all the assistance that we. Tenya could finish. A puppet rises to its feet and looks down at him. What? That one suddenly started moving, Shoto notices, grabbing everyone's attention. The puppet goes to attack, which Tenya dodges out the way. Acting quick as he and Katasuke got out the airship, Manuel uses his water quirk to strike the puppet directly, disabling it as it. Cores are in shock. This is when more puppets begin to rise all around them as Katasuke exclaims, "Not good, they're surrounded." "Manuel, what should we do?" Tenya asks immediately. The pro sees the puppets closing in and replies to all. Everyone's granted permission to engage. He allows, but be careful, they're coming at us from all directions. About damn time for some action. Katsuki proceeds to start blasting these puppets to bits. Followed by that, Sarada kicks on one into another, fireball, she hand signs and blows some back. Recipro burst. Tenya blitzes through 3 of them in a swoop. Wind breakthrough. Mitsuki blows 2 puppets back. SMAASSHH, Izuku finger flicks some out of commission. Boruto dodges a puppet's blows and while in midair, he hand signs, lightning bolt, he throws down, disabling it. Shoto freezes the last one, and comments, "Looks like we did it." However, to everyone's surprise, the puppets begin to rise, one after another, like nothing happened. Huh? Katsuki narrows a brow. What? Izuku widens. They weren't affected at all. Tenya too. What the hell's going on? Boruto looks around. This is when the Kara puppets open their mechanical mouths and start rapid-firing flame balls. Incoming, Shoto exclaims, prompting everyone to run and dodge, with a few being close calls. Everyone, over here. Katasuke alerts out in taking cover behind a debris. Fall back, Manuel calls out. Seriously? I can fight these, before Katsuki finishes. No time to argue, do it, the pro orders, making the hesitating hothead do as told and hide with them behind the big debris. What's going on? That's a fire quirk, right? Boruto questions after sliding down. It is. Shoto nods, but they're doing it in rapid succession. Since they're not weaving a signal, then we can assume it's a regular quirk, but that's also, Sarada thinks out. That's right. As you've realized, they're probably using scientific quirk tools, Katasuke theorizes. What? Izuku widens. Furthermore, it's not ordinary, scientific quirk tool. An autonomous puppet that doesn't require a puppet, master quirk. The doctor adds, I suspect that they themselves are scientific quirk tools. TCH. Those things again. Katsuki gets irritated at hearing that name. Did they take down Komago and Majino? Sarada asks. Manuel and I found an odd container within the airship, Katasuke reveals. Yes. They're probably the guardians of that container. Manuel adds, they might have also been attacked while investigating it. Peeking from behind the debris, so our enemy is a scientific quirk tool? Damn, Boruto scoffs. If that's the case, then what should we do? Izuku asks. Let me handle this, young Uzumaki, young Midoriya. Katasuke assures, gazing ahead, like fighting fire with fire. Fight a scientific quirk tool. He stands from cover, with a scientific quirk tool, he declares, with combat suit on ready. Hold on, Dr. Katasuke. Izuku stammers. The puppets begin to open fire via flame balls, and in response, Katasuke holds up his palms, having 2 dark balls manifest from the suit's palm holes and they begin to collide with the fireballs, but instead of fading, the orbs are actually absorbing the flames one by one. Everyone feels the heat as they take cover. He's absorbing the firebombs, Sarada comments out. Incredible. Shoto admits. As the showdown between quirk tools continue, Katasuke battle cries in pushing forward as the puppets keep rapid firing. The standoff takes several more seconds, and then finally, the puppets begin to malfunction in smoke after using up all their ammo. Katasuke recedes the suit's absorbing orbs before all the puppets drop to the ground, now completely disabled. Phew, it worked. The doctor sighs in relief. Katsuki gazes, seeing that the quirk tool suit was actually helping. Well, Bakugo, Shoto gets his attention, that tells you scientific quirk tools are actually useful in scenarios like this. So are you having second thoughts on them? He asks. Wah? No I don't, Katsuki exclaims dramatically, just because they work against some weak-ass puppets, doesn't change that they're fakes compared to a real quirk. Okay, enough. Manuel chimes in, sighing. What happened? Tenya asks the doctor as they all stand up from their covering spot. Excessive use of the fire bombs caused them to overheat. Katasuke explains, in other words, the heat caused them to shut down. I see. Izuku trails, in awe. Normally, they'd have ended a fight before shooting so many. Itsuki said, does that mean they weren't made to handle such continuous use? That's right. The doctor confirms. Whatever the case, you saved us, Boruto smiles. That said, they might start moving again after they cool down, Katasuke adds. Hearing this, Katsuki goes over to one of the puppets and crushes it with a stomp. It's simple. Just crush their heads to prevent them from using any more of those so-called Quirk tools. Good thinking, Bakugo. Manuel compliments. Yeah, for once. Boruto brags. Hey, Katsuki exclaims dramatically, madly. The rest of the team also go and stomp on the heads of the other disabled puppets, and once that's done, they should have a chakra Quirk-infused component that functions as their power source. Katasuke theorizes. So we'll need to destroy those while we can then. Shoto understands. Last one. Katsuki goes for a big stomp until, please wait, young Bakugo. Katasuke halts him, confusing the hothead. The doctor kneels and takes a piece from out of that puppet's mouth. I'd like to take one with me for later examination. Huh? Katsuki narrows a brow. That aside, I never would have thought we'd be fighting scientific Quirk tools. Sarada admits, I thought that was a specialized research field just like the support course at UA. Quote. Katasuke gazes in thought, thinking back to when one of the police officers said that an illusion Quirk was casted upon him in order to steal information about scientific Quirk tools. Inwardly, he thinks, did intel from that time. They hear Chimaru bark in running their way, alerting and showing the battle knife in his mouth. That's Kamugo's blade. Boruto identifies. Good work, Chimaru, Izuku praises. They then get moving as they dash through the forest, with Chimaru leading the way. Looks like he's found the trail and heading straight ahead, Tenya notes. That's a relief. Manuel sighs. You were even wrong about Chimaru. Shoto states back to Katsuki with a straight face. Shut up icy hot or I'll blast you, Katsuki exclaims, usual dramatic anger. It seems like Kamugo was able to escape from them, Katasuke said. Now all we have to do is find out where they are, Izuku notes. Yeah, we'll get there in time flat, Boruto agrees. Ending 7. Data Tashi no Hero, by Lisa opens up in the morning skies above Coruscant as it changes to shots of the training grounds, highways, and speeders flying through the air. We then see Padawan Izuku leave his coordinates and happily running off to training, but ends up tripping falling on his face. Upon looking up, he sees fellow Padawan Boruto extending a hand to him with a grin, with Padawans Ochako, Tenya, and Sumair being there too. Izuku smiles brightly as his blonde friend helps him up by hand. Next shoots to Shoto in his coordinates, in a sitting position and his closes as he meditates near his opened window. After being done, he opens the door to see the MCs and his fellow Padawans, which makes him crack a smile. As they walk in the hallways, they greet Sarada, who waves, and Mitsuki, who smiles casually, both Padawans as well. The group walk by the training grounds to see Katsuki cutting down a couple trees with his lightsaber in fury. When they call out in telling that it's time for training session with Jedi Master Aizawa, the hothead exclaims at them dramatically and not needing it. This is when the sky goes dark, overcast and all Padawans look upward to see Kara droids levitating above them, forcing the teens to get in battle positions, igniting their green lightsabers with serious grimaces. We cut to the young Padawans taking on multiple Kara droids. Uzumaki slicing one down by its head and Midoriya slicing one in the middle. As it appears though they're surrounded, they receive backup from the rest of their fellow Padawans. Ejiro, Shikadai, Tsuyu, Iwabe, and everyone else in the class with their green lightsabers ignited. The MCs grin, smile with a nod before they continue the fight with increased numbers. As the fight continues in the destroyed field, everyone starts to tire down, and another unit of Kara droids approach, the renegade Sith apprentice. Kawaki ignites his red lightsaber and uses force lightning to electrocute half of them, surprising the Team Jedis at his arrival. He grimaces at the Padawans, but decides to fight in lending a hand. With this extra amount of strength from a new ally, the group stands united and perseveres in dealing with the rest of the Kara droids. Kawaki force crushes two. Bakugo slashes one with a battle cry, Sarada and Mitsuki doing a combined slash, and Shoto force pushing one into the other. With the droids dealt with, they face the last one, an enormous Kara mega droid towering over them. Despite how bruised, battered, and tired they are, the united front aren't ones to give up in the MC's charge before doing the Jedi high jump and meeting the foe head-on. Everyone roots for the duo to finish this fight, including Bakugo, who grins, and Kawaki, who grimaces with wide eyes. Uzumaki's lightsaber changes to dark blue while Midoriya's changes to light blue, and with the final blow, they slash the enormous Mega Droid in half, defeating it and ending the battle. It goes white as it was the pages read in a 1A textbook before the song closes. There goes this one, with the main highlight being the debut of scientific Quirk tools. Definitely know that they'll be used on several occasions, especially for the fight that's coming up. Thanks for reading and until the next, 805 Chapter 72, Emotionless Tool. In the forest. Pull yourself together, Konohamaru exclaims, trying to keep the injured Majino awake. As he walks him with arm over his shoulder, you don't have internal injuries, so you're gonna be alright, Try to stay awake. Yeah. Majino voices in pain, bleeding from his left shoulder. Upon hearing footsteps, Konohamaru looks back. Komago, Manuel calls out as he and the interns, plus the doctor, arrive to where they are. We came to help you, Izuku adds. Everyone, Konohamaru is glad to see them, same with Majino. Mr. Majino, Tenya exclaims, going over to him. Ida? He narrows in surprise. Hold on, you know each other? Boruto asks. Yeah. He and Tensai are friends. Tenya replies, besides that, how's your wound, Mr. Majino? It's nothing serious, he assures. This is when Manuel explains the situation to Komago, who replies in understanding. I see. You guys were attacked by puppets, too, huh? They were just like those researchers in Victor's laboratory. He adds in theory, I think we can safely assume that the Kara is involved, right? Yes, from the looks of it. Manuel replies. Those puppets are scientific Quirk tools. Katasuke confirms. I believe our enemy's technology far surpasses our own. Manuel, doctor, did you both see a black container in the airship? Konohamaru asks. Yes. The doctor confirms. Its contents are probably the key to this whole incident that's happening right now. The water pro nods and adds. When I saw it, it was already empty, Komago said, taking out a flash drive, but I extracted the information in the data unit, so we need to take it back for analysis. Right. Then let's move, Manuel said. I'll carry him from here, Komago, Tenya offers. Yeah, thanks, Konohamaru lets him carry Majino, right arm over shoulder. As they continue to move through the area, I won't lie. You look just like Ingenium now. Majino voices in comparison as he and Tenya are walking behind everyone else, both the suit and the appearance. I'm starting to get that a lot, Tenya replies, chuckles a little. Mugino adds, I heard what happened with Tensai, he can't be a hero anymore, due to the injuries he sustained in Hosu. He adds, causing Iida to go quiet in thinking back. It's true. And that's why I'll work hard to be the hero he wants me to be. Tenya replies, firmly. Majino gazes at him as he's being carried. This is when they reach a cave to take a break as Tenya leans Majino against a debris. We'll stop here and take break, Komago said, but we'll still need to hurry back with the information on that container. Agreed. Manuel nods, and we'll need to be careful and on the lookout for more of those scientific Quirk tool puppets that we encountered before. Chances are, there could be more around. So you've heard. The group is alerted and turns to the cave entrance to meet the presence of Ao. Hole gazes seriously with a machine gun in hand. Would you mind sharing more details? He asks. What? Boruto surprised. Hold on, you're… Izuku recognizes too. Mr. Ao? Tenya exclaims. What are you doing out here? Majino winces. Oh, Ingenium's brother and Majino too. Ao cites as he steps up. Helping me out at the memorial service was appreciated, both you and Ingenium. He says to the latter before eyeing everyone else. I didn't expect to see you again under these circumstances. What? Manuel trails. I was under the impression that you had retired, Konohamaru guessed. What are you doing here? Majino asks, still sweating from his shoulder wound. Lifting up his machine gun, sorry, but I'll be the one asking the questions here. Ao makes it clear, causing everyone to get into battle positions. A scientific Quirk tool, Izuku widens inwardly. Taking aim. Where are the contents of the container? Ao asks in demand. I don't know what you're talking about, Komago replies, and as heroes, I'm not providing any details that relates to this mission. Ao gazes him in the eye. Especially not to someone who is no longer a hero, like you. Konohamaru firmly does the same. Very well. In that case, stay silent. Ao readies his machine gun with a dark glare, for all eternity. Opening 7, Hajimateku Takamateku, by Samba Master. Starts off with the introduction of Kawaki, who slowly turns around and menacingly raises out his right hand. As he does that, debris starts to levitate around the air as we zoom out to the destruction of Japan before the series title reveals itself. As the song picks up, we see shots of a few UA students, Boruto, who looks down before gazing up, Izuku, who looks at his scared right hand before gazing forward, Katsuki, who glares with one hand in pocket before untightening his right hand to do a mini-explosive, Sarada, who takes off her glasses and activates her Sharingan, Shoto, who looks upward and blows ice fog from his mouth, Mitsuki, who has a snake around his arm, gazes up while sitting on a tree. Next shows some of the pro-heroes, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, and Shota. We then cut to the League of Villains, Tamura with gazes from his hand masked, the Shins both serious with their Sharingans active, and Kurogiri, who opens a portal to his side, along with new recruits, Dabi, Nanashi, Himiko, and Shizuma. With all of them being in the shadow of All for One who has his back turned and not revealing himself. Next shows Kawaki in the outskirts and deserted area of Japan as a flock of crows fly nearby.
We then move on to Boruto, whose karma seal activates in his right palm before he closes it, and Izuku, who activates the bioelectricity of One for All around him, along with the rest of Class 1A in their hero costumes as they all stand in battle positions with firm expressions.
Observing the ruined land of Japan from afar is none other than Kara the Husk, who all have dark black cloaks as the wind breezes through them. We then cut to Kawaki being in what appears to be a test tube and blows a few bubbles as the eye of Kara's leader open gazes over him. This is when the Kara reveals their full appearances, starting with Jigen, who lets down his hood, followed by Delta, who puts a finger under her chin, Boro, who glares under his hood, Amato, who adjusts his glasses, Code, who stretches out an arm, Oga, who smiles nonchalantly, Deepa, who grins evilly, Victor, who frowns with cane in hand, Zorvis, who smirks while looking ahead, and Koji, who smirks with arms crossed over chest. It next shows all members assembled in an alley, with Jigen taking the lead on a stair, with a hand on the side of his head. As the song heats up, we cut to the destroyed ruins of Japan, showing the entirety of Class 1A dashing at high speed to engage the members of Kara, splitting up into different fights. Boro fighting off Tenya, Shikadai, and Fumikage before delivering a punch to the Dark Shadow, a kick to Fumikage, another to Shikadai, and an uppercut to Tenya's chin, knocking his helmet and glasses off. Delta taking on the 1A girls, mainly 5. She swiftly smacks Momo via electric whip, sidesteps a purple aura fist from Sumire and elbows here on the side, then grabs Suyu by her frog tongue. The latter tried to restrain the android but failed, and violently throws her into Ochako, who tried to use her quirk to get a touch in but failed, and then Sarada jumps to try to get a strike in, but ends up repelled by the electric whip and punched in the face, knocking her glasses off. We then switch to Code doing a flip kick to knock the hardened Eijiro to the ground, dodging snake strikes from Mitsuki and palms him in the gut before dodging an ice wave from Shoto, including his fire, before closing the distance and punches him in the chest that sends him flying. He then dodged an explosion from Katsuki, who proceeds to take him on. It next shows Koji engaging in close combat with Boruto, who manages to keep up and avoid his inflamed fists before jumping out the way as Izuku lunges at Koji with a smash, who avoids it at the last minute. When the smoke clears, the two boys look around and are shocked to see their classmates defeated and unconscious around the battlefield. This causes Izuku to widen, grit his teeth in anger with surging red lines through his body while Boruto yells out in a fit of rage, activating his karma throughout the right side of his body.
Next shows them fighting the 4 Kara inners, attacking non-stop. A combined attack is launched by Koji and Delta, and as it was about to land, Kawaki jumps into the fray and absorbs the attack, grimacing and revealing his own karma seal. Surprised by this entry, Katsuki also joins the 3, with them having no intention of giving up even while battered. With the 4 of them united, they combat against the 4 inners.
During this, Kawaki uses a red blast from his karma. Bakugo uses his gauntlets to form a blast in the same manner respectively. Izuku throws his right fist forward, creating a massive shockwave that's on the level of his mentor while Boruto comes in through the smoke in midair and uses a gigantic Rasengan as the final blow. All 4 attacks create a huge explosion in the ruins of Japan, with the large sphere being enough to reach outside of Earth. Last panels show the smoke clearing and them being the only ones left. They're exhausted from fighting and look up at the sunset as it shines down on them and a crow flows by the 3, including Kawaki, their new ally, before the song closes. Chapter 72. Emotionless Tool Ao is ready to silence the hero group before Manuel pleads, "You don't have to do this, Mr. Ao. There's no reason for us to fight." Ao doesn't listen and activates his quirk tool gun. "Everyone hit the walls. Hide behind the boulders," Konohamaru exclaims out. As that warning was announced, Ao opened fires and launching multiple firebombs from the quirk gun, forcing all the pros and interns to dodge at every angle and take cover. As the commotion happens, the same fire bombs as those puppets, Sarada exclaims, while holding Chimaru. As expected, our enemy is using scientific quirk tools, Shoto voiced out. "So what?" Katsuki exclaims, ready to fight. "This old geezer is gonna get it," he rushes out. Bakugo, "Wait," Tenya exclaims. Attacking from above, "So you went from retired hero to a villain? Huh? Well, don't regret it after I give you this?" Before Katsuki finishes all the way, Ao wastes no time in aiming at the airborne hothead and open fires a bomb. Bakugo quickly counters with an explosion of his own, colliding with the quirk tool, Goo. But the collision causes Bakugo to fly backward and hit the wall. "Kachin," Izuku exclaims, "Idiot, don't be reckless." Manuel quickly grabs the explosive quirk user with him behind a debris for cover. "Please stop, Lord Ao," Katasuke pleads out. "Dr. Katasuke," Boruto exclaims, needing him to take cover. "Please stay back," Ao warns, "I won't hold back, even for you." He opens fire at the doctor as well, who responds by raising his hands and using the absorption orbs to nullify the firebombs. You can absorb quirk bombs? Ao surprised before looking above to see Konohamaru with a blue sphere in palm. Rasengan! He exclaims to strike, but Ao blocks it with the quirk tool gun, which ends up shattering. You did it! Katasuke delights. Staggering back and setting down his now malfunctioned gun, the Rasengan, the yellow flashes technique. Ao describes, not bad, he smirks. What was inside of the container in the airship? Konohamaru asks in demand. Komago. You demand our intel, despite refusing to share yours. Ao remarks, it's so terrible how the privileged and spoiled behave. Manuel widens. Mr. Ao, are you? Mijino doesn't want to believe. Does it have anything to do with the organization called Kara? Kamugo asks. Instead of answering him, Ao reveals his cybernetic chest holes and blasts 2 beam shots from them, taking Komago by surprise as he's blasted in the face. Goo! He exclaims in pain and collapses to the ground from the impact. Komago. Katasuke exclaims in checking. Kara, I never expected you to utter that name. Ao said, this mess is much bugger than I thought. He then moves at fast speed, appears behind Katasuke and taking his right absorption glove before putting the doctor to the ground and stepping on his back. Let's see. Ao gazes at the quirk glove. So, this is what you absorb quirks with. TCH, Shoto thinks fast and launches a stream of fire. But Ao puts the quirk glove uses the black orb to absorb his attack. After the attack is nullified, I see. This is quite nice. Ao admits before blitzing Shoto with the elbow to his gut. Ah! Shoto flies back and hits a debris. Todoroki, Mitsuki exclaims. Why you? Boruto rushes in with a Rasengan, but that also gets absorbed and Ao proceeds to kick the whiskered teen against the wall. Goo, he grunts out. Boruto! Izuku exclaims. Impressive work, Dr. Katasuke. Ao commends, what a brilliant invention. He takes a liking to the absorption glove that's worn on his right hand. This is bad. With that absorption tech he has on, we can't use our quirks as they'll be nullified, Manuel knows. At this rate, we'll be killed, Tenya voices inwardly. Sarada takes out the quirk tool bomb, inwardly stating, the smoke flash bomb I got from Miss Akita. Using it might buy us the chance to get away. But Komago and Mijino don't know the warning signal. They'll get caught in it, she knows, what should we do? It seems like you really don't know the whereabouts of the cargo. Ao judges, walking up, however. He gazes seriously, it seems like you've been sniffing around for things you ought to keep your nose out of. Coming to a stop, I'm very sorry, but I'm going to have to kill you all here. Ku. Despite his injury, Mijino quickly stands up in a rush, please stop, and grabs Ao from behind, stunning everyone. Mr. Mijino. Mijino? Izuku and Tenya exclaims, same with Komago, who wakes up and recovers from earlier. Mr. Ao, please don't do this. He pleads. Mijino, it's no use trying to stop me, Ao said, no expression. That day, when Ingenium and I met you at the memorial service. You told us your story. He trails in recalling. Tenya listens in surprise, also at his brother's mentioning. About how you worked at HQ during the Great Society War, and how you escaped death then. Mijino adds in a cough, even after that, you followed a hero's path. That's what you told us. Flashback. During the evening time, Mijino, Tensai, and Mijino walk down a pathway and having a conversation. Since you went to get some maintenance, does that mean you were an acquaintance of Dr. Katasuke? Mijino asks. Yeah, he saved my life when I was injured during the Society War, Ao replies. Oh, so that's it. Tensai understands, with his costume helmet in hand, he and Mijino having low gazes. Please, don't be sad. The retired hero assures, I'm here thanks to the doctor's prosthetic arm, he holds up. That's great to know. Tensai grows a smile. They made it to the memorial service, and see the atmosphere, it looks like we're a little too late, Mijino said, gazing around. Now that you mentioned it, there doesn't seem to be a lot of people around, Tensai adds. So it seems. Ao said, I didn't plan on staying long anyway. He adds in addition, so, if you'll excuse me. He was about to leave. At the very least, let's pay our respects and offer some flowers together. Mijino suggests, getting him to stay. Yeah, we owe it to our fallen comrades, Tensai agrees. Ao gazes at the ground, I see. He looks up and walks forward. After setting some flowers and paying respects to the late heroes who died during the Society War. Ao turns to Mijino and Tensai, stating, I've finally been able to pay my respects to my fallen friends. He adds, during the Great War, I was at HQ when it was destroyed. But I was the only one who ended up surviving. He gazes at the large memorial tube, I should have come here sooner. He looks at his prosthetic hand, recalling his own survival from the destruction of HQ, and how he was in a coma for several years, as well as learning the deaths of many friends and going through a rehabilitation with Dr. Katasuke to get his life back on track, in turn, a prosthetic arm and cybernetic limbs. After Ao recalls and tells the two his story, Mijino asks, curious, are you still a pro hero now? No. Ao replies, in this condition, I'm retired. He reveals, the doctor said if I had continued rehab, I could have gone back to being a pro at work, though I wouldn't have been as good as before. So I gave up on that. He turns and being walking. So that's why. Tensai voices, understanding a little.
But that's not all. Ao adds another, I realized something during Great Society War, no matter how much I train my quirk, there's a limit to what I can achieve. He recalls back, that there are beings who exist, that I can never beat. Quote. Mugino Tensai gaze. But I feel stronger by acknowledging that. Ao continues, that's how I continue living like this. Because I did everything I could back then. So, what are you going to do now? Tensai asks.
I'm thinking I have to find a way of being useful to someone's life, in a way that doesn't involve being a pro. Ao replies, with a smile. You've chosen to live as something other than a hero duty, correct? Mugino asks.
Looking back at the memorial tube, every day, I think about how I have to live the rest of my life to its fullest for the sake of those who died back then. He adds, it had bothered me that I did not grieve for my friends all this time. He reminisces, but thanks to you two bringing me here today, I was able to make that happen. He smiles to them, thank you.
Oh no, we didn't really do anything, Mugino trails.
Glad we're able to help, Mr. Ao. Tensai smiles, saying otherwise, and keep this in mind. You may no longer consider yourself a hero, but from here. He, himself, points to his chest, in the heart, you're still a hero.
Ao's a bit surprised but smiles, right. I never thought of it like that. He adds in final word, now then, I think I should take my leave. He waves, goodbye.
The two bow their heads as Ao proceeds with his leave.
After he left, Mr. Ao must be someone who has lived his entire life adhering to the path of a hero. Mugino said as it's just him and Tensai. Yeah. The latter agrees, what he does from here is something he'll decide for himself, he knows it. Present. I was envious of how you fulfilled and lived the life of a hero. Mugino voices, still keeping Ao in place, but it's just like Tensai said back then. You're still a hero from the heart, but this isn't the way. You're wrong. Ao reveals, I'm not a hero. This surprises Mugino before Ao uncovers a hidden scientific quirk tool in his prosthetic arm, activates an energy blade that impales Mugino through the abdomen, gah. He gasps out in pain and coughs out blood, sweating in agony. This shocks everyone, Mr. Mugino, Tenya, Izuku, and Boruto exclaim out, especially. Ao sees that Mugino still isn't letting go, despite the impalement, you just don't know when to die, what a shame. Bleeding through his chest, Mugino tightens his grip, and utters out, rock, breaker.
His quirk causes the cave walls to collapse around them piece by piece as everyone stands, stunned, everyone, run away. Mugino warns out, before coughing blood, don't worry about me. Go.
Hold on, Izuku exclaims. We can't do that, Mr. Mugino, Tenya adds.
We can still get out together. Boruto too. Stay back, you three. Mugino exclaims out, which halts them. This is when he slowly speaks, Midoriya, Uzumaki, and the rest of you, back at Valley City, you fought valiantly. He commends, and Iida. He gazes at Tenya, who does the same with a stunned look, you'll make a great ingenium, send my regards to Tensai. He adds in final, become great heroes. He exclaims in final words as the rocks collapse on him and Ao.
Once the dust cleared, everyone was stunned, Mr. Mugino, Tenya utters. Can't be. Shoto trails. No way, Sarada too. Konohamaru gazes firmly, taking a step forward, he assessed the situation until the very end. He knows, he'd rather sacrifice his life protecting his friends, than be a burden on any of them. That's the sort of guy he is. Yes, now that's a true hero, Manuel adds, solemnly. Katsuki gazes, sure Mugino was harsh the first time they saw him, but in the end, he showed true heroism out of them all. While they stand quietly for a few seconds, the rocks start to move, the group is alerted as a prosthetic hand breaks out. He's still, Boruto gets into battle position, so does Izuku and Tenya. Guys, wait, Komago halts, we'll retreat for the time being.
But, Izuku tries to reply. He's right, we can't let Mugino's sacrifice go in vain. Manuel agrees with Komago with a close of his eyes. Damn, Tenya grits his teeth as they all begin to retreat out the cave.
This is stupid. We could take that old bastard down while he's in the ground, Katsuki states inwardly, not pleased with this tactic. After the group retreats, Ao busts out of the prison of debris, battered, but showing no signs of damage. He see that the pros, interns are gone and voices with a serious gaze, scurry and struggle while you still can. He adds in declaring, I'm not letting you get away. Not a single one of you. Kara's hideout. In the dining room, Jigen sits near the table with his arms crossed and waiting for something. He has his eyes closes until Code comes out of nowhere and tries to get him with a palm strike, but the leader easily catches it and easily throws Code over. Goo! Code hits the wall and falls down. You still have a long way to go. Jigen said, revealing it to be a test. TCH. The inner sits up and brings up about the traitor. He asks, how about letting me handle it? You have another job, don't you? Jigen replies. Standing up completely, I don't have to be the one to do it, Code exclaims, eagerly. It's a very important job to complete out plan. The leader reminds, are you dissatisfied? He asks, telling that the young inner isn't on complete board with his task. Not really, he answers, truthfully, gazing away before proceeding to walk out the dining room. In the hallway, he walks by Delta, who smugly comments, what were you talking to Jigen about? That's none of your business, Code replies, bluntly. You seem quite desperate to get into his good graces. I think I'm gonna cry, Delta taunts, sarcastically, but it's so unfortunate that Jigen likes him the most and not you, she proceeds on. Code gazes before deepening his expression in annoyance. Forest area. The group takes cover in a messed up building as they regroup from Ao for the time being. Sarada uses the foam healing spray to heal Konohamaru's wounds. Your scientific quirk tools really are something, Doctor, Kamugo compliments. Katasuke gazes down in thought. At the moment, it doesn't seem like our pursuers are closing in on us. Mitsuki notices. Yeah, the puppets are Ao. Shoto adds, as soon as we're done treating Komago, we need to get away from here, Sarada suggests. Tenya punches the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration at what happened back there. Mr. Magino, damn it. Ao's attack was fatal. Konohamaru reveals, he made the decision to sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. TCH, he was right there and we did nothing, Boruto voices frustration. If only. There was way that could have been avoided, Izuku trails. This is no time to be sad, it's up to us to carry out Magino's will, Manuel said. I know that, Tenya exclaims, still frustrated deeply, but this is just too much, he shakes his fist. Iida. Shoto voices. I never thought a hero from the Great Society War would end up being an enemy, Sarada states. Believe it. Katsuki chimes in a scoff, that old bastard's disgraced the name of a hero and turned into a villain completely. Seems so. He's also a former pro who has supported Mist City since the time of the previous Cage hero, Mei. Komago explains, his skills are terrifying. What's more, the scientific quirk tool implanted in his body spelled trouble, Mitsuki adds. He was looking for the contents of that container that was inside of the airship. Manuel trails, he intends on getting rid of us for snooping around. What did it contain that was this important? Shoto asks. We don't know, but Komago trails, taking out his flash drive, we had to do whatever we can to get the back to headquarters for thorough analysis. It may provide clues about our enemy. But he's probably nearby searching for us, Mitsuki said, making it difficult to escape, right? Yeah. Komago nods, if we want to prioritize getting this back, it will be wise to split up into two teams. He holds up the flash drive, you guys take this and go while I stay to distract him. Wait a second, Izuku halts, we can't lose you as well, Komago. Don't get the wrong idea, Midoriya. This decision is meant to ensure this intel gets delivered, Konohamaru assures. But Komago, you're already exhausted, Sarada says. It's best if you take it easy while we do all the work, Boruto adds. They're right, it's too dangerous and you're gonna need our help, Shoto adds. I understand how you all feel, but, Komago trails. Are you all right with this? We need to get back at him for Magino, Tenya remarks, seriously. I know that, Komago argues, but that's all the more reason we need to make decisions calmly. Magino would have done the same thing if I were to die. As if we have any time for that, the answer is simple, we kick that geezer's ass. Katsuki speaks up. All we've been doing up to now was running away and I'm so damn sick of it, he exclaims, I'm not going anywhere and your selfish order ain't changing my mind. Selfish order? It's to make sure this mission is a success, Komago argues. Everyone, clam down, Manuel breaks up, this is no time to argue amongst ourselves. He adds before looking at Konohamaru, but Komago. I'm with the interns on this one. The best chance we have is if we fight together. Manuel. He trails. I have a suggestion. Katasuke speaks up, getting their attentions, I believe I'm more suitable to be the decoy. Please allow me to do it. What? Izuku, Sarada, and Tenya exclaim. Dr. Katasuke, Manuel too. There's no reason for you to do that, Boruto assures. Katasuke shakes his head, but there is. He gazes in a low expression, you could say that I brought this situation upon us. You did, doctor? Shoto asks. What do you mean? Shoto questions. The doctor explains in recall, it was around the time when I watched the rest of you perform at the sports festival. I was hypnotized by someone with a mind control quirk and psychologically manipulated, it seems. He said, surprising them, and I leaked my knowledge of the scientific quirk tools. What are you saying? Boruto asks. It's been a total mystery who had casted that upon me, but with everything that just happened, it's totally clear who the culprit was. Katasuke puts the pieces together. So that means it's him. Shoto knows. Ow. Mitsuki finishes, knowing too in reveal. Yes. That's why I said that I caused this situation, Katasuke confirms. In short, the enemy attacked us with tools developed from technology stolen from you, Dr. Sarada asks. Correct. He nods, not all of it is mine, but they probably made use of my technology. So that's why the enemy has such advanced scientific quirk tools. Shoto gets it. This is not your fault, Doctor. Konohamaru assures, it couldn't be helped. The enemy is at fault for manipulating you with their quirk. I did something that warrants hatred. Katasuke shakes his head, still ashamed of himself. The misuse of the scientific quirk tools, however, is inadvertent, and ended up creating a monster like Ao. And because of that, Majino was. He gazes away, my remorse is endless. He looks back and declares, that's all the more reason why I had to take responsibility for all of this. No shit. Katsuki states out, not pleased, scientific quirk tools shouldn't have been created in the first place. Hey, Bakugo, Sarada exclaims at his statement. That's what you're thinking too, isn't it, Doctor? The hothead knows and guesses. Katasuke gazes low. Boruto walks over and picks up one of the parts to his battlesuit. You know, the scientific quirk tools I saw at your lab was different. They were actually pretty fun, he admits, surprising everyone. Same here. Izuku adds as well, it was an exciting experience when I used them. He adds, it's meant to make people happy, not sad, isn't it? Katasuke is surprised to hear these statements before Tenya adds, however, Ao is different. He misused those scientific quirk tools and killed Mr. Majino to suit his own needs. He tightens his fists and grimaces, that's something I can't let go either. Iida. Sarada trails. Don't worry. I won't make the same mistake again, like before in Hosu. Tenya assures. Acting out of hatred or vengeance was one of worst things I committed. But this is different. He declares firmly, I'll help in defeating him, because he's now a criminal. Ignoring this isn't possible either. Shoto speaks up, if he runs loose, there will be more victims and people will get the wrong idea about quirk tools. He adds, and hate them without knowing what they can do. Putting the suit glove on, if these are tools to make people smile, then don't you need to smile yourself, Doc? Boruto asks, positively. Katasuke gets little teary-eyed and delightful replies, yes, he gives a fist bump. This is even perfect, because it means that we won't have to use anyone as a decoy, right guys? Izuku asks. Komago and Manuel gaze. I agree with them, Sarada smiles. Me too. Mitsuki as well. HMPH. Let's go and kick his ass already, Katsuki said, impatiently. Well, we can't let these kids show us up, can we? Manuel asks Komago. You're right. He agrees, we'll defeat Ao without letting anyone else die. He announces, that's our win condition, so let's make it out of this alive. Boruto puts on the absorption glove and adds, and while we're at it. He activates the chakra saber too. Let's show Mr. Ao the right way to use these tools. Yeah, his fellow interns agree completely, aside from Bakugo, who just gazes away with arms crossed. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ao marches around in search of the pros intern group, dead set on not petting them getting away. As he gazes around, he comes to a stop as the wind breezes. Destiny is quite full of irony. States an echoing voice, I never expected the enemies to be students of UA, in particular, the winner of the sports festival, Firefox's son. Ao knows who's speaking and reveal, Koji Kashin. The inner comes from behind a tree and comments, it's not like you to let them get away. He adds, were you overcome with emotions because of them? As a former pro-hero. As far as being a hero is concerned, that part of me is long dead. Ao replies and admits, nowadays, I'm a mere tool who's being kept alive due to science. That's right. Merely a tool that only fulfills the objectives of Kara as an outer. He adds, the same as a scientific quirk tool. I don't have things like emotions. Splendid. Such outstanding professionalism. That's what I like about you. Koji smirks, however, the same goes for them. He adds, referring to the hero group, as professional heroes and interns in training, it seems like they'll try to defeat you with all their strength. It might only be a matter of time before they sniff out the true identity of the vessel. Why don't you deal with them yourself? The outer asks. This is a test for you. Koji reveals, it's easy to just say what you just said. But can you really discard your emotions and eliminate all of your former compatriots? Hey. Ao gazes up, with the flip of a switch, I'll kill the enemy, just like a scientific quirk tool. He states, I have no emotions. Very good. The inner is pleased to hear, I'm looking forward to your results. With the flap of his cloak, Koji walks away, leaving Ao to resume his pursuit of the hero, intern group. My goal is to break away from the life of a hero and prove that. I'll defeat them with scientific quirk tools. He declares inwardly as he tightens his gloved fist. Back to the group. Listen up. He armed with the quirk-absorbing gauntlet he stole from Dr. Katasuke. Konohamaru explains. So, he can likely absorb most, if not all of our ranged attacks, right? Sarada gets it. So the only thing we can do is beat him down in close range, rendering that gauntlet useless, Shoto said. That's true, and we have the advantage in numbers, so it's easy to corner him from all angles and beat him down, Tenya states. It won't be as simple as that though. Manuel says otherwise. It's an experienced war veteran and former pro, so numbers ain't gonna mean automatically got him. So, what do we do? Izuku mutters. We'll actually use that gauntlet to our advantage. Komago speaks up. Getting their full attentions, we'll use our quirks at him, and while he's distracted with absorbing them, we'll strike from his blind spot. He adds, he didn't have a blind spot back when he had the Byakugan in his right eye. The Byakugan? He had that? The freckled teen exclaims, surprised. Yeah, but he lost it during the war, Komago reveals. That's even better from where we stand, Shoto said. That means we can use surprise attacks on him, Sarada adds. In order to absorb ranged attacks using the gauntlet, one needs to create an absorbing sphere first. Katasuke explains, in other words, he needs to create a sphere for absorbing. Since he has a glove on, Boruto uses it himself and an orb is in his palm. You mean this thing, right? He turns it off. Yes. The doctor confirms this. As you can see, it only takes a second but creates an opening. Turning an orb back on, that's true. The whiskered teen gets it. If we can use that, we can deal with Ao's quirk bomb attacks, so he can get in close, Mitsuki states. Yeah, we'll create the opening. Manuel said, we're counting on you to take him down, Uzumaki. Leave it to me. Boruto nods. Hold on, why does Whiskers get to hog all the fun? I'm beating that old bastard down too. Katsuki exclaims hot-headedly. We'll need you with the operation of getting through Ao's defenses, Konohamaru said, and with the rough tenacity you give off, it'll be a lot easier. Being the bait just for Whiskers to be the start of the show isn't what I signed up for, Katsuki explained. Keikachan. Calm down. Izuku tries halting him. Don't touch me, ya damn nerd. Katsuki pushes him back. Oh, quit your complaining, Bakugo. It's not like you're using these tools. Boruto taunts mischievously. I don't care for using cheap craps like those, moron, Katsuki exclaims dramatically. Yeah, he shrugs, getting the hothead more pissed off. Bakugo, relax. Manuel halts, you'll just have to deal with what we got. Katsuki grits his teeth, damn it. Haha. Boruto activates the chakra saber. Back on topic, leave it to me to finish Ao. After stating this, he begins to feel the draining of his energy. He feels off and fall back. What? Sarada blinks twice. Hey, Boruto, Izuku stammers. Sheesh. This thing is dangerous. He sits up, its chakra depletion is no joke. That much? Shoto asks. Yeah, I can feel it rapidly draining my strength, he replies. And you guys are counting on him to finish the job. How lame, Katsuki brags. Oh yeah? At least I'm not stuck as one of the baits, idiot. Then again, it suits ya, Boruto remarks. This really strikes a nerve in Bakugo as a large tick mark is shown. That's it, you're dead. Knock it off, Konohamaru exclaims as his Tenya holds Katsuki back. I mentioned it at the lab, but that prototype is not yet suited for practical use. Katasuke explains while screwdriving the glove on Uzumaki's arm. Its power is impeccable, but it's not easy to handle. Come to think of it, you did say that, Izuku remembers. Looks like it's only suitable for when you attack, Shoto said. Guess so. Boruto holds up the saber. I'm done adjusting the size of the gauntlet. Katasuke finishes. Please adjust the wrist one on your own, young Uzumaki. Thank you. He replies. Good grief, it's literally a double-edged sword, Sarada said. That's right. Powerful tools are like that. The scientist confirms. This is a situation where there aren't any cheat codes, like in a video game for example. Yeah, I know. Boruto nods, holding the screwdriver. It's like using your quirk, where practice makes perfect, right? He said, which Katasuke agrees. Looks like we're all set, Izuku said. Yes, Tenya nods. All right everyone, let's commence the operation. Konohamaru stands up now, and they all agree in being ready to take down Ao. Ending 7. Data Tashi no Hero by Lisa opens up in the morning skies above Coruscant as it changes to shots of the training grounds, highways, and speeders flying through the air. We then see Padawan Izuku leave his coordinates and happily running off to training, but ends up tripping, falling on his face. Upon looking up, he sees fellow Padawan Boruto extending a hand to him with a grin, with Padawans Ochako, Tenya, and Sumair being there too. Izuku smiles brightly as his blonde friend helps him up by hand. Next shoots to Shoto in his coordinates, in a sitting position and closes as he meditates near his opened window. After being done, he opens the door to see the MCs and his fellow Padawans, which makes him crack a smile. As they walk in the hallways, they greet Sarada, who waves, and Mitsuki, who smiles casually, both Padawans as well. The group walk by the training grounds to see Katsuki cutting down a couple trees with his lightsaber in fury. When they call out and telling that it's time for training session with Jedi Master Aizawa, the hothead exclaims at them dramatically and not needing it. This is when the sky goes dark, overcast, and all Padawans look upward to see Kara droids levitating above them, forcing the teens to get in battle positions, igniting their green lightsabers with serious grimaces. We cut to the young Padawans taking on multiple Kara droids, Uzumaki slicing one down by its head and Midoriya slicing one in the middle. As it appears though they're surrounded, they receive backup from the rest of their fellow Padawans, Ejiro, Shikadai, Tsuyu, Iwabe, and everyone else in the class with their green lightsabers ignited. The MCs grin, smile with a nod before they continue the fight with increased numbers. As the fight continues in the destroyed field, everyone starts to tire down, and another unit of Kara droids approach, the renegade Sith apprentice. Kawaki ignites his red lightsaber and uses force lightning to electrocute half of them, surprising the teen Jedis at his arrival. He grimaces at the Padawans, but decides to fight in lending a hand. With this extra amount of strength from a new ally, the group stands united and perseveres in dealing with the rest of the Kara droids. Kawaki force crushes two, Bakugo slashes one with a battle cry, Sarada and Mitsuki doing a combined slash, and Shoto force pushing one into the other. With the droids dealt with, they face the last one, an enormous Kara mega droid towering over them. Despite how bruised, battered, and tired they are, the united front aren't ones to give up in the MC's charge before doing the Jedi high jump and meeting the foe head-on. Everyone roots for the duo to finish this fight, including Bakugo, who grins, and Kawaki, who grimaces with wide eyes. Uzumaki's lightsaber changes to dark blue while Midoriya's changes to light blue, and with the final blow, they slash the enormous Mega Droid in half, defeating it and ending the battle. It goes white as it was the pages read in a 1A textbook before the song closes. The fight against Ao continues in the next chapter. Look forward to the team attacks our intern's gonna show, along with the use of scientific Quirk tools. Until next time, and thanks for reading. 805 Chapter 73. How to use it. In the forest. Everyone is in position as they wait for Ao to show up, having everything planned to ambush him. Doc, you and Shimaru should hide here for the time being, Boruto advises. Understood. Katasuke complies before Uzumaki joins the others. Mitsuki, how close is he? Manuel asks. Seeing through his mini snake that's sitting on top the rough building, not yet. I don't see him, he replies. Even though he doesn't have the Byakugan anymore, it's evident that he's still a powerful warrior, Konohamaru said. Meaning we can't let our guards down, Manuel adds. Yes sir, Tenya nods in whisper before tightening his fist. After what he did to Majino, Ao said he gave up on being a hero and became a tool. In that case, Boruto comes in, we have to defeat him with our power as heroes. And we'll succeed too. Izuku nods in agreeing. Opening 7, Hajimateku Takamateku, by Samba Master. Starts off with the introduction of Kawaki, who slowly turns around and menacingly raises out his right hand. As he does that, debris starts to levitate around the air as we zoom out to the destruction of Japan before the series title reveals itself. As the song picks up, we see shots of a few UA students, Boruto, who looks down before gazing up, Izuku, who looks at his scared right hand before gazing forward, Katsuki, who glares with one hand in pocket before untightening his right hand to do a mini-explosive, Sarada, who takes off her glasses and activates her Sharingan, Shoto, who looks upward and blows ice fog from his mouth, Mitsuki, who has a snake around his arm, gazes up while sitting on a tree. Next shows some of the pro-heroes, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, and Shota. We then cut to the League of Villains, Tamura, with gazes from his hand mask, the Shins, both serious with their Sharingans active, and Kurogiri, who opens a portal to his side, along with new recruits, Dabi, Nanashi, Himiko, and Shizuma. With all of them being in the shadow of All for One, who has his back turned and not revealing himself. Next shows Kawaki in the outskirts and deserted area of Japan as a flock of crows fly nearby. We then move on to Boruto, whose Karma Seal activates in his right palm before he closes it, and Izuku, who activates the bioelectricity of One for All around him, along with the rest of Class 1A in their hero costumes as they all stand in battle positions with firm expressions. Observing the ruined land of Japan from afar is none other than Kara the Husk, who all have dark black cloaks as the wind breezes through them. We then cut to Kawaki being in what appears to be a test tube and blows a few bubbles as the eye of Kara's leader open gazes over him. This is when the Kara reveals their full appearances, starting with Jigen, who lets down his hood, followed by Delta, who puts a finger under her chin, Boro, who glares under his hood, Amato, who adjusts his glasses, Code, who stretches out an arm, Oga, who smiles nonchalantly, Deepa, who grins evilly, Victor, who frowns with cane in hand, Zorvis, who smirks while looking ahead, and Koji, who smirks with arms crossed over chest. It next shows all members assembled in an alley, with Jigen taking the lead on a stair, with a hand on the side of his head. As the song heats up, we cut to the destroyed ruins of Japan, showing the entirety of Class 1A dashing at high speed to engage the members of Kara, splitting up into different fights. Boro fighting off Tenya, Shikadai, and Fumikage before delivering a punch to the Dark Shadow, a kick to Fumikage, another to Shikadai, and an uppercut to Tenya's chin, knocking his helmet and glasses off. Delta taking on the 1A girls, mainly 5. She swiftly smacks Momo via electric whip, sidesteps a purple aura fist from Sumire and elbows here on the side, then grabs Suyu by her frog tongue. The latter tried to restrain the android but failed, and violently throws her into Ochako, who tried to use her quirk to get a touch in but failed, and then Sarada jumps to try to get a strike in, but ends up repelled by the electric whip and punched in the face, knocking her glasses off. We then switch to Code doing a flip kick to knock the hardened Eijiro to the ground, dodging snake strikes from Mitsuki and palms him in the gut before dodging an ice wave from Shoto, including his fire, before closing the distance and punches him in the chest that sends him flying. He then dodged an explosion from Katsuki, who proceeds to take him on. It next shows Koji engaging in close combat with Boruto, who manages to keep up and avoid his inflamed fists before jumping out the way as Izuku lunges at Koji with a smash, who avoids it at the last minute. When the smoke clears, the two boys look around and are shocked to see their classmates defeated and unconscious around the battlefield. This causes Izuku to grit his teeth in anger with surging red lines through his body while Boruto yells out in a fit of rage, activating his karma throughout the right side of his body. Next shows them fighting the 4 Kara inners, attacking non-stop. A combined attack is launched by Koji and Delta, and as it was about to land, Kawaki jumps into the fray and absorbs the attack, grimacing and revealing his own karma seal. Surprised by this entry, Katsuki also joins the 3, with them having no intention of giving up even while battered. With the 4 of them united, they combat against the 4 inners. During this, Kawaki uses a red blast from his karma. Bakugo uses his gauntlets to form a blast in the same manner respectively. Izuku throws his right fist forward, creating a massive shockwave that's on the level of his mentor while Boruto comes in through the smoke in midair and uses a gigantic Rasengan as the final blow. All 4 attacks create a huge explosion in the ruins of Japan, with the large sphere being enough to reach outside of Earth. Last panels show the smoke clearing and them being the only ones left. They're exhausted from fighting and look up at the sunset as it shines down on them and a crow flows by the 3, including Kawaki, their new ally, before the song closes. Chapter 73. How to use it. This is when Ao approaches the area, gazing up at the abandoned structure. They call this hiding. He taunts and gazing around and knowing where they are, though it seems like they're serious about settling things here and now. He then exclaims, "Come on out." He aims his absorption glove at the bushes. "My pleassure," Katsuki roars as he appears from the opposite side of the bushes and attacks with an explosion, but Ao intercepts and nullifies it via absorption glove. But Bakugo isn't done and lands kick that sends him flying. Ha! He then rapid fires with his quirk. Futile. Ao continues absorbing them with the quirk tool. While that goes on, Mitsuki uses this chance to dash out the bushes and for an axe punch, only for Ao to land a kick on Katsuki and block the blow. This is when both of them go at Ao the same time, trading him blow for blow around the trees. But the more experienced ex-hero counters them without trouble. Stun grenade. Snake lightning. They attack simultaneously, only for Ao to absorb the attacks via glove sphere and proceeds to land a kick to Mitsuki and a blast from his prosthetic arm at Katsuki, sending the two flying back before they recover. TCH, Katsuki scoffs. "Is that all you?" Before Ao finishes, he perks up to see Konohamaru and Manuel way above him. Flaming meteors. The former hand signs and launches mini fireballs. Aqua shower. The latter launches medium-sized water droplets. Why you? Ao quickly uses the absorption sphere to counter the mix of fire and water one by one. Non-stop attacks. Even if Komago's chakra is depleting, they're up to something. Shoto then comes in with a stream of fire via left side, forcing Ao to jump and dodge. While in midair, Sarada jumps from tree to tree and comes in with an axe punch that Ao blocks before she finds an opening and kicks him into the bushes. Landing on a branch, Sarada sees that he's nowhere to be seen until Shoto calls out, "Uchiha, behind you." She quickly turns around, but ends getting struck back into a tree by Ao's absorption tool. Upon landing on a branch, Dr. Katasage's scientific quirk tools really are something. Ao smirks and taunts, "They're quite durable too." Tenya then speeds in and uses a turbo-enhanced kick, only for Ao to jump and dodge, making Ida's foot connect with the branch. SMAASSH. Izuku zooms in via full cowling and Ao is forced to block his punch with the absorption glove, which gets a small crack and sends him flying back. Seeing him headed her way, Sarada jumps at him with an axe punch. Ao uses the momentum of another branch and catches her blow before spin-throwing her. He comes at the young Uchiha again, but she refuses to let up and match him in blows for 2 seconds before grabbing him by his prosthetic leg and spin-throws him back. After they both land, fireball, Sarada blows. You just don't get it, do you? Ao opens the sphere to absorb it. Smash! Izuku finger flicks a gust of wind. Even that won't. Ao goes to absorb it, but it gets through the absorption sphere and blows the outer back. What? He lands in a slide. It got through? That should have been nullified. If it actually came from me, sure, but all I did was flick the air to use the wind to attack. Izuku explains, that's something you can't absorb. On top of that, my quirk isn't meant for range, but for physical combat. Tenya adds, with Midoriya's quirk in mind, that gauntlet is useless, Mr. Ao. HMPH. Ao glares, you little pricks. Now everyone, Komago signals. Let's hit him in tandem. Right. They comply and this is when they use their quirks to attack. Sarada, fireballs, Shoto, ice wave, Mitsuki, snake lightning, Katsuki, non-stop explosions. And well, aqua shower, and Konohamaru, fire meteors. Ao proceeds to jump and dodge some of them and by the time he lands, the combined attacks start breaking through trees all the way to him. Ha! Ao enlarges the sphere to absorb them all. Izuku finger flicks another smash, but Ao still holds his ground and not being blown back. I know what you're doing. The retired pro states inwardly, you should know such attacks aren't enough to take me down. Which means this is a diversion. This is when he notices, I don't see Firefox's brat. He gazes around through the sphere as they keep attacking. Did he take Dr. Katasuke and escape? No, it's the opposite, he's the fulcrum that their plan rests on. He adds, he's likely in my blind spot waiting for his chance to strike. He theorizes, come out. Boruto Uzumaki, he grins, I'll make you my victim instead. He sees that Konohamaru and Sarada are getting exhausted, noting, you need to emerge. Before your friends drop from exhaustion, don't you? Come on, from the side? From behind? Or perhaps, from above? He guesses correctly as the Whisker Knight emerges above and comes down to strike with the chakra blade. But Ao retaliates with his prosthetic arm blade. The others stop their attacks before the sphere disappears. Ao then disarms Uzumaki of the chakra blade with a swing, also sending him back in the blade in air. Boruto slides to a halt and dashes to retrieve the chakra blade, but Ao picks it up on the fly and proceeds to activate the blade into Boruto's gut, impaling through him. The others widen, gasp in shock. How unfortunate. Ao grins, rising his impaled foe, I saw through the whole thing. Grr. This is when Boruto holds his gloved arm in place before Mitsuki extends his hand in wrapping around the gloved fist in extension. What? Ao grunts. No, you don't know anything. Uzumaki grins before puffing out, revealed to be a clone. A clone? The retied ex-pro stuns, before feeling that his energy is starting to draining. He kneels on the group as he's still attached to the chakra blade. What is this thing? This scientific quirk tool is draining my strength. Ha! Not so tough now, are ya? Katsuki brags. Grah. Ao powers through the paralyzation and activates his prosthetic blade arm to stab into Mitsuki's extended arm. Ah! He felt that and recedes his arm in pain. Mitsuki, Shoto exclaims. I'm fine, he assures. Quickly throwing the chakra saver away. Damn it, Ao curses, panting in exhaustion. Looks like you're pretty drained, Izuku comments out, now, Boruto. On it, he dashes at their foe with a Rasengan in hand. As if, I'm getting in on this too, Katsuki rushes in as well. You got me, kid, but that doesn't change the fact your quirks won't work against me, Ao exclaims, opening up an absorption orb. In a swift counter, Boruto also activates the glove orb, connecting it to Ao's and cancels his out, stunning him. Rasengan. Now Dieee, Uzumaki and Bakugo connect their attacks as Ao makes a futile attempt to defend himself, but couldn't. Grah! He yells in pain, getting sent flying and crashing through multiple trees, which damages his glove, before sliding to a halt in an open field. They catch up as soon as he recovers, that annoying absorption tool of yours nothing, but in pieces now, Katsuki taunts. Let's see you try stopping our quirks now, old geezer. On top of that, this tool is a quirk that absorbs ranged attacks, right? So I just had to absorb the one you had. Boruto adds in reveal in showing his glove orb before receding it. Ao pants before sneering to the two, you brats. As with anything, it all depends on how you use it. The whiskered teen adds before smirking, isn't that right? Everyone, Katasuke runs out the bushes, with Chimaru in arms. It went well, Dr. Katsuke. Izuku informs, but he's still standing after Boruto and Kachan's attacks. Ao gazes at his destroyed absorption glove, Bo glaring and being displeased. Didn't you hear the first time? That thing is useless in your situation? Katsuki grins, widely. Nullifying our ranged isn't an option for you anymore, Boruto smirks. Ao takes the tool off his normal arm and glares at Uzumaki and Bakugo. Manuel and Konohamaru widen in shock before they worn out. Bakugo, Uzumaki, the former exclaims, pushing the hothead out the way. Watch out, the latter does the same with the blonde. Hey, Ao grins in activating something to open fire. Boruto and Katsuki widen, as well as everyone else as blast bolts land direct hits on the two pros from above. When the smoke clears, the two are down and out on the ground. Manuel, Komago, Tenya, Sarada, and Izuku exclaim in shock, quickly checking on them. Mitsuki and Shoto check their pulses and confirms. It's all right, he's still breathing, Shoto confirms with Komago. Same here. Mitsuki nods, same with Manuel. What the hell just happened? Tenya widens. That suddenly came out of the sky, Izuku too. By the interns gaze up, they see a platoon of multiple drones flying around, floating near Ao to his right and left. Seriously? Katsuki sneers. Those are, Katasuke widens. Ao stands up completely and comments, you really got me, he admits. What the hell are those? Boruto questions. Opening the palm of his prosthetic hand, I never thought I would have to use these mirror drones, Ao comments. Drones? Izuku mutters. They seem to be devices that transmit Lord Ao's chakra over long distances, allowing for remote attacks. Katasuke explains and knows, in short, he can launch a barrage of Quirk bombs from above like rain. So this is his best weapon. Tenya trails. Big deal. Cheap-ass tools. Katsuki scoffs, ready nevertheless. I was really hoping on not having to resort to using them, but, Ao trails inwardly. This isn't the style of fighting hero like at all. Boruto smirks in understanding. Damn it, of course not, I mean, don't you have your own quirk? Katsuki exclaims at their foe. How about you man up and use that for a change instead of using fake-ass quirks? Are you both trying to provoke me? Ao asks, catching on. Whether you're provoked or not doesn't change this fact. Katsuki grins in taunt. You think you've gotten stronger from the pet food you were given by this whatever organization. If anything, this is just an honest opinion. Boruto comments, but it looks like you chose to be a tool for Kara, instead of acting or being a hero. Ao glares. You know, it still seems like you still have some linger attachments in the heart of a hero. Izuku adds. I died. As a hero. The retired pro replies in recalling to the war of when he got blown up by a large bomb attack, and thanks to them, I was reborn. He gazes at his prosthetic arm, but they gave me new powers and gave my life meaning. Meaning you say? Tenya glares, confused. This marks the end of a hero, with their paltry and antiquated powers. Ao closes his fist, we must make the transition to a new power. And as their tool, my life was given meaning. He declares, do you know why Magino died? He asks, or the reason why Ingenium is no longer a hero. He adds, getting glares from them, it's because they didn't have power. He speaks, if they did. Magino wouldn't have died, and Ingenium wouldn't have suffered injuries that led to his retirement. Why you? Boruto sneers. Keep their names out of your mouth, Tenya exclaims, tightening his fists. Not everyone can become strong like All Might or Firefox. Ao continues, not phased, for many, it's impossible to achieve. They only suffer loss and end up exhausting themselves. Izuku gazes seriously. That's why we need a new power. Ao declares, whether or not it's hero-like is of no concern to me. I gave up being a hero. I'm a new breed of human, one that has new powers. After that declared statement he commands his drones to float even further in the air. Can't any of you extras see? It's clear that nothing will convince this guy, except for a beating. Katsuki grins as he cackles mini explosives in palms. Let's get on with it already. We know that, Bakugo. Tenya replies, glaring at Ao as he readies his turbos. Sarada, Todoroki, Mitsuki, take care of Komago, Manuel, and the doctor. Izuku advises quickly before running off to join in. Hold on, guys, Sarada exclaims out. It's fine, leave this to us. Boruto exclaims, with his absorption glove ready. This is when an all-out battle begins between Ao and the 4 UA interns, Uzumaki, Iida, Bakugo, and Midoriya. The drones begin to open fire yellow quirk blasts. While this happens, Mitsuki, Sarada, and Shoto take cover behind the trees with the unconscious pros, along with Katasuke and Chimaru. Be careful, Shoto exclaims out, having the Komago on his back. Using the absorption sphere, Boruto nullifies most of the drone blasts. At the same time, Tenya and Izuku, in full cowling mode, zoom around the field to avoid every shot while Katsuki propels everywhere in the air via explosives. The blonde sees that the glove is starting to malfunction as the sphere disappears, forcing him to jump back and avoiding a blast. The quirk nullifying tool wore off. Izuku notices as he keeps dodging, and retaliates. Smash. He flicks his index finger, blowing a shockwave to scatter the airborne drones. Ao isn't fazed as the gust passes by him and he sees Katsuki rushes at him from above. "You're wide open," Katsuki roars and goes to blast him. He stops in his tracks and gasps quickly as his gaze shoots upward to see that a drone fires down at him, forcing the hothead to propel back and dodge at the very last second. "Damn it," he curses. "He's not leaving us any openings to get in close. Not good," Tenya exclaims inwardly as they see the drones assemble again and rain down blasts at the interns, forcing them to scatter and dodge continuously around the battlefield. "These drones recovered quickly from my attack." Izuku notices inwardly, "At this rate, we'll have to destroying them one at a time in midair." After taking cover behind a boulder, "Phew, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Izuku asks his best friend. "Yeah, we're getting rid of those drones." Boruto stands up and uses shadow clones, starting now. As the drones float, Uzumaki's clones skyrocket the real one in the air, and by using creativity and mobility, he jumps and lunges off each drone one by one and attaches paper bombs on him, setting them to detonate whenever they're in contact, which works as Boruto continues performing it. Following his friend's lead, Izuku also goes to jump on a drone before lunging off it, via full Kowloon. He zigzags off each and destroying a few of them. Katsuki propels airborne and blasts several of them to bits while dodging a few Quirk blasts. Tenya turbos fast and does a high jump in taking down a couple, but is more so dodging the Quirk blasts. While falling, 2 more drones appear from his position. Boruto quickly summons 2 clones to skyrocket him upward to dodge in between the drone's Quirk blasts. After getting past them and now having the high space, he takes out 2 battle knives, coating them with lightning before throwing them into the drones, destroying them. Izuku on the other hand does a finger flicks a shockwave to blow several more out the way, this time, slowing some down. "So far so good," Katasuke exclaims, seeing the 4 interns holding their own. Ao stands unfazed as more drones are done in by Katsuki and Tenya. Now to try this out, Boruto bursts through the smoke of a destroyed drone and hand signs, "Wave surge." He blows a huge torrent of water from his mouth. As the wave heads his way, Ao controls the drones to do a combined Quirk blast towards the ground, countering the wave in a steam dust. After landing, Uzumaki rejoins with Midoriya and Iida, while Bakugo recovers on his own. "You have a water Quirk now? Incredible," Tenya's in awe. "Very amazing. Since when could you use it?" Izuku asks, amazed. "All I can say is, that training with Phantom Eye isn't easy," Boruto chuckles awkwardly. Katsuki scoffs in a glare upon hearing that. When the steam dust clears, more drones float by Ao, who comments, "A water Quirk of that level can't overcome my drone's Quirk bombs." "Oh yeah?" Boruto says otherwise, "I guess you really were a hero of Mist City, since you're so critical of my water Quirk. Also, I have a question." Izuku chimes in, "I'm sure you could have returned to Mist City. So why didn't you go back there as a pro?" "I've been wondering about that too," Tenya said. "Why takes this path with Kara inside of going back to saving civilians?" The others are also curious to head their answer, even Bakugo. Ao gazes low in recalling, "I couldn't." He adds, "Even if I was able to walk using the doctor's prosthetics, I couldn't live as a hero anymore." He explains, "I was surviving helplessly. But what was waiting for me was my death as a hero." He smirks. Hearing this disturbs Katasuke and Tenya adds, "Even so, you're still you. Even if you couldn't fight." Izuku tries adding, "Try to imagine it." Ao cuts them off, "One day, you're suddenly robbed of your powers as a hero." The 3 gaze at hearing this. "Could you accept yourself in that state?" He asks in having flashbacks of himself in a terrible condition. "I literally became powerless. I was no longer able to live as I had before." He adds, recalling himself being approached, greeted by Victor, "The Kara gave me power and meaning to my life." He adds, recalling how he got his prosthetic arm blade, "They let me live, so I decided to dedicate my life to them as their tool." He finishes, gaze lowered. "If that's the case," Boruto speaks up, "we won't lose to you." "Yes, because after all," Izuku trails, "we're still heroes ourselves." Tenya finishes, "Let's just end this bastard already." Katsuki's so ready go. "I truly commend you all from UA for pressing me this far." Ao compliments calmly, "But now you're done for," he declares, with a hand raised out. He commands the drones to attack via Quirk bombs, forcing the 4 to dodge, scatter. Out of the smoke clears, they all attack together. Katsuki flies in with an explosion blast, but Ao sides and punches him in the gut. Izuku tries to land a smash blow, but Ao knees him in the gut and thrives him aside. Tenya tries to speed blitz, but Ao blocks his kick with his prosthetic arm and grabs his leg, giving him a hard slam that sends the turbo user toppling back. Boruto summons 2 clones to attack, only for Ao to deal with them swiftly and catch the real one in midair by the throat, who tried to do an axe kick but failed. Guha. The blonde struggles to breathe, lifted off his feet. A shadow clone is certainly a powerful quirk. Ao tightens his hold, as a few drones fly around, but while all of your clones are physically manifested, you can't replicate any complex contraptions. Thus, it's obvious that you're the original since you're wearing that gauntlet. He knows as the blonde struggles. Uchiha, wait, Shoto exclaims in seeing her jump out. Boruto, Sarada goes to help, only for Mitsuki to grab her via extended hand to avoid quirk blasts from the drones. Let him go. Now, Izuku exclaims, trying to stand. Don't be hasty. Wait right there. Ao gazes. I'll finish the rest of you after I'm done with him. He then remembers while looking down at Midoriya, come to think it, I thrust a screwdriver at you on the train. He then gazes up to the restrained blonde, activating his prosthetic blade, and thrust it at him, like this, right? Ku. The freckled teen glares, gritting his teeth. If you were my enemy back then, you would have died. All of you. Ao glares, but it seems that fate was merely delayed. Boruto sweats in a wince, voicing out, if you're not a hero anymore. He then grins in a taunt, you can't beat us. This is when he disperses, have turned out to be a clone. Ao gasps in surprises, seeing that the gauntlet was attached to the clone. I see, he armed one of his clones with the gauntlet, Sarada figures out. A daring move, just to give off the impression that he was the real body, Shoto comments. Way to go, Boruto, Izuku grins, inwardly. A hero must read the hidden meetings within the hidden meetings. The blonde comments from a covering spot. This guy. Ao widens, he made 3 shadow clones on deck. He turns around to see the whiskered teen emerge from beneath the rubble and activates the chakra saber to slash off Ao's prosthetic arm and leg in one swing. Ao's stunned, while the rest look in awe. Katsuki gazes widely. Throwing the chakra saber away, Boruto forms the blue sphere in hand. Rasengan. He lands the finishing blow. Uwahhhhhh. Ao exclaims in pain, struck on the side of his abdomen. Ha! He sends the retired hero flying all the way back into the abandoned struck in a crash. When the smoke clears, they all see that Ao is on the ground, defeated. Incredible. Katasuke utters. Izuku compliments after getting up, you did it, Boruto. Awesome strategy. Tenya too. Damn. Katsuki isn't pleased with the results here, only tightening his fists. Konohamaru wakes up. How long was I out? Manuel too, both feeling their heads. Manuel, Komago, Sarada exclaims, glad they're alright. My head feels dizzy. The former groans. Recalling the battle, wait, where's Ao? Komago remembers, looking around. It's alright. Mitsuki confirms, gazing to where the others are. The battle's now over. Shoto confirms in addition, surprising the pros. Panting in a little exhaustion and walking over to the defeated Ao, looking down at him. Well done. I've been utterly defeated. Ao admits and surrenders, gazing at the sky. Boruto gazes before taking the screwdriver out his pocket, kneeling down and thrusts at Ao in return. Seeing this, do it. The latter allows, I can no longer move. I've got no will to fight either. He adds, after Tenya and Izuku walk up, avenge Majino. He voices, I'm sure you'll be happy about it in the afterlife. After Boruto stands up, Tenya widens in getting bit mad, I'll take this. He takes the screwdriver from Uzumaki, who allows it. Ao smirks as Tenya goes to stab him with the tool, and the rest are stunned at him seemingly doing it. However, when Ao opens his eye in thinking he was gonna get stabbed in face, he instead looks by to see that the screwdriver was sticked upward to the ground. What do you think you're doing? Ao asks the turbo quirk user, having mercy for the enemy. We may have won, but won't kill you, Mr. Ao, Izuku said. Hey. That type of thinking will lead to your inevitable deaths. Ao voices in criticism. Tenya gazes low before stating, I'll never forgive you for killing Majino. But as a hero, allowing vengeance to take over is a crime itself. Which is why I'm not thinking that way ever again. That goes for our quirks too. We won't kill someone who can't even move, Boruto adds. How foolish. Ao voices, seeing this as nonsense. It's like you said before. Izuku speaks, it all depends on how you use it, no matter what it is. Plus, even with that power of yours, you should be able to use them to do good, right? I am a tool. Ao replies, insisting that he is. A tool doesn't think about how they're being used. That's not true, Tenya argues, tightening his fists, that only refers to the scientific quirk tools implanted in your body. You're alive. You're not a tool. A tool wouldn't mourn the death of his friends. Boruto adds in trail, if you can stand and walk using the limbs that Dr. Katsuke gave you. Then don't give up on living, he convinces, surprising Ao at the words that he's hearing from them. As the sun shines out after a few seconds of silence, guys, Konohamaru calls out. Komago. Izuku's glad to see him up, and Manuel too, same with Tenya. We'll hand Ao over to Konoha City's police. Komago said. We'll contact headquarters and wait for backup to arrive. Got it, Iida nods. Izuku too. Roger that. Yano, Boruto gets it. Good grief. Manuel sighs in a smile. A job well done, all of you. HMPH. Katsuki turns around, not caring for the compliment while the others do. This task far exceeds the scope of a normal mission, Konohamaru admits. You're quite right. Katasuke agrees. They'll be great heroes that everyone can be proud of from all places. The future really is bright. The interns smile at their development while Katsuki keeps his grimace as usual. As soon as they start to regroup, Ao gazes upward for a few seconds, until he sees a familiar inner standing atop the abandoned structure. He gasps in knowing who, Koji Kashin. He identifies out, getting everyone's attention. As the wind blows through his cloak, Koji places a hand on the concrete, summoning Steam Toad. The interns, pros only look in shock as something big comes out the smoke from atop the old building. Ending 7. Data Tashi no Hero, by Lisa opens up in the morning skies above Coruscant as it changes to shots of the training grounds, highways, and speeders flying through the air. We then see Padawan Izuku leave his coordinates and happily running off to training, but ends up tripping, falling on his face. Upon looking up, he sees fellow Padawan Boruto extending a hand to him with a grin, with Padawans Ochako, Tenya, and Sumair being there too. Izuku smiles brightly as his blonde friend helps him up by hand. Next shoots to Shoto in his coordinates, in a sitting position and as closes as he meditates near his opened window. After being done, he opens the door to see the MCs and his fellow Padawans, which makes him crack a smile. As they walk in the hallways, they greet Sarada, who waves, and Mitsuki, who smiles casually, both Padawans as well. The group walk by the training grounds to see Katsuki cutting down a couple trees with his lightsaber in fury. When they call out and telling that it's time for training session with Jedi Master Aizawa, the hothead exclaims at them dramatically and not needing it. This is when the sky goes dark, overcast and all Padawans look upward to see Kara droids levitating above them, forcing the teens to get in battle positions, igniting their green lightsabers with serious grimaces. We cut to the young Padawans taking on multiple Kara droids. Uzumaki slicing one down by its head and Midoriya slicing one in the middle. As it appears though they're surrounded, they receive backup from the rest of their fellow Padawans, Ejiro, Shikadai, Tsuyu, Iwabe, and everyone else in the class with their green lightsabers ignited. The MCs grin, smile with a nod before they continue the fight with increased numbers. As the fight continues in the destroyed field, everyone starts to tire down, and another unit of Kara droids approach, the renegade Sith apprentice. Kawaki ignites his red lightsaber and uses force lightning to electrocute half of them, surprising the teen Jedis at his arrival. He grimaces at the Padawans, but decides to fight in lending a hand. With this extra amount of strength from a new ally, the group stands united and perseveres in dealing with the rest of the Kara droids. Kawaki force crushes two, Bakugo slashes one with a battle cry, Sarada and Mitsuki doing a combined slash, and Shoto force pushing one into the other. With the droids dealt with, they face the last one, an enormous Kara mega droid towering over them. Despite how bruised, battered, and tired they are, the united front aren't ones to give up in the MC's charge before doing the Jedi high jump and meeting the foe head-on. Everyone roots for the duo to finish this fight, including Bakugo, who grins, and Kawaki, who grimaces with wide eyes. Uzumaki's lightsaber changes to dark blue while Midoriya's changes to light blue, and with the final blow, they slash the enormous Mega Droid in half, defeating it and ending the battle. It goes white as it was the pages read in a 1A textbook before the song closes. The fight with Ao comes to an end, with the arrival of Koji Kashin in front of the whole group. What's next to come as we close in on the arrival of that guy? Thanks for reading and until next time, 805 Chapter 74, Karma. Kara's hideout. In the sparing area, alright. Delta readies her hand. I need to test the results of my maintenance. After she says that, a pillar is sliced down towards her and she retaliates by kicking it apart, scattering the debris. She puts her hands on hips and exclaims, "Is this in return for what I did before, Code?" Hee-hee-ha. Code chuckles, sitting atop the pillar. "If you want to fight, then I'll take you on. Delta challenges, I'll use you to test out the maintenance done on my body." "What's this? We're trying things out on another. They see Zorvis walking into the area, who smirks, "Then count me in. I do have my own maintenance to test out anyway." "The more the merrier." Delta smirks, "Come at me," she challenges both. Code on the other band, chuckles, stating this, "Neither of you may need to undergo maintenance again after this." "And what makes you say that?" Zorvis asks, narrows a brow sarcastically. "Bold words. You think you can defeat me?" Delta asks the inner on the pillar. "With the flap of her hair. Even your thoughts are pitiful." "Fighting this out is the only way to prove those words," Zorvis said, with his wire blade out. I'm not losing to one of you traitors, Code speaks. Huh? What are you talking about? Zorvis asks, confused. And what did you just call me? Delta glares. No need to act dumb. There's a traitor amongst the inners. Code reveals, that's what Jigen said. Amongst us? Well, he never told me this. Zorvis finds it strange. Jigen believes that they're responsible for crashing the airship the vessel was on. He adds until he noticed, wait, neither of you were behind that? Of course not. Whatever made you think it was me? I was sent by Jigen to investigate on Victor? Care to remember that? Zorvis gazes, a little serious. I guess you make a good point. Code admits. So you ambushed me in the first place because you think I did it too? Delta asks. No, actually, anyone would have been fine. He says others, taping his black mark lines, if I torture you all in numerical order, I'd eventually found the culprit. He smirks, I think this is a pretty clever idea. Huh? Delta glares. Are you kidding me right now? Even after I told you, the barbed wire user too? Chill out, Zorvis. I might make an exception with you after hear that statement about the spy fiasco at Valley City, Code said. Well, you said might, meaning I can't completely trust your words, he replies. If that's what you think. Cod shrugs before saying to her, I guess that means you've admitted to being the traitor, Delta, he laughs. You must really want to die, she exclaims as he keeps snicking until she remarks, but it's odd. What is? Code asks, having stopped snickering. Can't you tell? From my perspective, you're the most suspicious one, Code, she remarks. Me? He's confused. Now that you've mentioned it, the person happiest about losing the vessel was you after all. Zorvis states, pointing up at him. Exactly, seems like we agree for once. Delta smirks, isn't that right? She asks the inner upward. Code glares and demands, take that back, both of you. Oh, someone's mad. Zorvis taunts. Talk about lame, Delta too. Take that back, Code exclaims, now angry, standing up on the pillar to stare them both down. After that bold assumption of one of us being the traitor, nobody's taking anything back. Zorvis points with his wire blade. Why don't you try and do something about it, he challenges. As Code grits his teeth, same with Delta, is this about to be a battle royal? Let me join in on this too? Deepa grins as he comes into the area. They see the carbon user too, and still stare the other down. As they all were about to fight, give me a break guys. Amato comes in too, good grief, it's always like this with you guys. He rubs his head in a sigh. How many more problems are you going to make for me? I'll never have enough antacids to deal with this. This literally almost turned into a battle of inners, Oga said, having walked in with Amato. Now I wonder who would win, she states nonchalant. If that's what you were thinking, then why put out the fire? Delta asks her, hand on hip. And just when it was getting fun too, Deepa too. Well just listen. Amato then explains, with hands in pockets, rooting out traitors is normally my job. I'll explain it in terms you can understand. He explains, it's true that Jigen believes there might be a traitor amongst the inners. They continue listening. But that said, there isn't enough proof. The doctor continues, gazing up at Code, making that assumption because of a single airship mishap could be overthinking things. Is that why you inspected us under the pretense of maintenance? Code asks. That explains it all then. Zorvis puts up his wired blade. Yeah, but it didn't produce any results, Amato said. How convenient of you. Delta scoffs. I did it to settle things peacefully, but your haphazard actions are derailing my efforts, he states. That's not good enough, Code argues, I'll find the culprit myself. He jumps off to pillar to where they're at. Listen, Jigen won't be happy if you do that. Amato said, confusing Code, in fact, it would upset him. He sighs, get that through your head and stay put. But there's no guarantee that we shouldn't be suspicious of you, is there, Amato? Delta glares at him. Come on, give me a break. The doctor denies, if I was the traitor, there would be no reason for me to stop you guys. This is when she puts her hand in jabbing position and aims it near his throat. I'm not so sure about that. She sneers, that might be a tactic to make us trust you. If you want to suspect me, then go ahead. Amato dares her, it's not as if I believe you're innocent just because nothing showed up during your maintenance. Delta considers that, recedes her hand in a scoff. And before you guys even think about suspecting me, I would have obviously no reason to sabotage the airship, plus I was taking a nap the whole time that was happening. Deepa states, with a straight face. Same with me. Being with Amato at the lab for the last few hours says enough. Plus I was checking your maintenance files too, Oga adds. Figures. But it ain't like we asked though, Zorvis speaks. Fine. But that makes Boro even more suspicious for skipping out on maintenance, Code said, hands on hips. Koji Kashin didn't undergo maintenance either, Delta adds. Isn't that bad, to leave someone like that in charge of finding the vessel? Code asks. Now that you mention it, I'm curious as to what he's up to, Zorvis wonders, finger under chin. Opening 7, Hajimateku Takamateku, by Samba Master. Starts off with the introduction of Kawaki, who slowly turns around and menacingly raises out his right hand. As he does that, debris starts to levitate around the air as we zoom out to the destruction of Japan before the series title reveals itself. As the song picks up, we see shots of a few UA students: Boruto, who looks down before gazing up; Izuku, who looks at his scared right hand before gazing forward; Katsuki, who glares with one hand in pocket before untightening his right hand to do a mini-explosive; Sarada, who takes off her glasses and activates her Sharingan; Shoto, who looks upward and blows ice fog from his mouth; Mitsuki, who has a snake around his arm, gazes up while sitting on a tree. Next shows some of the pro-heroes: Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, and Shota. We then cut to the League of Villains: Tamura, with gazes from his hand mask; the Shins, both serious with their Sharingans active; and Kurogiri, who opens a portal to his side, along with new recruits: Dabi, Nanashi, Himiko, and Shizuma. With all of them being in the shadow of All for One, who has his back turned and not revealing himself. Next shows Kawaki in the outskirts and deserted area of Japan as a flock of crows fly nearby. We then move on to Boruto, whose karma seal activates in his right palm before he closes it, and Izuku, who activates the bioelectricity of One for All around him, along with the rest of Class 1A in their hero costumes as they all stand in battle positions with firm expressions. Observing the ruined land of Japan from afar is none other than Kara the Husk, who all have dark black cloaks as the wind breezes through them. We then cut to Kawaki being in what appears to be a test tube and blows a few bubbles as the eye of Kara's leader open gazes over him. This is when the Kara reveals their full appearances, starting with Jigen, who lets down his hood, followed by Delta, who puts a finger under her chin; Boro, who glares under his hood; Amato, who adjusts his glasses; Code, who stretches out an arm; Oga, who smiles nonchalantly; Deepa, who grins evilly; Victor, who frowns with cane in hand; Zorvis, who smirks while looking ahead; and Koji, who smirks with arms crossed over chest. It next shows all members assembled in an alley, with Jigen taking the lead on a stair, with a hand on the side of his head. As the song heats up, we cut to the destroyed ruins of Japan, showing the entirety of Class 1A dashing at high speed to engage the members of Kara, splitting up into different fights. Boro fighting off Tenya, Shikadai, and Fumikage before delivering a punch to the Dark Shadow, a kick to Fumikage, another to Shikadai, and an uppercut to Tenya's chin, knocking his helmet and glasses off. Delta taking on the 1A girls, mainly 5. She swiftly smacks Momo via electric whip, sidesteps a purple aura fist from Sumire and elbows here on the side, then grabs Suyu by her frog tongue. The latter tried to restrain the android but failed, and violently throws her into Ochako, who tried to use her quirk to get a touch in but failed, and then Sarada jumps to try to get a strike in, but ends up repelled by the electric whip and punched in the face, knocking her glasses off. We then switch to Code doing a flip kick to knock the hardened Eijiro to the ground, dodging snake strikes from Mitsuki and palms him in the gut before dodging an ice wave from Shoto, including his fire, before closing the distance and punches him in the chest that sends him flying. He then dodged an explosion from Katsuki, who proceeds to take him on. It next shows Koji engaging in close combat with Boruto, who manages to keep up and avoid his inflamed fists before jumping out the away as Izuku lunges at Koji with a smash, who avoids it at the last minute. When the smoke clears, the two boys look around and are shocked to see their classmates defeated and unconscious around the battlefield. This causes Izuku to grit his teeth in anger with surging red lines through his body while Boruto yells out in a fit of rage, activating his karma throughout the right side of his body. Next shows them fighting the 4 Kara inners, attacking non-stop. A combined attack is launched by Koji and Delta, and as it was about to land, Kawaki jumps into the fray and absorbs the attack, grimacing and revealing his own karma seal. Surprised by this entry, Katsuki also joins the 3, with them having no intention of giving up even while battered. With the 4 of them united, they combat against the 4 inners. During this, Kawaki uses a red blast from his karma. Bakugo uses his gauntlets to form a blast in the same manner respectively. Izuku throws his right fist forward, creating a massive shockwave that's on the level of his mentor while Boruto comes in through the smoke in midair and uses a gigantic Rasengan as the final blow. All 4 attacks create a huge explosion in the ruins of Japan, with the large sphere being enough to reach outside of Earth. Last panels show the smoke clearing and them being the only ones left. They're exhausted from fighting and look up at the sunset as it shines down on them and a crow flows by the 3, including Kawaki, their new ally, before the song closes. Chapter 74. Karma Abandoned Structure. Koji glares down at everyone present on the field as the wind blows through his cloak, summoning Steam Toad. Everyone widens in shock as a giant toad appears through the smoke, gazing down upon them. Its weight caused the old building to dismantle and the toad fall down and aiming to crush Izuku, Boruto, and Tenya. Water shockwave. Ao blows from his mouth, saving the three with a wave of water and pushing the out the way. The steam toad crash on the ground and under its large foot, Guha. Ao coughs out blood, having been crushed from its weight. Mr. Ao, Tenya exclaims. Did he? Boruto trails. Just save us, Izuku finishes, stunned as well. Ao breathes out slowly before his eyes close, breathing his last breath as he dies. Ao, the hero of Mist City. Using his quirk at the very end like that. Koji describes, was it just reflex? Or did you stubbornly wish to leave this world as a pro-hero? He theorizes, looking down at the unmoving retired hero. I can't believe he couldn't complete his mission. He gazes at the hero group next. It seems I had put a little too much faith in him as an outer. Who's this geezer now? Katsuki exclaims. Is he with Ao? Manuel questions out. Could be. So this means he's part of Kara too, Konohamaru adds. Kara, huh? Boruto glares. Who is he? Tenya questions out. I sense that he has a chakra quirk too, Mitsuki voices. Seriously, Izuku widens. One thing's for sure, he's no ordinary man, Shoto states. With the flap of his cloak as the wind breezes and a hand on his hip with a grimace, I am Koji Kashin. He introduces, nice to meet you, students of UA. He desummons the toad and lands on the ground. That was a truly magnificent battle. I'm in awe that you managed to defeat Ao. You were watching the entire time? Izuku asks. He was your friend and you watched him get beaten? Boruto asks, not getting this. An outer with emotions is useless. Koji reveals, no remorse, but there are uses for tools that only perform missions. Bastard. Boruto glares. Mr. Ao wasn't a tool. People aren't tools you throw away once you're done with them, Tenya exclaims angrily. I'm not so sure about that. The inner smirks. You said your name is Koji Kashin, right? Konohamaru steps in front of the interns, along with Manuel. In addition to your introduction, could you tell us what kind of organization the Kara is? And exactly what are you trying to achieve? Manuel adds. Koji only gazes silently before replying, sorry. He gets to the point, I didn't show myself to answer all of your questions. He hand signs as his cloak rises from the wind. You understand, don't you? He smirks as he summons 4 pillars around the interns. They widen. Ceiling. Frog gulp. Koji chants, as the pillars form electricity that paralyzes the interns on one spot. Huh? Izuku stammers. The hell? Katsuki widens in a sneer. What is this? Shoto grunts. I can't move, Sarada exclaims. Guys. Manuel exclaims. It's such a shame. Truthfully, I would have rather kept watching you in action, but you see, I have a position to maintain. Koji explains. You all know too much. He forms fire out of his left palm. I can't let you live. Looks to me that negotiations are out of the question, Manuel trails. Right. This means we fight. Komago agrees. Manuel, Komago, Tenya calls out. Don't worry, leave this to us. Manuel assures. We'll protect you all, even if it means death, Konohamaru adds. No, you can't. Boruto struggles. Fine. Koji speaks in accepting the challenge. Why don't you show me what a pro hero is capable of? Making the first move, Komago rushes in with battle knife in hand. He tries to strike a couple times, but Koji uses speed to dodge them easily before delivering a palm strike to his face and then to his chest. Guh. Komago's sent flying and crashes to the ground. TCH, acting quickly. Manuel uses aqua bullet shots to get something in, but Koji dodges that with ease as well. You're wide open, the normal hero signals. Koji quickly gazes behind to see Komago doing 2 hand signs. Fire Dragon Bomb. Komago blows from mouth and lands a direct hit on the inner. However, Koji is unfazed by it and jumps over to gain the high ground of debris. A fire quirk on that level won't work on me, Kashin states. Damn. Konohamaru tries to engage in close combat again, but Koji overpowers him yet against and kicks him into a tree. The inner then throws a couple fireballs at Manuel, who counters with an aqua shot, canceling out the fire as some steam fills up, but that hinders the pro's vision. Where did he go? Manuel gazes around, but when he turns to his right, gets an axe punch to the face, before getting kicked to the gut, sending him flying into a debris after the steam clears. Manuel, Komago, Tenya and Izuku exclaim. We're not done yet. The water hero grunts after standing up. Losing this isn't an option. Konohamaru adds, struggling as well. This man's strength is leagues above ours. So this is the power of the Kara? Manuel questions inwardly. Is this the best a pro hero can do? Koji taunts with a grimace before proceeding to blitz the both of them. A palm strike and axe kick that deals with Manuel, and a couple punches to Komago, as well as a chop. Komago recovers and tries to land a kick, only for Koji to jump in the air. Seeing this as an opening, Rasengan. Konohamaru exclaims, informing his blue sphere. Hey, Koji grins and forms his own blue sphere. This shocks Komago as he widens inwardly. What? This stuns the interns as well. No way, Sarada exclaims. That can't be. Mitsuki trails. Seriously? Shoto too. He uses it too? Izuku widens. Or is Sengon? Boruto especially? Katsuki's himself is also taken back by this. No doubt, he's a Charka quirk user too, Manuel realizes. Raw. Komago roars as the Rasengans clash, looking evenly matched. After a few seconds, they can each other out and both are flying back, but regain ground. Impossible. That was an actual Rasengan. Komago exclaims, who is he? How is there another person who can use the Rasengan? Boruto wonders himself. Just who the hell are you? Manuel questions the inner. Komago. Your Charka quirks aren't bad, but you still have a long way to go, Koji lectures. What did you say? He's offended by this. As for you, Manuel. The inner gazes next. I expected more from you. Very disappointing. Huh? Manuel glares. Koji smirks as the pros see that there are toads attached to their waists, alerting them before the frogs explode into flames. Erga ahh. Komago and Manuel begin to experience the heat around their bodies. Thinking quickly, Manuel tries to use his water quirk on both of them, but the fire isn't going out. This shocks him. My quirk isn't working. But how? The trance of true flames. Koji reveals, neither gale nor deluge can extinguish those flames. Even water quirks are useless. And no. Manuel exclaims inwardly. Aarrgghh. He and Komago yell in agony as the flames continue to burn them. Komago, Manuel, a few interns exclaim loudly. Damn it. Boruto glares and gritting his teeth, cut it out. As the burning torture continues, stop, it. In a surprising turn, the mark on his right hand activates, forming a large circle and 4 diamonds above it, along with 2 curved lines. Shocked, Koji immediately recognizes what this means, karma. With that raise of his hand, ha! Boruto roars out as he begins to take in the lightning paralysis into his palm. In turn, lined markings of black begin to form over the right side of his face and a glowing of blue, grr. Raagh. Boruto, Izuku exclaims. He's releasing the paralysis, Sarada notices. No, it's more like. Mitsuki trails. He's absorbing it, Shoto finishes. Incredible. Tenya widens. This is crazy. Katsuki grits his teeth, stunned at seeing this with the whiskered teen. Is this him awakening another chakra quirk out of nowhere? Komago, Manuel. Boruto quickly raises his palm to absorb the flames off of Konohamaru and Manuel, stunning the rest. He's absorbing the flames now, Mitsuki states. How can this be? Tenya widens. What's happening? Izuku exclaims. Whoa! Boruto finishes absorbing the rest of the flames. As a result from the burns, Komago and Manuel both fall to the ground, unconscious, which the other interns, aside from Bakugo, which rush to their aid. After the smoke subsides from his palm after getting rid of the flames, Uzumaki glares at Koji, with his karma still active. I'm astonished. By no means did I expect to witness karma here. Kashin admits, I had always thought it was either Firefox or All Might defeated Momoshiki. He adds in putting the pieces together, but it was you, Boruto Uzumaki. You're the one Momoshiki chose. Shut up, you bastard, the blonde exclaims, stop talking down on us and thinking so highly of yourself. Momoshiki, he said. Izuku widens. What the hell is going on here? Katsuki grits his teeth. The pros wake up. Thank goodness you're both okay, Tenya said. What's going on? Manuel trails. Is that Boruto? Komago questions out. Gazing back at the standoff, that mark on his hand has spread, Shoto notices. Just what is that power? Mitsuki trails, uneased. Young Uzumaki. Katasuke mutters. Sarada gazes on in worry, Boruto. The whiskered teen pants in exhaustion before pulling his right sleeve back to the marks expanded upward. What the hell is going on? He's stunned at this. What's happening to me? Before he can process more, he begins to fall and upon hitting the ground, goes unconscious. Boruto, Izuku and Sarada exclaim, running over to check on him. Koji stumbles up to where the 3 are at, prompting Sarada to bring out a battle knife and Izuku to lock his fists out. I see. It seems this was the first time he used the power. The power? Sarada questions. What do you mean? Izuku stammers. Koji only gazes before turning around. I'll withdraw for a moment. He adds, think of it as a reward for showing me something interesting. But give your thanks to the late Ao. Wait a second. Izuku exclaims, what just happened to Boruto? And what was that power? Sarada adds, only for Koji to ignore them and continue walking. Get back here. She tries to rush after him, but Mitsuki quickly holds her back. Sarada. Calm down. He advises, I have a ton of questions for him too, but do you really want to risk the pros and Boruto's lives? Mitsuki's right. Shoto agrees, tending to their wounds is top priority right now. Quite wise of you. Koji commends, as one would expect from the son of Endeavor and son of Orochimaru. He adds, a good decision indeed. He proceeds to leave the area after that final statement. Looks like we made it out with our lives. Manual trails, to which some of them agree with a sigh. After getting out of a dangerous situation, the interns are walking in the forest as Boruto wakes up as Izuku and Sarada carry him. I'm telling you both, I'm fine already. He insists in a sigh, I can walk on my own, ya know? That may be so, but we can't allow you to push yourself more than you have already, Tenya said, with a few air chops. Earlier you passed out as if you were dead, Sarada said. Still, you're amazing as always, being able to stand even after that, Izuku smiles. Katsuki only keeps quiet with his use's annoyed grimace expression. I swear, I'm totally fine now. Boruto insists again, till he sees ahead. They walk to where Konohamaru, Manuel, and Katasuke are. Standing over Ao's grave, where the screwdriver is placed near the headstone. They all gave down until Komago mentions, I won't forgive him for what he did to Majino. Neither will I, but he died as a hero, Tenya said. In the end, he chose to save you three, Manuel said, referring to Iida, Midoriya, and Uzumaki. In turn, let's quietly send him off as a hero, Komago adds. Izuku looks down with a sad expression, Mr. Ao. Just who is Koji Kashin? Boruto wonders, questions his actions. Every member of the Kara that we've fought had superhuman abilities, but he uses a chakra quirk too, a strong one at that. Konohamaru replies. He's just another villain that needs to be taken down, Tenya said. Especially someone who treats his comrades like tools. Boruto adds, unpleased with that. Are you extras done with your condolences? Let's get a move on already, Katsuki exclaims from afar. Tired of waiting, paying one to a villain makes me sick to my stomach, he scoffs to himself. No need to be a jerk you know, Bakugo, Sarada exclaims dramatically. Yeah, give it a rest ya bastard, Boruto too. Kachin's in a rush as usual, Izuku sighs. Kara's laboratory. While looking over the profiles of the inner members via computer, Koji Kashin and Boro are the only ones left, huh? Amato says to himself, before getting up and leaving the room to get something. By the time he walks by the corner, Delta sneaks around waits for him to walk further away before she goes to the desk herself and looks through the computer of the profiled inners. After she does look through, so there doesn't seem to be anything sketchy Zorvis, Deepa, or Oga. She looks at the last profile, even code. This is when she hears footsteps coming back at ND. She quickly leaves the room. Amato gets back to the desk with his iPad in hand, but before he sits down, he suspects that someone was in here, but decides not to pay it too much mind. As Delta walks down the hallway, there was nothing suspicious about the rest of the inners. She theorizes, I guess it's Koji. He can't be trusted, she trails. Back to the forest. As they're walking on a path, if you start crying in pain again, don't come complaining to me, Sarada warns. It's totally fine for you to take it easy you know, Boruto. Izuku chuckles awkwardly. You two overreact too much. I said it doesn't hurt anymore, sheesh, Boruto sighs, a little annoyed. I guess for now, there really doesn't seem to be anything wrong, Izuku notes inwardly. Still, what the heck was that power, Sarada too. Shoto and Mitsuki wonder the same thing while gazing at Uzumaki, especially Katsuki, who finds this ridiculous. Boruto gazes at the mark in his hand in question before Komago announces, anyway, we're heading back to base. Huh? Why's that? Katsuki exclaims. We're postponing the search for the contents of that container for now, Komago replies. Old man Ao was searching for it so desperately. Boruto argues, we can't give up now. No way. You need to think about your health, Komago argues. Health my ass. This is one thing I'm not going to do after becoming pro. And that's being a coward, Katsuku scoffs. It's not cowardly if we think about this rationally, he argues. Besides, we have a mountain of things to report, Manuel said. You're right. I'm exhausted. Katasuke admits. Shouldn't we search for Chimaru? Izuku asks. He's a hero hound, so there's no need to worry. Katasuke assures, if anything happens, he'll return to the lab on his own. Okay, if you say so, Izuku replies. I wonder what they were looking for that was inside the container, Sarada said. No one knows really. Shoto adds. But the Kara's doing everything they can to find it. Konohamaru states, it must be quite valuable. Or a dangerous valuable at that, Tenya trails. As they walk, Mitsuki looks to the right and notices, did something happen here? He jumps on a high debris. Hey wait up. Boruto too. Hold on a sec, Izuku jumps with them. You can't push yourself yet, Sarada exclaims to the blonde, but is ignored. Katsuki decides to go up there too. Okay, What are you guys staring at? He sees what they see, which are puppets on the ground. Hey, those are Izuku trails. Puppets, Boruto finishes. They look like the ones we fought by the airship, Shoto said as the rest come up. You're right, so what are they doing here? Sarada questions. Weren't they protecting what was inside the container? Tenya too. The crash site is farther off. Mitsuki said, they seem to be different from the ones we fought. What's going on? Boruto trails. Did someone battle these puppets here? Manuel wonders. Only one way to find out, Konohamaru said, let's look around. Good idea, Izuku said before they all get to it. Ending 7. Data Tashi no Hero, by Lisa opens up in the morning skies above Coruscant as it changes to shots of the training grounds, highways, and speeders flying through the air. We then see Padawan Izuku leave his coordinates and happily running off to training, but ends up tripping, falling on his face. Upon looking up, he sees fellow Padawan Boruto extending a hand to him with a grin, with Padawans Ochako, Tenya, and Sumair being there too. Izuku smiles brightly as his blonde friend helps him up by hand. Next shoots to Shoto in his coordinates, in a sitting position and as closes as he meditates near his opened window. After being done, he opens the door to see the MCs and his fellow Padawans, which makes him crack a smile. As they walk in the hallways, they greet Sarada, who waves, and Mitsuki, who smiles casually, both Padawans as well. The group walk by the training grounds to see Katsuki cutting down a couple trees with his lightsaber in fury. When they call out and telling that it's time for training session with Jedi Master Aizawa, the hothead exclaims at them dramatically and not needing it. This is when the sky goes dark, overcast and all Padawans look upward to see Kara droids levitating above them, forcing the teens to get in battle positions, igniting their green lightsabers with serious grimaces. We cut to the young Padawans taking on multiple Kara droids. Uzumaki slicing one down by its head and Midoriya slicing one in the middle. As it appears though they're surrounded, they receive backup from the rest of their fellow Padawans, Ejiro, Shikadai, Tsuyu, Iwabe, and everyone else in the class with their green lightsabers ignited. The MCs grin, smile with a nod before they continue the fight with increased numbers. As the fight continues in the destroyed field, everyone starts to tire down, and another unit of Kara droids approach, the renegade Sith apprentice. Kawaki ignites his red lightsaber and uses force lightning to electrocute half of them, surprising the teen Jedis at his arrival. He grimaces at the Padawans, but decides to fight in lending a hand. With this extra amount of strength from a new ally, the group stands united and perseveres in dealing with the rest of the Kara droids. Kawaki force crushes two, Bakugo slashes one with a battle cry, Sarada and Mitsuki doing a combined slash, and Shoto force pushing one into the other. With the droids dealt with, they face the last one, an enormous Kara mega droid towering over them. Despite how bruised, battered, and tired they are, the united front aren't ones to give up in the MC's charge before doing the Jedi high jump and meeting the foe head-on. Everyone roots for the duo to finish this fight, including Bakugo, who grins, and Kawaki, who grimaces with wide eyes. Uzumaki's lightsaber changes to dark blue while Midoriya's changes to light blue, and with the final blow, they slash the enormous Mega Droid in half, defeating it and ending the battle. It goes white as it was the pages read in a 1A textbook before the song closes. Shoto checks on one and notices, this one's completely cold. Looks like some time has passed since it was destroyed. This one's been the same way. Mitsuki checks another. And it's completely wrecked. Sarada said, we couldn't dent them even when we went all out. That means the person who did this, Komago Trails, had incredible combat ability and a powerful quirk. Look. Katasuke alerts them, there are several other puppets that were destroyed in the same way. He gazes around, but why here, a location so far from the airship? Maybe, whoever took the cargo ran in this direction, Manuel theorizes. They hear the hero hound bark in alert from the cliff. Chimaru, where have you been? Izuku asks. Chimaru alerts them to come up the edge and look downward. By the time they do, they are surprised to see an unconscious boy that's about their age laying there, has bushy black hair, the sides of which are shaven and blonde in color, has a tattoo of the Roman numeral under his left eye, a pair of piercings on his right eyebrow, stud earrings, and wears a green shirt with a blue sleeveless vest jacket with gray stripe patterns on the collar and dark pants with a studded belt. Someone's on the ground. Izuku says out. We can see that, Deku, Katsuki exclaims. This isn't the time, Bakugo. Tenya tells him. There's a puppet next to him too, Sarada said. Is he the one who wrecked those puppets? Boruto wonders. Also, is he alive or dead? Shoto asks. Chimaru barks in confirmation before Katasuke states, based on Chimaru's reaction, he's still alive. We don't know if he's a friend or foe, but we might be able to get some intel on the airship or Kara from him. Konohamaru states cautiously. There's also a possibility that this is a trap. Manuel adds, we'll have to plan carefully. This is not the time to be saying things like that. Boruto exclaims to them. He's passed out from his injuries. He's right, we can't just leaving him there and do nothing. Izuku agrees before he and the blonde jump down. Hold on, you two, Manuel calls out, but ignored. Kara's hideout. Elsewhere in the area, where test tube lines and pillars are, Code comes from behind one while gazing slightly down. He then grits his teeth in frustration, sneering. Why is it always him? He's very unpleased with this. Forest area. Back with the group. By the time the two get down, hey, are you alright? Izuku calls out to the unconscious teen. Pull yourself. Before Boruto could finish, he sees the diamond mark on the unconscious boy's left palm. That's. No way. He has one too. Izuku widens. He's got the same mark as me. Boruto's stunned himself. What's going on? He really needs answers. Who is he? He gazes at the unconscious teen. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The character that we've all been waiting for is finally making his debut in the story after 70 chapters. Man, the wait was worth it. Not only that this individual has the same mark as Boruto. What happens from here? Find out next time.